Alright, so last week we opened with the majority of the squad and the armory folk celebrating Julius's birthday. They were at Mama Lynn's, had a wonderful celebration with many great gifts and some good fun. Back home, at the apartment, Ash would be there to find out that Saris and Commander Integra were the only ones in there. They had been invited to go with, but had turned it down due to Ash making things uncomfortable and awkward for them. After that revelation, he went down to the main area of Gateway, where he was informed by General Lorelei that this would be his first week on the frontier, and he was given ranger armor. He also made some trades with Sergeant Hamer. They were then sent on a mission to gather intel from an installation that the cult was holding. On their way there, Pequod stumbled upon a broadcast by someone named President Fwedwick, and after some laughs and talking about it, she decided she wanted to meet him. On the mission, they would split up into 3 teams. Davine and Hunk defeated one of the Max Tech prototype droids. Julius defeated Laughing Octopus, and the rest assaulted the front. The front team did well until members of Epsilon Squad pushed them back, but were saved by Davine using her awakened form and forcing them to retreat. After this, on the way home and at home, Ash would have multiple difficult discussions about his actions and the stupid things he'd done and the consequences of them. Talks with Julius, Hunk, Commander Integra, and a rather destructive one with Tommy Wiseau. The Rainfalls went to the beach house to continue Julius's celebration, where, among other things, he was gifted keys to a cabin. Meanwhile, Ash went to the frontier, where he met back up with Colonel Curtis, as well as 2 rangers named Tal and Lake, 2 frontier rangers. They got to know him and asked him a lot of questions about his issues back home before leaving him to do watch for the night. The Rainfalls week ended with a wonderful discussion at night around a campfire, with a lot of fun talks about their futures, and I believe that is everything that happened last week.
Yep, alright. So we're 2 weeks from last session. The Rainfalls are en route to go meet President Fwedwick. Pequod's with Julius sitting on his lap. Banksy's got smoothies for Icy. Pequod and Julius. Davine and Soletta are talking amongst themselves, the children, Rocco. Hunk is somewhere aboard the ship, getting something. Go.
So, how exactly did you find President Fwedwick?
I just asked my dad to zero in on the broadcast frequency. She's fighting back laughing.
Is that really all anyone ever had to do? No one ever thought of that?
Icy almost drops her smoothie when Julius says that. Pequod, yeah, pretty much. It's a civilian wave transmission. It's not... UIR transmissions are usually at least somewhat encrypted. This is most likely just some kid with a speech impediment.
Okay, and Junkyard is presumably just some dude.
I see. Maybe Junkyard's the UIR member. Pequod, I don't think so. I think he's just some dude. There's no information on him. I had my dad run a background search.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Junkyard is the UIR. Maybe Weston Fwedwick is with EarthGov all the way.
I see. Or he's just some kid who thinks he's the president.
That is most likely the case.
God, well, I'm still excited to meet him. This is going to be fabulous.
He seems like a very wise individual. You better take down notes, Banksy. Probably has a lot to learn from.
He looks over at you. Oh, I've been tasked with recording our first meeting with the president, so...
Julius chuckles, takes a sip of the smoothie.
Pequod, I mean, come on.
Will fail! All those who oppose the Junkyard haters will fail.
This guy's gonna be great. She's looking down at her wrist.
It really does sound like he's powering down.
I see, could be a robot.
That could be true. Have you, like, tried to pinpoint his, I don't know how it works, his mind?
I see. Every time I try to... Now that we have the coordinates, I can do something called remote viewing. Every time I remote view to the colony of YouTube. Pequod, it's actually called YouTube, and I see, yeah. Every time I remote view there and try to hone in on President Fledwick, all I see is a bucket with water in it, and it's leaking. She shrugs. It has a hole in the side. I don't... Next to Tommy, that's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Davy looks up, turns around. A bucket that is leaking.
Yep, a hole right in the middle of the bucket, and it's just never-endingly leaking.
Well, what's more odd? The mechanical monkey with the symbols of that.
I'd say the bucket, just based off the fact at least the monkey is cool.
Davine chuckles, turns back around, keeping an eye on the kids, and Julius takes another sip of his smoothie.
Pequod, we are bringing him back with us. I see, yes, exactly. By force, if necessary.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he could have a job at, like, Tommy's restaurant or
Oh,
something.
he could just do his broadcast from the apartment.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Takes another big swig of the smoothie.
President Fledwick doing his broadcast from the academy.
Davine chuckles. Just chalk that up to another thing the ODM Academy that no other academy will. Great food, President Fledwick. What else could applicants wish for?
Soletta turns to look at everybody back there. So, what do we do? Salute him? Bow? I see.
So, I mean, I was personally planning on saluting him. That's what you usually do with the president, right?
Soletta nods, I suppose. Where'd you get those? She points to Pequod's smoothie and Banksy. I make them. Soletta, oh, that's right. You didn't make any for me and Davy? Banksy, I only had enough ingredients for 3.
Davine chuckles and nods. Well, Banksy, we will be expecting a smoothie when we return to Gateway.
Yes, ma'am. He's looking right at Davy.
Good boy, good boy.
Hunk, Davy hears Hunk's voice. You don't need a smoothie. Coming from the kitchen.
And why is that, dear?
'Cause I have tacos.
Oh, tacos.
Yes. He comes out this way. I see. Nice tacos. Pequod perks up. Big time, because she hears food. And you guys didn't have time for breakfast, because you have left to see Fledwick. And Hunk comes out and starts handing tacos to Soletta and Davine.
Davine sits up in her chair slightly so she can give him a kiss. Thank you very much, baby.
You are welcome. He opens the soda for her. Mexican soda. High in sugar. Drink the whole thing.
Yes, sir. And she'll start drinking it.
Pequod, and where are our tacos? And Hunk, you got the smoothies, you don't need them, and sits down next to Davy. Pequod, how rude.
Yeah, well, he's got us there.
I see, they look good. Hunk, homemade.
Julius just clears his throat as Davine picks one of the tacos up, holds it underneath her hand underneath it, and puts it up to Hunk's mouth.
He's gonna take a bite, look back at Icy. Is today the day? And Icy, yep.
Julius looks up. Today the day?
Ceres leaves! Yay! An enthusiastic yay. Pequod's face goes white for a second. She blinks twice.
Julius grits his teeth, unhinges his jaw for not unhinges, relaxes his jaw for a second. Yay, yay indeed.
Hunk, well, they found a house, apparently. I see, kind of, yeah. Tommy found house for Valoria's family. Well,
That's good. That's good for them. Good for them.
Are you okay, Julius?
I'm good. I'm fine. He'll take another drink of the smoothie.
Suletta, what's the house like? Have you been there? See, no. Commander Tegra called and did a tour with a wrist computer. It looks expensive.
Well, that just means Ash has to be making the big bucks now. Has to provide for his family.
Suletta, well, we'll finish up with Fledwick, and then I want to see your new cabin, Hooligan. And then we'll head back to the apartment, hopefully not miss them.
I think it's a wonderful idea to go see your cabin, son. I would love to. I actually haven't seen it. I only ever saw pictures. Your dad is the one who finalized the deal with the landlord.
Hunk nods, yep, and it's not owned by Tommy, surprisingly enough.
Honestly, that was the biggest surprise for me. I had just come to realize the fact that he owns basically every piece of land down on Earth.
Pequod, so where's Ash's and Saris's house? Exactly. I see somewhere in California.
So, warm place. Just a couple hours from the beach if you're in the right place. You know, good place to live if that's your kind of thing.
Banksy, technically speaking, it's not their house yet. They have to finalize the deal with Tommy. And Tommy very angry at that.
So, well, Tommy's a good guy. Even if he's angry with Ash, he'll look past it and do something good for Saracen and Tegra.
Hunk pulls out some asters and puts them right up to Davine's face.
Davine's eyes widen. She leans in, smells them, holds them in her hand, and gives him a kiss. You didn't have to do that.
Oh, I wanted to.
Thank you, dear. And she'll lean her head on his chest.
We could put him up in our room at the apartment.
Look at you with all the wonderful ideas today.
Suletta, looking at the flowers, looks back at Julius. So what are you going to name the cabin?
So, oh Jesus,
Love Shack? I see speak.
that isn't a bad idea, but if, family's gonna be visiting it.
Partial Love Shack?
Love shack and a half. Something like that.
Part-time Love Shack? Pequod. She just snorts through her nose.
Yeah, you know what? Love Shack is good. I think Love Shack will be fine, I guess.
Suletta nods her head. I enjoyed skiing in my youth. I could teach you all.
That sounds awesome. It's weird. I basically grew up in this time in Antarctica, and I never once went skiing or wore, snowshoes or anything like that.
Suletta chuckles to herself. Commander Integra was actually, in her youth, a competitive skier, believe it or not.
Davine lowers her drink, looks at her. Is that so?
Suletta nods her head. Yes, indeed.
Interesting. I never would have guessed that about her.
That's how she lost the eye. She points up to her eye.
Really? How?
Slammed into a tree going 80 miles an hour. Came out of nowhere. It was during an event, a competition. Then she just decided to keep the eye patch because she thought it made her look cool like somebody else's father. Pequod.
Julius chuckles, and Davine thinks about it for a second. That's very fast!
Suletta nods too fast, actually.
Was she in a race?
Yes,
Was it?
the Olympics. They're still held to this day. It's more of a ceremonial thing than it is really anybody winning anything, but yes.
Oh, shit.
She was quite good. She didn't teach me, but I would have loved to have learned from her. I see you still can. Pequod, I don't think so.
Julius groans, and Davine takes another sip from her drink and pats Siletta on the shoulder. Well, it would be amazing to learn from her, but I'm glad I'll be learning from you, too.
Siletta smiles, hunk 80 into a tree, huh? Just stroking his chin.
And all she lost was an eye?
Well, she was lied up in the hospital for quite some time.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Bruised, battered, refused medical attention from healers. She, wanted the time off, I think.
It's, understandable. Was she in the military at that point?
Yes, she was. Not
Okay.
involved in the headhunters.
So, SIS then, which, to my limited understanding, is basically a full-time job, 7 days a week.
Yes. She was quite good, though. She has one gold medal.
Huh. Davine shakes her head, takes another sip of the drink. Very interesting.
You see Pequod, hand on her chest. Maybe we should have got to know her better.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe we should have.
Oh, I'm sure Ash knows. Pequod speaks up. I see. No, he doesn't. Huck,
Julius.
I miss Crazy Integra. Subject change. To let out. I don't.
Yeah, no, I don't either. Carrying her back from the rings of Gateway back up to the apartment while she was shirtless. That was not the most fun time.
Not that side of her. Just the swinging of the saber, beating up poor Mercury.
Davine chuckles. At one point, Macarius was stationed up in the gym, and I came down in the morning and saw good old Integra swinging her saber wildly at a stationary mode Macarius.
Hunk, my Ash would order Mercurius to keep Integra locked in the room. Then, since Mercurius, she was a higher rank than Ash, she could just override it and run freely around the apartment. Higher rank than Nicole, too, until Lorelai took it away from her. I see, yeah, those are not fun times, sipping this.
Julius chuckles. It's... Yeah, those weren't the most fun times. I still remember the first time I ever heard, "Have at the Ash!"
I see, that was back when I was sleeping upstairs, splitting my room with Sasha, and you would just hear it at random times in the middle of the night. Have at the Ash! Meanwhile, poor Ash was down on the couch.
Good old Integra.
Then she'd come out of her room, see Ash sleeping on the couch, and start throwing things from the balcony at him to let him.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad she got better relatively quickly.
Icy nods her head. Yeah, Dr. Contry.
Dr. Contry works miracles.
Yeah, she does. One day I came into the apartment, I should say, and there was just a saber sticking into the door on the inside as if somebody had thrown it. And there was poor Mercurius just standing right next to the door. She challenged Ash to a duel on Fleet. I saw the VODs of that.
Yeah, she did. The The first time we ever went down to get her. Yeah, God.
Pequod, she was one of the coolest people. I see. I remember when I asked her if she was on her menopause.
Oh God, I remember that. I legitimately thought I was gonna die that day because of you.
She starts laughing. She let him. Good time.
Yeah, good times. Good to look back on them fondly.
Suletta turns, looks at Julius. You'll miss her.
What, is it that obvious?
Yes. Eating a taco. Yep. She was like a mom to me. Second mom. That's gonna be weird.
Julius nods. Yeah. I think we'll all miss her.
Pequod, well, she'll probably come see us. Right. I see. Nope. Just keeps drinking her smoothie.
I do not think she will. And I don't think we'll be allowed to go see her. Or she'll
But it's
refuse
not that
us.
awkward. Okay, yeah, it kind of is.
Yeah, it is that awkward. He rubs his face, pinches the bridge of his nose, and shakes his head. It is that awkward.
Pequod sighs. If it wasn't for her, we never would have been together. Any other officer would have split us apart.
Yeah, I owe her basically everything.
Pequod, I remember the first time she walked in on us. She fainted into Ash's arms. Julius!
Oh, I remember that day. I think she sent herself 10 feet back, flying directly into his arms.
She pulled me aside a couple days after that, into her office, and said something like, "Don't think I don't know whose daughter you are." And I thought she was gonna call my dad, then she just smirked at me and said, "Run along."
She was one of the cool ones.
Hug always was, even back when I was in the Headhunters with her. Let me keep contraband elf porn. Oh. He looks at Davey.
Damien just looks up at him, smiles. No, continue sentence.
Contraband elf porn of Elsha, the model that looks like you, but you're far better looking. Enjoy? He holds a taco up to her mouth.
She takes a bite. And she's the one who gave you your mask, your first mask, right?
He nods his head. I still have it. Yeah. It's stowed away at my parents' place. Gave me the mask. It was a balaclava. The first one. Just a balaclava.
Julius groans again, taking a sip of his smoothie. So Banksy, how you like your, I don't know, how you like your place on the squad? Subject change.
Banksy, I enjoy it. It beats sitting around waiting for something to happen. And I'd rather fight alongside people I can learn from. So that's the right attitude to have. Lorelei said I may join if I so choose.
Damien looks over at her, and do you so choose?
Oh, I do. I'm officially done with the Marauder Academy.
Oh, congratulations. He lifts his almost empty glass.
She smiles at you, opens one of Hunk's sodas, lifts it. I'll be joining you on most of your combat deployments. Not in the aerial. I'll be fighting on foot. Living artillery. Another living artillery. We'll have two. I see grow.
Well, I'm glad we'll have you. He thinks for a second. Are you gonna...
No, I will not freeze Ash to death.
No. That's not what... That was the first place your mind went to?
She smirks and blinks at you and shakes her head. And if he insulted you for being a spellcaster, would you not hold some type of grudge?
No, understandable. Understandable. What I was gonna ask was, you're a colonel, so you're technically above me and Nicole. Are you gonna be in charge?
She throws her hands up, leaving the Marauder Academy came with a demotion.
Okay. I get it.
I'm a captain, but battle planning and strategy was never my strong suit. Never. Leave that to Sasha and the three, and you and your sister there.
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
I haven't fought on foot in a very long time. I look forward to it. I can exercise all my living artillery attack.
Davy chuckles, looks over at her. Maybe we'll finally be able to settle who's the better fighter between the two of us.
Suletta looks at Davy. Oh, you'll see. Trust me.
Mm-hmm. Next combat deployment that we're both in, count the amount of whoever we're fighting that you take out, and I'll count mine. Then we'll compare, yes?
We'll keep track. Keep a tally. I plan to, when I use some of my spells, yell out things such as living artillery.
Davine chuckles, pats Suletta on the shoulder again, and takes a drink of her drink.
It should be a good time.
It should be.
Pequod, yeah, just sending the point home. Suletta.
I mean, if there's one thing that all the Rainfalls have learned from Lorelei, it's send the point home.
Suletta tugs at her collar a little bit. I actually will keep quite a close eye on Asheria. I'm going to make sure I go out of my way to save his life, if need be. Just so I can truly send the fact home.
Well, that is simultaneously a little sweet and just in character for you, Letty.
Oh, it's just to be mean, honestly. Not sweet.
Well, then it's completely in character for you.
Suletta looks at Davine. Mum.
Oh, you think you're a riot, don't you?
I see. When did the mom incident actually happen? Where were you? Looking at Davine.
That was it's honestly a blur. I know Snarf had recently happened, and we all know how I was at that point. But I believe it just happened at the apartment. In the armory, maybe?
I see. Oh my god, what if Ash called me mom? I think he'd be killed pretty quickly, gesturing over to Davy and the Julian.
Yeah, I really hope he doesn't.
Pequod, what was the first thing that went through your mind, if you could remember, when he mummed you?
Davian looks up, thinks for a couple seconds, looks back at Pequod. I remember that it sort of sounded like a bell. When he said it, the mum.
Like a shock.
Yes, there's that song by an old band, For Whom the Bell Tolls, I think it's called.
Yes.
In the beginning of that song, there's a bell ringing. It sort of sounded like that to me.
Pequod, puts her hand on her chest. I'm not out to end Ash. I worry for him, honestly, at this point, given how he's acted, and I worry for Sarah. I really worry more for Saris and Integra, because they're going to be relying on his income, from my understanding. But if he ever does or says anything like that again, speak up this time, because something has to be done.
Yeah, I plan to, don't worry. Or I'll just deal with it myself.
Pequod blinks at Davy. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah.
Davine looks over at Hunk, blinks some doe eyes up at him, kisses him on the jaw, and then gives a smell of her asters.
I'm pretty sure he's okay. He knows his place now. So, and if he does, then I suppose he's either beheaded by Sweetheart here, he kisses Davine on the head, or off the squad.
Yeah, either of those.
The nav computer starts beeping on the ship. Zanzibar, pointing at it. Pequod, we're here.
All right, everyone. Be on your best behavior. We're meeting a president today.
She's gonna get off Julius's lap, hand him her smoothie, go to land the ship. Down here, Ash is here with Tommy. Now, this is Ash's first time seeing this house. This house is, like, incredible. Let's put it this way. This house looks like it should be in Beverly Hills. Yet, it has the attraction and mystique of being rather far away from other neighbors. Most civilized areas. It's out in the suburbs in a place called Kings County, if that tells Ash anything. Ash hasn't been informed that this place is already fully furnished. Ash knows Saris isn't here, but this is legitimately Ash's first time seeing this place. Tommy's walking up with a big key ring. Go ahead.
So this is the place, Tommy?
Yeah, he turns around, looks at you. Listen, I show your wife and mother my places, Ash. He looks back at the door. This is the one they pick, Ash. I don't know this in your budget.
Well, I'll have to figure it out. If this is what they want, this is what they'll get.
He sticks to one of the keys and, damn it, pulls it out, sticks another one in. Ash, this house belonged to Movie Star a long time ago. This guy named Burt Reynolds.
Oh, really?
Over the years, it's been renovated, re-renovated, all modern technology inside, Ash. Driveway, you can fit 50 cars in there, Ash.
That's incredible.
Now, it looks deceiving from outside, but there is actually sub-level. This is not ranch house, there is sub-level to a house. So, Sarah say something about you collect your guns, you can put them down there, I don't know. Your mother-in-law already in here. You
Oh.
know that, right?
I wasn't aware of that, no. That's good.
Ash, I showed them this place. They say this the place. Ash be damned. And then she pick a room, cause there's fan in room, so she smoked these cigarette things, and not stink up house, and hasn't left since, Ash.
Well then, like she said, this is the place. Ash be damned.
Your wallet be damned, more like it. He opens the door, go ahead.
He'll take a step in, and then look around.
Beautiful place. Fireplaces in most rooms. You walk into the hall, entrance hall, fireplace, nice little table. Tommy following you in. The way the house is situated is a little strange, he points here. As soon as you walk in, it's like an office building in this big hall. You change it however you like. House come equipped with robot that do these things for you. You'll tell him what to do. Hey, downstairs, you can worry about that some other time, Ash.
Okay, thank you for letting me know.
Tommy walks in here. There's multiple rooms, big kitchen. In the back, your wife see garden. She said, that is what I want. This is the house. I don't care if Ash can't afford it. Everything he's done to me, he owes me. And Tommy just glares over at you.
Yes, I do. And I'll make sure she can have this.
Tommy looks around. Ash, fully furnished. Everything clean, pristine. They give me your bank account, Ash. You can't afford this place.
I assumed I couldn't. So I'll have to go on a payment plan.
Tommy looks at you. The last people to live here, there were people besides Mr. Burt Reynolds. They were paying rent. This is rental property. Your wife say you will own this place. It's the least you can do. So we will have to work something out, Ash. But let me tell you something. I will not work anything out for you. I'm very disappointed in you. I will do it for your mother and your wife.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you the house 6 months for free. After 6 months, you'll start paying 400,000 credits a month. And if you fail payment, you get kicked out. They can stay. And you are never allowed back here again.
That's a very fair deal. Thank you, Tommy.
You have 6 months to save your money and be smart about it. Do something with your life. Prioritize your career instead of insulting people. Instead of threatening to hurt people. Instead of being bigot.
Yes, sir.
Because now you're in the big leagues, but you're a minor league player. And the answer to your problems could be Cave Under Bridge with Troll, could be Magic Cat. Who knows, Ash?
Yes, who knows?
Anyway, I'll take you over here. He comes right here.
He'll follow.
This is room. As soon as your mother-in-law see this room, she sit down and start smoking. There's a big TV in here, Ash. Big TV. And she just been sitting there looking at TV after she set up pictures. Why don't you go in there and see your mother-in-law, Ash? I have to go and make the call to St. Guillotine.
Okay. Yes, Tommy, thank you. Tell the saint I said hello.
Tommy walks up that way. You can go in if you so choose.
He's gonna knock first.
Come!
He'll come in. Hello, Mom.
You're greeted by the whole room is covered in pictures. She's already set up. She's watching TV.
So you found your room?
She lights a cigarette. Yes. Gestures towards the TV.
Good. He's gonna look at what she's watching.
Just the news. More so staring around at the picture.
Yes, good. I'm happy you like it. We've worked something out with Tommy. I'm gonna make sure to keep everything paid up, but it will work. It'll work out.
If you can't afford it, Ash, just ask me and I'll cover what I can, but I don't think he'll accept my money.
No.
He's not fond of you currently.
No, I am going to pay for it. I'm going to work my way in the Frontier Rangers as well, and I'm going to pay for it because that's what I need to do as a man. I'm not gonna make you pay for me getting a place to live. It's not fair.
Isn't that something special? You only had to ruin the relationship with how many people to grow up?
Yeah. You're right.
If you'd be so kind, if they still wish to talk to you, could you get me pictures of Julius's children, Mr. Tarak's children, maybe Julius and Pequod? She gestures up here. As they grow, I'd like to see the children. I'll never probably get to see them again.
I'll make sure to ask them for that. Even if they hate me, they're gonna want to do it for you.
Good. Saris is up on Gateway. She's collecting our things. We're moving in.
Okay. I will, Okay.
Here, she'll throw you a pack of cigarettes.
Thank you, Mom.
It's good to have something to trade, swap stories over a campfire with.
Yes, it is.
I'll be here if you need me. There's a fan in this room that circulates the air and sucks it out, so this is my room.
Okay. If you need anything at all, let me know. It's the least I can do.
I don't need anything, Ash. You can't give me what I want.
No, I can't. Well, at the very least, I'm happy that you two do like the house. I'll make sure that it works out.
Be on your best behavior on the frontier, Ash.
Yes,
In case you don't know, you're on a short leash now.
I do.
There's nowhere for you to go, besides standing guard on Gateway. Which there's nothing wrong with that, but it won't afford a place like this.
No, it will not. I'm not gonna fuck the frontier up, Mom.
Colonel Curtis's squad is highly sought after, Ash. You notice there's only 3 of those men. It's a 4-man squad. You're trying out to be a part of that squad. Try to apply yourself.
Yes, ma'am. It will.
Don't try to impress them. Just be yourself. That's what they want to see.
Okay. Thank you for the advice, Mom. It will be done.
Good. Show them the Ash that we knew back in the Headhunters. Not the Ash who came back from the frontier. The Ash who came back from the frontier is a disgrace.
Yes, he is, Mum. I think I need to remember that sometimes.
Yes, you do. You can always come sit in here with me and look at everything you ruined. She points to all the pic.
Yes, I can.
Be
Who-
gone with you.
Okay. Like I
We'll
said,
see you Monday.
I'll see you then. You need anything in that meantime, just call, and he'll walk out.
Close the door.
He'll shut it.
Tommy hanging up with his wrist call from St. Guillotine. Alright, Ash. What you think?
It's perfect. I think it's a good deal, Tommy. I'll take it. Thank you.
You sure that you okay with not being near a bunch of people, stuff like that? Nearest neighbor, 15 miles. You really out here. This is a secluded place. You good with that?
That's fine by me. Whatever Mom and Saris want is what they get.
Very good. The garden outside, beautiful garden, beautiful tree line, and there's sensors up all over property. He comes over here typing on a panel on the wall. Hot tech security system, Ash. You store all your valuables here? No worries, Ash. To be honest, Ash, you're not even going to get your mail out here. It gets delivered to P.O. box that comes with house. In nearest town. Small town.
Sounds delightful. Quiet, but not too far away from people.
The last tenants that live here buy this place to hunt. A lot of hunting can be done. Deer, stuff like that.
Well, that's
Even
wonderful.
some. Have you seen moose? There are moose out there, Ash.
I don't think I've ever seen a moose in person, no. That'll be wonderful. Something I can fill the freezer with for them when I'm home.
That you can do. Many fridges in here. Now, we go back to Gateway, Ash. We have to talk about some things.
Okay, Tommy. I'm whatever you want to talk about.
You can ride an Escalade with me. Way back. Just like coming down here. But you're sitting back. You understand, Ash? And put your seatbelt on.
I understand. Thank you for the ride, Tommy.
Tommy comes here, pulls out a device you've never seen. It's a small tape recorder, and he starts mumbling to himself in it. Tommy, I tell acting teacher my name Pierre. Tommy is Pierre. Well, he not make fun of me. And he keeps walking this way.
Just following behind him. What is he? Whatever.
Acting teacher tell me I'm not good enough to be star of the movie. Can you believe that? Whatever, I'll show him different. As he walks the escalator.
Not a good enough actor. Who the hell would tell Tommy that?
As you guys head to the Escalade, the Rainfalls have made their way to the colony of YouTube. Pequod and Icy are holding hands, running ahead of you guys in anticipation. This hunk, they are way too excited for this.
I would have to agree. And Davine shakes her head. Let them have their fun. They're meeting a president, after all.
Hunk, yeah. As they get up here, and Icy, look at some loser with a lawnmower.
What?
Come on, she's waving.
Julius will run up.
The rest of the group is going to make their way up. Suletta looking around scanning the area. Oh, what a bumfuckville place. Who is that? She points over to this guy. And this guy's setting up an old-ass camera. He has a lawnmower that's running, and there's just a dog lying there watching him, making this exact face.
Is that dog okay? It looks like that dog was witness to the creation of the goddamn universe.
Pequod, excuse me. Hey everybody, it's Junkyard here, and I'm going to show you how to cut the grass out here in the desert. Just doing junkyard things. If you're looking for cool videos, then you're in the right place. Oh, and he looks up at you.
What the hell?
From PC to the console, leave a smile on your face. Junkyard! He brings the camera over, pulls you three into it, gets a selfie with you guys. Junkyard! Get ready to watch a video from Junkyard. And he puts his hand on Julius's shoulder.
So I'm
You'll
guessing,
have time to die. She raises her hand. Hunk snatches it. No, relax.
So I'm guessing you're a junkyard?
Remove your hand from him, Junkyard. Oh, sorry. And takes his hand off Julius. Yeah, I'm Junkyard. Hey, everybody, it's Junkyard here. How you doing? And he puts his hand out, and Icy shakes it in awe.
Okay. Okay. What's, looks over at the camera. What's with that?
Making YouTube videos. I'm an YouTube streamer and vlogger. Today we're making a video on how to cut grass. I also
Juliet.
do cooking videos.
Okay, cooking videos, and Julius looks around in the desert, cutting grass videos.
Junkyard. Well, that's right. There's people that got questions how you cut grass out in the desert. What's your name?
Oh, I'm Julius Rainfall. It's nice to meet you.
Well, what are you guys doing here? Out here in the boons of the YouTube colony. He's gonna shift the camera around, come over, and he's filming right in Suletta's face with it. Suletta steps out of the way, and so he comes up to Davine, starting to film Davine.
Davine instinctively reaches over to Hunk and Banksy, holding both of their arms and squeezing it. Yes. Well, actually, looking for a man named Fledwick.
Banksy takes the camera and crunches it in his hand. No pictures. And Junkyard, what?
Davine lets go of both their arms, pats Banksy's. Yes,
The camera's from 2001! What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Suletta raises her finger and an icicle starts to fall. A very sharp looking one.
Julius gently puts his hand on Suletta's and lowers it.
She let.
Davine, well, sorry about the camera. I'm sure a normal wrist computer would have better quality than that.
He looks at Davine. I don't have any wrist computer. And what are you guys doing here? You destroyed my camera. You come into my home. I'm trying to film my lawn mow video. The dog's over there. Pequod looking at the dog. Icy comes over, starts looking at it. He looks so cute.
What's the dog's name?
That dog? Oh, Honey.
Oh. Julius looks over at Pequod. Honey.
My dear old dog, Honey. Pequod's.
Yeah.
Junkyard, I suppose you heard the president's broadcast.
Is he actually a president?
Well, it's a long story. He would say he is, yes. He's the president of the Anti-Junclave of America. Which America doesn't technically exist anymore as a form of a government.
Davine nods. And do you know where this president is?
He's right over there. He lives in that house right there. She points down to the dog. Banksy comes over and picks it up. We'll be taking him. Junkyard, you can. It's not my dog. It's Frederick's. Or dare I say, Fledwick. How did this all start? You're Junkyard. You're the one he has a problem with. Junkyard, that's right. I don't really know how it started, to be honest with you. This dog, points back to the dog, Fledwick and I used to be good friends. I invited him to my Minecraft server. We used to make videos together, even do dual commentaries. Even with his lisp, people enjoyed him. And then one day, I noticed the dog that was outside, malnourished, being left outside, not fed, no water, getting skinny. I tried to tell Frederick he's got to stop being addicted to Minecraft and my Minecraft server and take care of his dog. He shut the door in my face. One day the dog came over to me, and I've kept it ever since. But the day the dog crossed the street here and came over to my property, that's the day the broadcast started. And we've been at war ever since.
And he never came over to get the dog, or you never bring the dog over back to him?
Well, I tried to bring the dog back over, but he never would answer the door. I've been asking myself for 3 years why he never just came out and got the dog. I'm not holding it hostage. You can have him, as long as you promise to take care of him. I see. We promise.
Yeah, that won't be a problem. Don't worry about that. Davine is covering her mouth to hide laughter. Julius is looking around, looks over at Hunk. So, should we go meet the president?
Junkyard, if you've come here to resolve the conflict, that would be much appreciated. Yeah, I guess so. How about we try to mediate the conflict here? It's the least we can do. This is an active ranger investigation.
Right, yes. Yes, we'll try and mediate it. If he wants his dog back, we'll have to give him his dog back, I guess.
Icy shaking her head no. Hunk, Nicole, you'll do the talking. Icy shakes her head no again. Soletta, I'm not talking to it. Hunk, all right, well, the most beautiful one will be our delegate, and that will be... And he pulls Davine into it.
Davine wraps her arms around his waist. Oh, well, okay, I'll try my best with the president.
Okay. Julius, go answer the door. Please, for Dad. Not an order or request. If you want me to go... He looks at the door. I'll go.
No, it's fine. I can do that. You'll walk up to the door, stare
Junkyard
at...
will come turn off the lawnmower for you.
He stares at the door for a couple seconds, puts his hand up to it. I want my wrist move.
Because you're nervous.
He looks back, looks at the door, and then knocks a couple times.
You start to hear the patriotic music, and the door opens, revealing President Fledwick. Hunk, I knew it. Look at that. Wait a minute, is that your face on his shirt? Junkyard, I told you he hates me.
Julius looks around. Where the hell's that music coming from?
Fledwick's gonna step outside and push you just off the porch, just walking into you.
Hello, my dear citizens of YouTube. Let's have a chat. He puts both hands on Julius's shoulders. Shall we?
Be quiet! Laugh!
Yeah, sure. We need to, have the chat over here. Why, of course, my red-headed individual weed the way. Hey, he'll bring President Fledwick over.
Soletta's gonna grab Icy and pull her back. No, I want to beat him! Stay back here.
He puts both hands out to either side of him. Hello, hello, my dear old dog, Honey. And then it's sort of unnatural how quickly his head whips over to Junkyard's direction. Junkyard.
Hey, Frederick, it's Junkyard here!
Uh-huh, my old enemy. Are you still making your subpar cooking videos?
That's not nice, Frederick. We used to be friends.
Yes, we were, until you wrongfully stole my dear old dog, Honey, and then kicked me off your Minecraft server.
It's not nice to neglect animals, Fledwick.
The dog was fine, Junkyard, and you know it.
He was malnourished. He looks at Davine, I'm telling you. And that look on his face he's had ever since I took him in.
Davy nods a couple times, almost reaches out to touch Fledwick, takes her hand back to not touch him. Fledwick? He turns around. Yes, beautiful elf woman, do you wish to court me?
Oh! Watch your step.
Oh, I apologize, sir. Are you a president?
No, but my beautiful wife, he tugs Davine into him, is Queen of Earthgov.
Ah, a queen. He bows my apologies. We should have a good conversation together, two masterminds of the civilized world.
Junkyard. Civilized people feed their pets, Fledwick.
I was not talking to you, junkyard.
I see. This is amazing.
You can't even cook a steak correct way.
I sure can, and I've got 5,000 YouTube subs. Thank you very much, eTube sub. You got none.
Yes, and whose fault is that, junkyard? I had a successful YouTube when I was with you. People liked me. And then when I lost all my Minecraft content because of you, it all went to shit.
Pequod, is that what this is about? Your shitty YouTube? Looking at Fledwick?
He completely ignores her and spins around, putting his arms up and looking up at the sky, screaming out. It failed. It always failed.
I'm staring over at Banksy.
Julius, trying not to laugh. Davine, just looking confused. It failed, and from that day onward, I promised myself that I would take Junkyard's stupid name down with me.
Junkyard, if you just took care of your dog, none of this would have happened. These
And
guys are from EarthGov. They agree with me.
Fledwick starts to look around. So you side with the Junkclave and not your president, Fledwick?
Suletta, I side with the man who takes care of the poor dog, yes.
Fledwick looks down, shakes his head. It is treason, then. And he starts to rush after Junkyard in, yeah.
Hey everybody, Junkyard needs help! He goes back this way. Fledwick running this way, trips over the lawnmower.
Oh.
Serves you right, Fledwick! He goes to hide behind Suletta.
A Twick. Do not think I will stop my assault that easily. As Davine leans back against Hunk. Are you sure we just can't kill him? I don't think he'll listen.
Just do it. Just do it. He's too far gone, and if he was abusing a dog, that's... I love dogs.
Yes, darling, of course. She pats his cheek as Fledwick is just about to stand up and start to rush after him again. Davine takes out a knife, reaches it around, and slits his throat.
Fledwick gasps. Go ahead.
No. Impossible.
He starts legitimately powering down as sparks start shooting out of his mouth and eyes. Suletta pulling Icy away. He's going to self-destruct. He's a robot.
Davine starts to step back near Hunk, and Julie's just looking at it. What the fuck?
I didn't know Fledwick was a robot. That explains why he's coming over here and kneeling down. Never had to leave the house to eat, or get food, or grocery shop. He hasn't left the house since I moved in here.
And you never thought that was weird? I would get away from him. He might detonate or explode or something.
Junkyard's inspecting him. He might, but I think we're okay. He's powered down. Hunk, stay here. He guides Davine towards Julius and goes in to take a look. Looks like, Android. Max Tech?
Max Tech Android. What possible reason would they have for... He gestures around himself. YouTube.
To let a... Perhaps he's a runaway. Puts Icy behind her and comes over. It's not uncommon. Plenty of replicants, androids, whatever you prefer, kneeling down next to Fledwick. Definitely Max Tech markings. She's looking in the slit of the throat. Hands with the fake blood all over them. Oh, she's got her gloves on. Perhaps he's a runaway. gained self-awareness and ran away. It's not too uncommon. Think back to your first mission in the Headhunter.
Right, yeah, I suppose that is true.
They're not slaves. She closes Fledwick's eyes, starts chuckling.
Uh, so, is this a solved Ranger investigation now?
Gilletta, I'd say, as she pulls out a handkerchief and starts cleaning off her gloves. I'd say it's solved, yes. We'll get him back to Gateway. Nicole, teleport him away. She teleports. Yes. We'll have Lorelei and the Rangers and SIS take a look, but Hunt cuts her off pretty self-explanatory, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was pretty easy when we thought of it. And Davine perks up. So that's why it sounded like he was constantly powdering down at the end of his speeches.
Suletta, from what little I could tell, it looked like his insides had occurred, at least in the neck, some damage. So, yes, no repair, no self-repair. I doubt there's anybody in this crappy colony that could fix him. Nobody... He probably didn't even know he was an android.
Oh, that seems like a crappy existence.
I see, we should give him a better one. Pequod, he'd probably make a fine... Oh, he could sit at the front desk of the academy.
Damien looks over at Pequod and give him full access to the intercom.
Pequod, absolutely! But we have him reprogrammed by SIS text to be at Miss Davine's behest.
Oh, well. That isn't the worst idea I've ever heard, but until we get the academy going, what should we do with him then?
I see, give him to Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy could always use the help, be it with one of his many businesses or just extra hands at the restaurant never hurts.
Well, I can't believe it's finally over. Junkyard pulling out another old-style camera, starts turning it around to get everybody in the picture. Would you look at that? Some people from EarthGov showed up and took care of President Fredwick. The broadcast will finally stop.
Could you not film us, please?
No problem. He ignores your request. Now, what was your name again? Comes up to Julius.
Stop filming me and I might tell you.
You're gonna teach everybody how to cut grass out here.
I don't think I am, because there is no grass out here.
Gilletta, through her mouth, snaps her fingers, and poor Junkyard gets teleported onto his house. Large, tall house. Hey, everybody, I'm trapped on my roof up here as Banksy starts walking away with the dog and Icy laughing at Junkyard. Could somebody help me down from here? Please? Suletta, no. Just walks off.
Julius rubs the back of his neck, picks Pequod up. Alright, I guess we have a new dog now.
Junkyard's here, needs some help, Miss Davine. Hug, come on. Takes Davine's hand.
Davine will take his hand and start walking towards the ship.
Okay, guys, well, I'll see you guys later. I'll come to Gateway someday and see you. You're my good YouTube friends, right? Right? As you keep... Somebody's gonna get a ladder, right? Hello? As you guys get back on the ship and leave poor Junkyard. Poor Junkyard. You get back on the ship, you fly for a little while, and you'd make your way to Rainfall Cabin. You gotta go all the way back from the YouTube colony to Earth before going back to Gateway. You find yourself at the Love Shack, partial Love Shack.
Julius just is staring at it, sort of wide-eyed.
It's snowing like crazy, heavy winds. Nobody's dressed for it. Hunk hurrying the group along. Use the key. Pequod stands out of the way.
Julius quickly goes up and unlocks the door.
You go in. Everybody follows you in. Icy looking around in amazement. It's really cozy in here. Small, but cozy. Hunk, that is what drew my... sits down in this chair here. Pats his lap for Davine. Attention.
Davine goes over and sits in his lap. It is extremely cozy.
Master bedroom right there for you, son. Points over here. Has its own fireplace. Dual fireplace system. And if you notice, snowmobiles, ski equipment stocked up for it.
Julius lets out a long whistle, goes over, pats Hunk's shoulder. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom.
You're welcome.
Baby nods at him. And he goes over, looks into the master bedroom.
Pequod behind you looking at.
He steps in. Wow, this is, he rubs the back of his neck. This is, it's pretty cool.
Pequod hand on your hip. Very cool. Very cozy. Perfect place for the fourth child to be conceived. We
Julius
heard
looks
that.
We don't know what you're talking about. Julius looks over at Pequod and just starts nodding.
Let us sitting down. I quite enjoy this, actually. It is very cozy, very warm.
Yeah, there's nothing that really beats. He walks out of the master bedroom. Nothing that really beats somewhere warm with basically a blizzard going on outside.
Icy warm, you're trapped inside, body heat.
Body heat, a nice fireplace, get a nice blanket, you can all cuddle up. It's actually extremely comforting in a way.
Hunk, super secluded. Nobody's gonna find us here. Good place.
Davy nods. And Julius looks down at the bear rug on the floor. The famous bear rug that you mentioned.
Hunk, yeah, the place came furnished like this. It was some rich. It wasn't owned by Tommy. It was some rich person's retreat that they didn't use and wanted to get rid of. So yeah.
Oh, nice. Well, again, I honestly don't know how to really thank you guys other than just saying thank you.
Hunk, you know how I knew this would be a good place? When me and Nicole came to look at the place, we were looking it over, and all I could see is a little older Carter, Laz, and Soul, with Memory Ann building a snowman out there. That was it. I didn't even have to come inside. I see, that's the truth, yeah. He didn't even look inside, he just called the guy and said, we'll take it.
Well, he looks outside. That is certainly a good thought to have.
Little JJ out there, and then the next kid, Pequod grin.
Julius chuckles. This will be a great place for them to grow up, or at least have some vacations here growing up.
They got the beach house, they got this place, they got the best of both worlds.
Yeah, one for summer, one for winter kind of thing.
Snowball fights? So let us speak some.
Snowball fights, you can make some real snow cones with the snow out there.
Teach them to ski, be athletic.
Yeah, I can already tell that they're probably gonna get up to some, shenanigans with all those trees out there. I don't know how, but I think they will.
Pequod looking over here. What's this? Hunk, it's a liquor cabinet the guy left behind. Fully stocked and furnished. Lost his money on, what do you call that thing? Not tax market. Stock market! So he needed to get rid of the place. Pequod, oh my.
Wow. And he just left everything behind.
See, can we not have another drunk party night? Pequod,
Julius.
no, never. I actually wouldn't mind a drink or two, get a little tipsy, have fun, but never like that again. That was horrendous.
Julius looks over at Icy. You really think me, of all people, wants to get drunk like that? Ever again?
I wasn't speaking to you. She's looking at me. Hug, yeah, I remember that night.
Damien looks around. Oh, well, from everyone's reactions, it must have been a blast.
Soletta, I don't think I was there for that. Pequod, no, you weren't. It was near the end of our time in the Headhunters. It was just. I've never been that hungover. Pequod sits down. I was sick for days.
Yeah, and, I don't like drinking to begin with, and being like that isn't very fun to me.
I see. I don't like having to have Zanzibar destroy people's property, even if it was Major Lazili's. Hung. Oh.
Yeah, right.
Soletta, what?
Ah, things got a little crazy.
Hunk, so how about Ash? What a nice guy.
Oh,
Soletta,
Julius,
you wouldn't lie to Auntie. Puts her hand out to Julian.
Julius rubs his face. Yeah, no, things just got a little crazy, and Zanzibar had to deal with some things, let's just say.
Pequod Ash insisted on calling my dad and telling him, and we were all drunk, and my dad would have probably been okay with it, minus the fact we were drunk in a bunker. Soletta,
Julius lets out a deep breath. Yeah. Thank you for, he looks over at Icy, for stopping that when I asked you, by the way. It was nice of you.
she winks at you, of course. I do think we probably should have told poor General Rico sooner, but not in that condition.
No, yeah, it was always up to her. I would have been up for it at any point. Would have been scared shitless. Don't get me wrong, but I would have been up for it. Just if she suggested that I told him, then I think I would not have been up for it at all.
Soletta, I don't mind a drink every now and then. A nice mixed drink, a little tipsy, have some fun, as Patricia just said, but I was never fond of drinking.
I do enjoy a good beer. A couple at times. But yes, I've never enjoyed being drunk. It messes with my mind in a few ways.
Pequod, yours and mine both.
Yeah. Julius looks down at the fireplace. Yeah. So anyway, where's the wood stored?
Not a wood fire.
Oh?
Electric. It's real. Looks real. Produces a real fire, but all electric.
Oh, shit. He looks down at it, turns it on. Wow. And here I thought I would have to be making fires for everyone.
You can if you want. You can turn off the electric, throw wood in there. It's up to you. Like I said, this guy had at one time a lot of money.
Yeah. And he lost it all in the stock market.
Something like that, yeah.
Weird. I'm gonna go check out the kitchen, see if it's completely stocked like everything else.
Oh. It's not. As you go in.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Then we'll just have to go buy some things. He opens up a fridge, looks in it. Yeah, cleaned out, empty.
Hunk speaking in a louder tone of voice because you're in the kitchen. There's decent game around here too. Deer, stuff like that. We can go hunting if you want. You don't gotta use a gun. I can use it for you. Banksy can do the shooting. We can watch.
Julius leans out the door. I mean, I don't hate using guns. I just very much prefer not to. If it's for hunting with my family, I'm completely fine with it.
Yeah, you use a bow. Me, you, and Banksy. Boys time out while the girls sit here and make fun of us. Icy starts laughing.
They make fun of us and plan movies that we aren't allowed to know about.
Production meetings. Suletta speaks up. Icy, I wonder what drunk Lorelai's like.
I don't want to find that out.
Lusting over Julius. You know, Sasha said she has a whole, Icy puts out her hand, mural in her mansion in her home city, and it's just that scene from that movie about the dinosaurs where you're shirtless and sweaty and high and drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Pequod, what? Icy, that's what Sasha says. She doesn't lie.
This isn't. I have to ask it. That isn't weird to anyone else.
Icy, I think it's funny. Pequod.
Julius chuckles. I guess. Sure.
I'd look at it this way: she could hate you or really enjoy the sight of you.
And she really enjoys the sight of me. I should count myself lucky.
Pequod plops on Julius. Yeah.
Yeah. He looks around. It is a nice, cozy house. Thank you.
You don't ever have to say thank you again. Just relax, enjoy yourself.
Yeah. And it is a nice place for kids to spend some time at. Winters and all.
I mean, technically speaking, we've got everything covered. We got a beach house. We got a cabin in the mountains. And we got a lakeside house. That's right.
Yeah. So, we do have everything covered, pretty much.
I
If we
see.
want.
We have all three biomes, like in Minecraft.
David looks up. He kicked me off of my Minecraft server.
To let a President Frederick. Honestly, he was somewhat charming in a strange way. The junkyard man. I hope he rots up on that roof. She throws her hand up.
He starts laughing as David looks over. Frederick was a bit, he did have a certain air about him, no?
Suletta nods her head. Yes, he. I don't know if it's sympathy, because clearly there was something wrong with him. I would venture a guess he was a mismanufactured replicant.
Yes, I believe he had a couple of, defects coming off the line.
Damn it! We should have asked Junkyard. I wanted to ask that guy, but he was too busy with the camera and the weird lawnmower. All that stuff looked like it was from hundreds of years ago. But I wanted to ask him if Fredwick always talked like that, or he just started when he became, the president. Pequod snorts and starts laughing.
Well, apparently, if he gets off that roof, he's going to be visiting us up on Gateway, so you can ask him then.
Pequod, hey everybody, it's Junkyard here with General Lorelai. Ah!
He starts choking him and throwing him across her office.
I see, we should probably keep Junkyard away from Lorelai.
Yeah, if we don't want to see the man's soul leave his body extremely quickly.
Pequod, we're not keeping him, that's for sure. Fredwick, the dog, Honey, my dear old dog. He's a Rainfall now, if that's okay. She looks at Dave.
Davian shrugs. Yes, that's completely fine.
It's a lot of Fredwick movies. Think about it. She looks over at Icy, who looks like she gets a exclamation mark, a thought exclamation mark. Light bulb goes off. Ah.
Yes, Fredwick movies.
If we can get him fixed and he obeys your orders, she looks at Davine. He could act in the movie.
I could direct him any way I would want if he truly obeys my orders.
So that, well, first you have to tackle the room, which from my understanding, production's coming up soon.
Oh. Well, I'm sure I'll do wonderfully. Honestly, Tommy doesn't seem like the most difficult person to work with in a professional setting. Other settings, maybe not so much at times. but in a professional setting, he seems like he'll do fine enough.
Suletta nods her head, looks at the door. Let's get back to Gateway.
Yeah, let's do it.
I have things I have to do to finish up my duties, my last duties at the Marauder Academy, and then I'm free for the weekend.
Congratulations. More than one thing to be celebrating this time around.
Suletta stands up. What are we doing this weekend?
Well, there was that thing that I wanted to do with,
Oh,
Gino.
right. We're going shopping at the mall. And then
Yes.
we should probably, like you said, shop on Gateway. We'll get some groceries to come here, and why don't we spend the weekend here?
Wonderful idea. Yes, She looks back at Hunk. I've always wanted to shop in a mall. I've never gotten to do it.
I'll buy you whatever you want.
Very good. And she pats him on his chest, stands up.
The Rainfalls will leave. Ash, Tommy has stopped at like multiple places before leaving Earth. Meeting people, talking to people. Poor Ash was made to sit in the car like a little kid and just watch. As Tommy's talking to people, being friendly, stopping at a lot of the headquarters he owns at. And the Rainfalls have made their way back to the apartment before Ash, even though Ash was closer and left before them. Icy, Davine, and Hunk are in the gym. Rolly's working out. Banksy's helping him with little weights. Rolly's a very small guy. Honey is out here. Suletta and Krellin and everybody else out here. Julius and Pequod not down here yet. Icy looks down at Rolly, up at Banksy, and back down at Rolly. Watching him struggle to lift weight.
Davine walks over. You can do it, buddy.
Yeah, I gotta stay in shape. Rainfall production.
Yes, of course. Rainfall Productions. Just make sure to not hurt yourself.
I'm on a diet. No more cheese puffs. Icy leans into Davine. Millipidians don't have to diet.
Davine just nods and looks down at him. You don't have to do that for us, darling. We want you as you are, not as someone who you're not.
Oh, thank God he drops the little 5-pound weight. I can't lift these things.
Davine pats him on the shoulder. Well, I think you were doing wonderfully.
Jennifer walking by the door, Davine back turned, Icy, and tugs on Davine's wrist.
Davine looks up and then behind herself.
Icy pointing to the door. Jennifer modeling has her hair like Davine. Hug. Yeah, you do connect with girls very well, as Jennifer walks by.
I suppose I do. Davine puts a hand up to her chest. I'm sort of touched in a way.
Icy, I wonder if I could do my hair like that. She starts playing with her hair. All the girls should do it like that.
Davine chuckles, stands up and puts her hand on her shoulder. You should wear it how you wear it, because you are yourself.
Okay, she looks up at Davine and smiles as Pequod and Julius went upstairs. Pequod had something she wanted to show Davine. So Pequod's storming down to the gym, Julius, and you're right behind her, right here.
I mean, do we have to show her that?
Pequod kicks open the door. Aha! Coming in with something, a DVD box in her hand.
Davine jumps. Is everything okay, Pequod?
So you have directing credits on your resume, and you didn't tell us.
Oh, I didn't think those counted.
Icy, what's that? Looking at it, Banksy looks like the Twilight Zone. What is this? Comes over, takes the DVD from Pequod. The Backstory Zone. And Pequod plays the intro of the show. Hug, what the hell?
One moment. You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension.
Is he just saying
A dimension of
Ash?
sound,
I'm looking down
a
at
dimension
Pequod's
of
wrist.
sight, a dimension of mind. mind.
Yes, he's just saying
You're
Ash.
moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've crossed...
Banksy, that's the intro to the actual Twilight Zone. I used to watch that show when I was a kid.
Davy nods. Yes, I heard some things about it, how it was a show with disconnected stories, normally Lovecraftian or horror.
Pequod wagging the DVD box in the air, and you didn't tell us. Me and Nicole would love to watch this. Icy, yeah. I like the real Twilight Zone. What's Malcolm's about? Hunko probably murdering Ash.
Close, dear. All the stories, they somehow intersect with Ash's backstory. Like,
Rolly starts laughing.
there was a story in the original show called To Serve Man, and in that an alien comes down and he, is trying to convince the human race to come back to his planet because they're more technologically advanced. And in that, they eventually discover that the book the alien had was a cookbook to serve man. In Malcolm's version, it was just a written version of Ash's backstory.
Icy laughing, looking at David. But he let you direct.
He didn't want to direct in fear that Ash's backstory would kill him.
Rolly, he legitimately was shocked when we released this onto the Frontier broadcast systems and people were demanding more. That show grossed more than every MWF event. Banksy, what? Turning and looking back at her.
Yes, apparently. So, he said, people on the frontier, they must have a certain kind of moxie that I didn't give them credit for. Yes.
Icy, wow, Malcolm was actually caring about people. Really, it involved Ash, so yeah. He really thought it would commit mass death? Brain
Yeah,
aneurysms, he said, right, Julius? Looking at you.
brain aneurysms, yeah. It was also one of the shows that Malcolm never really appeared on. He played the Rod Serling type character. The guy who does the intros and outros of the show.
Icy's eyes sparkling up at David. Can we watch the real Twilight Zone instead of that one?
Yes, darling, of course. I would much rather watch the real Twilight Zone.
Enjoy it. Yeah, I used to show her episodes back when she wouldn't do her chores on the ship. Icy just, oh.
Davy chuckles. Yes. Well, do your chores now, darling, and we'll watch the Twilight Zone together.
Icy nods her head. Pequod, you directed every episode? Did you write them all too? Looking at Davy.
I wrote some of them. Others we just took directly from the Twilight Zone show. Some, Davy points over to Julius, then Rolly. These two wrote, and Ash wrote some. We all helped on this one, which is weird for a Malcolm production.
Rolly, there was one about some guys on a Navy boat that heard knocking, and it just turned out to be like the knocking was somebody knocking Ash's backstory in this thing called Morse code. It's like,
There's this one where everyone put on masks, then at midnight they took the masks off, and, disheveled Ash face was there instead of their faces.
Pequod with a big grin on her face. So this was Lazy Eye Ash, period?
Yeah, you could see in the intro.
That's his fucking eye? She plays it back. Oh my god, it is.
Yes, we decided to do a close-up of Asherion's eyeball, lazy eye.
Hunk, well, I'll be taking this. Takes the DVD. I'm interested to see some of the episodes just to compare them, but we don't have to watch all of them. And I can watch them on my own time. Pequod, the hell you will. It takes the DVD back.
Davy chuckles. If they want to watch it, I'm fine with watching it with them.
I see, it can't be that bad if you directed, people with a brain actually wrote it, and Malcolm had, nothing to do with
Yes, he said a couple lines at the beginning and at the end, and then Julius. So at the end of every episode, I had to say, "Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel Malcolm Chance," as he did a little sneak peek of the next episode.
Rolly coming over here, pulling out a bag of cheese puff. Yep, it was the best of all the productions I was around for. Davine was mostly in charge. The one, I think Malcolm tried to act in one, and when Ash's backstory was being recited, he started just projectile vomiting all over the place. Then he said something like, "No, I can't do this. Forgive me, Davine." Then he stumbled off set.
Yeah, I later heard him in the bathroom. That Ash's backstory gave him IBS again.
Be quiet. Alright. Let's go spend time with the folks outside before we bounce out of here.
Yep, good idea.
Go see what the kids are up to. You can sit next to Jennifer. Come on, honey. He's gonna take Davine's hand, guide her out here, and sit right down next to Jennifer with Davine on her lap.
Julius will pick Pequod up and take her out there.
Pequod, we are watching this weekend. That TV at that cabin had a DVD player.
I mean, we have to watch it. It's too good not to.
The dog sitting here making the same face. Banksy and Icy will come out, and Rolly. Hey, Julius.
Hey, what's up, Sky?
Nothing much, just relaxing. Listening to Krellin regale us of tales about Ash stealing from him.
Julius tilts his head. Oh, okay.
Tried to steal a ship. I know he up to something. Disappear every other weekend. Suletta.
Yeah. What do you think he's planning, Krellin?
Steal ship. In ship. Guidance terminal. Guidance terminal, your word. Nav computer. Take you to Starchild facilities. Where Ash? He turns and starts looking around.
Well, I believe Ash is down planet side. I thought he would be back by now.
Take sword. Kill him. Suletta. No. Pats him on the shoulder.
No, he would need to give me a good reason to do that.
Mama.
Davine stops talking and looks over at Jennifer. I like your hair, darling.
Jennifer, thanks! I have to model it in the TV, the tube TV Zap has, because my mirror just got broke one day. Oh. Blaze, don't instigate, Krellin. It's not nice. It's unbecoming of a star child. Krellin, Mum, looking at Scar. Don't call me that.
Julius shakes his head. I mean, at least he says it in a funny way, I guess.
He around here somewhere. You see him scanning the room. Sasha, oh god. The last star child in existence, and all he's worried about is fucking Ash.
Julius looks over at Sasha. Has he been like this all morning?
Yes. Ash went down to see his place. He's probably coming back. He's been gone like way too long just to see a house Earthside. And Ash left, and Krellin's up to no good. Krellin, that's what I said. Looking at
I'm sure. It's completely fine. He's just looking at a house, Krellin, so he can move away from the apartment and be with his wife.
Zap, at this point, I'm pretty sure if you took Ash or you gave Ash any technology, he'd refuse. He'd probably run away from your ship if you showed it to him. That's what you think. Looking at
Julius looks over at Towns. There's no way we're gonna change his mind.
Towns reminds me of when I was cursed by Dale, honestly. I was like cursed to do Dale's bidding and listen to him. And in my head, I would just hear Dale, whatever Dale wanted me to do, or whatever thoughts he wanted flowing around. And I would repeat myself and say things and act crazy. Dale. Who Dale speaks up?
Oh, Dale, he was a wizard that used us for a ritual that brought us to this timeline.
Good man.
No, very, very, very bad man.
Krellin, have been watching, looking for allies to fight Ash. See? Think found one. And he pulls this. I see, that is the last thing in the world from an ally, trust me.
And he's holding Redicano 1.
Krellin, good book. Have read.
How did you read it? There was only like 10 ever in existence. And
Bought
like,
one. Have this thing. Card. Squad money? I see. Oh no. Looking. Only 700 million credit.
Julius leans back. Oh my god.
Hug. It's not our fault. It's nobody's fault. Just swipe. Pay now.
Who gave him a squad card? Or did he
Zap.
make one himself?
Zap. I borrowed Blaze's to buy something for the wife. Blaze, I've been looking for my... Take from room.
Julius breathes in a deep breath and lets it out. Yeah, okay. It's not our fault. It's not our fault.
Collector's edition, signed by Malcolm and Ash. When see Ash's signature in back, rip up book. Slit up. Oh! Looking at
Julius leans onto Pequod's shoulder. Oh god.
Pequod Dad will take care of it, don't worry.
Vivian looks at the picture. I seriously can't believe that book was 700 million credits.
Collector's edition. And good man points to this guy. Strange face. Odd. Green eyes?
No. Another bad man. That's one of the Nemesis days. I'm not sure which.
Have never heard Nemesis Day. I see, they're like, I don't know if Nemesis Day is a family or the Nemesis moniker is just like a title, but there's a lot of them. We've killed 2 currently. Wow.
And Sasha, you can correct me on this. I believe there are other Ranger investigations on multiple Nemesis days.
Sasha nods her head. That's right. That is right, Captain. It's estimated to be anywhere from 50 to 70 Nemesis days currently active, all with varying titles: Constable, Commandant, Primarch, Corrections Officer. She's right.
I remember.
Jennifer, Corrections Officer.
I remember reading through the list. Wasn't there also like a Pope Nemesis Day or something?
Pope Nemesis Day, Primarch, Admiral. The list goes on.
So yeah.
Non-Nemesis Day. Town's none? Look at. Are they all guys? Yes.
Devine starts laughing. I did not know about non-Nemesis Day.
Priest Nemesis Day.
Oh god.
High Confessor Nemesis Day.
Like,
Cardinal Nemesis Day. Jennifer, are they in the Vatican? No, they live out in the sticks. I don't know. Nobody knows.
we're pretty sure there's some kind of UIR delegates like the original Nemesis Day was, but who knows why they chose names from the church to be their ranks.
Gandhi Nemesis Day.
Gandhi?
Nemesis Day Teresa. Sasha, if it's a title, there's a Nemesis Day behind it at this point.
I don't doubt it, especially since I just heard Nemesis Day Teresa.
I see picking up, honey. What do you think Corrections Officer Nemesis Day does? This Banksy, corrects things.
I suspect he goes around yelling at people who say mean things about the Nemes saying things like, "Hey man, every day is Nemes Day, so just shut up."
Scar, that dumb fuck. I hate that guy. Him and Malcolm deserved one another.
Yeah, then, hey, you know what? They probably share their own personal hells together.
Icy nods her head. Scar, well, things will be less awkward around here very soon.
Julius thinks about it, nods. Yeah, maybe.
Zap, he ain't talking about us being awkward. Is it? Oh, Cyrus, she done up there gathering all her and the commander's belongings. We offered to help, she said no. Then we offer again, she said no. It's just weird, Julius.
Oh, right.
It's not like I wanted to see her underwear or something, just trying to help. Sasha, yeah.
Yeah, no, I get it. He rubs his face again, shakes it. Yeah. She'll be missed, though. Both her and Integra.
You see Sasha stare blankly for a second, then just look down at the dog. Where'd you get him?
Oh, we found out where President Fledwick and his Dewo dog Honey was, and we brought back his Dewo dog Honey.
He's cute. She pats him on the head. Icy hands the dog to her sheet. No thanks. And Icy just sets him down, pats his bum, and he runs off.
Seriously, though, you'd think that dog saw like World War I or something with how he has a 1,000-yard stare.
Siletta, if you lived with Fledwick, I think you'd be staring the same way.
Oh, I guarantee it.
Did you see how he threw his hands up in the air? Sasha, so what exactly was it about? It's closed ranger investigation. I'm curious.
Okay, so this guy named Junkyard, yes, his actual name, and Fledwick were very good friends, right? Eventually, they started this like eTube thing together. They were on a podcast. Junkyard invited him to his Minecraft server. Everything was going fine until Junkyard discovered that Honey was malnutritioned, basically being abused. So Junkyard, the Honey went over to Junkyard. Junkyard took care of the dog and kicked Fledwick off of his Minecraft server, and that's when the transmission started.
Sasha, and Fledwick's current whereabouts?
Would you... Looks over at Pequod and Icy. Would you call it deceased since he was an android?
Deactivated. Sasha, I teleported him to Tommy's restaurant.
Oh, poor Saint Guillotine.
He was probably sitting there thinking about Julius. How much he loves Julius, his best friend, and then just slit throat Fledwick appeared next. Oh my god!
Probably yelled for Brandon Law to help him.
Hiya! I see imitating Brandon.
The true master.
Pequod, yeah. She didn't want help from anybody? As she says that, boom, you hear luggage hit the ground. Right here, she appeared.
Julius looks over at her. Yes, Sarah's still silent as ever.
She looks over at you, nods her head. I'm leaving.
Well, Julius will stand up, setting Pequod down. Look over to her. We'll miss you, Saris.
I'm gonna save you for last, because I have something for you.
Oh? Okay. He
She
takes a
looks
step back.
around. You can tell she's scanning the room. Ash isn't back yet.
No, he's still down at the house, presumably.
Okay. She wipes her hands quickly, Suletta watching her with a confused look. She comes over to Icy, picks her up. I might be a human. Scrawny, but I could still pick you up. Icy laughs at her. She pats Icy on the head, stares right into her eyes. Thank you for saving me. Icy smiles at her. Wouldn't change a thing. Don't waste your life. Saris. Some days I think I already have. Then you see Icy's face go white as she sets Icy down and she backs up into Towns with a shocked look. Towns, oh boy. Watching. Towns maneuvers Icy more towards Julie.
Julius comfortingly pats Icy's shoulders.
Pequod, what did she just...
She sometimes forgets being with Ash.
She comes over to Banksy. Just because she's powerful doesn't mean you don't protect her. You're her shield now. Remember that, Spartan. Banksy nods. Honestly, I really wanted to be here to see her hit her growth spurt, just to see you drooling out of that visor. And Banksy starts chuckling and salutes her. She'll return the salute, come over to Davine, and put her hand out.
Davine stands up, shakes her hand, and then brings her in for a hug.
She hugs her back. I'm not gonna apologize for him because that's all he does. Just know that Integra and I don't condone anything he's ever said or done.
She pulls back, puts her hand up to her cheek. And you don't have to apologize for him. You never do, because you are your own woman and he made his own mistakes.
She tries to crack a smile, lets the hug go. Hunk's gonna come around, clap his hands together, put his hand out and pull her in for a hug. If you ever need anything, we're only a phone call away. Don't hesitate to call. Saris nods. Hunk, is Integra here? Saris, no, she didn't want to be here. Hunk's kind of happy demeanor goes from extremely upset and sits back down. Saris, it's too awkward for her.
Right. Julius will lean against the wall.
Saris, come on over here real quick, Julius.
He pops himself off the wall, walks over to her.
She wanted you to have this. The leader of the headhunters, this is what you remember, she used to wear this over her breast. It's for you now. She left you this letter, too.
Julius will take the letter. Should I read it here?
Maybe when you're in private. Pequod, looking at the letter, looking at the medallion. You'll be the next leader of the headhunters, that's for sure. So, she wanted to give it to you, but she just can't. Ash. She looks down at the ground. Ash.
Julius stares down at the medallion, and some images pop up of the first time he saw Integra wearing this. All the times that he made her laugh and she made him laugh while she wore it. All the times she berated him. The time that she walked him on him and Pequod. And he closes his eyes, grips around the insignia and looks up at Saris. Thank you. I'll make sure to read the letter, Saris.
She nods her head, comes and gives Pequod a big hug. We had fun growing up together. Pequod hugging her back with a blank expression. And it's just awkward silence as they hug, because Pequod can't bring herself to say anything.
Julius looks at her, puts a hand on Pequod's shoulder.
Pequod, yeah! We did. Looking at Julius, then back at Saris, then she looks at the ground.
Julius takes in a deep breath. We really did.
Pequod, you were my first friend. Looking at Saris. Yeah, same. True friend. Saris pats Pequod on the head, and I'm very happy for you. You found exactly what you wanted and needed. And she looks over at Julius and winks. I remember one time she comes over here. I said, I'm so glad I got the grown man from Gallia. I was wrong. She turns and looks at Julius and then Saris. I'm not glad I was wrong, but for you, I'm glad. And Pequod starts backing up with a blank expression.
He looks down at Saris and knowingly nods.
I see a Pequod are staring with just shocked, white-faced, blank expressions. She's going around, hugs Jennifer, Zap. Blaze will see her to the door. She says goodbye to Suletta, who gives her a hug and rubs her back. If he ever treats you like that again, just call. I'm sorry if I had anything to do with this. I overreacted. Saris, no, you didn't. He ran his mouth without thinking, and he deserves what he gets. She lets go of Suletta, and Suletta sits down next to Hunk. She comes up to Krellin, and thank you. Krellin, very welcome. Feel sorry for you. Pats her on the head. Very beautiful now. Normal death. See you soon. And sits down next to Sunny and Saris. Yeah. She comes up to Sasha, but goes to Towns first. Towns goes for a fist bump. See a Starside 6. They fist bump. Saris, how'd you know my name? My nickname on the frontier. Towns gestures with his head to Sasha. Sasha, because there's nobody better to watch your 6. And they give each other a long hug. Pequod's crying. And they still hug. Towns will move out of the way. Banksy's shaking Icy's shoulder gently. She's not moving. Sasha and Saris let go, and Blaze will see Saris to the door. And she disappears as Blaze closes the door, walks up here, puts his hands behind his back, and he just nods his head a couple times and starts shaking. Icy? Sweetheart? He's shaking her, and she's not saying anything.
Julius is also sort of frozen, still staring down at the insignia.
Hunt, son.
He does not respond.
He's gonna cup your hand and close it on the insignia. Your wife.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, sir. And he walks over and holds her hand.
Icy, I can't believe she says something like that. Hunk, stay out of it. He looks right at Icy, he says it through grit teeth. And she looks up at him shocked. Fine.
Yeah. Julius pulls in Pequod for a hug and holds her tight.
She gives you a hug back. You know, it's true what I said. I grew up alone, right? And then I got shipped to Raven Rock, and there was a girl there about my age. Suletta clears her throat. Oh, Julius.
I know. I know. He starts petting her head and patting her back.
Pequod, I want to read the letter with you. No, we don't have to do it now. I see you don't want to read it. Not now.
Okay.
And why you don't want to read it is because as the door opens, dun, 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 Ash and Tommy have arrived. Tommy doesn't say that. Tommy comes in. Hello, everybody.
Devine looks around. Hello, Tommy.
Krellin, nice to see you. Where you go, looking at Ash.
Just to look at the house that I'm going to be getting for my family. As he
Very
looks
good.
around at the room and the atmosphere. Yeah. Thank you for the ride, Tommy. I'll get back to work. He's gonna
Blaze just staring at the door.
start making his way towards the door over here.
Tommy, yes, Ash buy house. She going to 6 months free rent, everybody. What you think of that? And he looks around the room, confused. Congratulations for house. I mean, I'm angry. What is going on here? He looks at Pequod and Julius. What is wrong? He comes up to Ice. Hunk, stay out of it. Looking at Icy and Banksy's gonna pick her up and carry her over here. Tommy, what is everybody's problem today? Tommy here. He flips his head.
Davine chuckles. Well, Tommy, something hard on the family just happened. She looks over at Ash. Feels like we lost a good friend, even to those who didn't know her.
The heel of Sasha's boot clicks off the ground, the rubber combat boot, and you see her eyes twitching wide, and she's making a fist looking right at Ash.
Oh. Yes, she left. Ceres left.
She starts shaking the fist, and Towns, we are leaving for the weekend. See you guys Monday, right?
Yes, see you Monday.
Come on. Then he pulls her out and they disappear.
Ash isn't going to be looking anyone in the eye, just at the ground.
Blaze just clears his throat and walks away into the armor.
Julius looks over at Ash and starts glaring at him, not caring that he won't look him in the eye.
Want to examine President Fredwick remains. Tommy, yes, I heard android shipped to apartment. I assume rainfalls have something to do with this. Right?
Yes, we went to investigate the President Fredwick debacle, the Urban Ranger investigation, and we solved it. Sadly, Fredwick was deactivated.
The Saints say he suffered damage. Would you like me to fix him for you?
Yes, please, Tommy. If you're able to do so, could you make it so he would listen to a certain person's command, such as you or myself?
I'll make sure he listens to me and you. How about that? He could be useful on set. You're a director. You'll be famous.
Yes, Tommy, I'm sure I will. Thank you very much.
But you'll be famous for the right reasons. For your skill behind the camera. Not how Malcolm want you to be famous for body.
Davine leans back, puts a hand up to her chest. Thank you, Tommy.
You're welcome. Very big fan of your show. The backstory is on.
You've seen it?
I have. Many times. Me and Psychiatin watch all the time before he becomes CEO of Cadillac. Anyway, Julius, we need to have a talk, you, me, and Ash.
Julius slowly looks over at Tommy. Do we now?
Yes, we do. What is this in your hand, Julius? Pequod crying. What is this? Ash, you notice what it is.
Oh. That's Mom's medallion to represent that she's the leader of the headhunters.
Why do you have this?
Because apparently I'm going to be leading the headhunters in the future. And she wanted to give it to me herself, but she felt it was too awkward to do so. So she had Ceres do it.
Please have the letter, Julius. She's balling.
Julius hands her the letter.
She's gonna take it and run off to the gym. Walk off.
Right, congratulations, Julius.
Yes, very good. Congratulations. Put it in your pocket.
Julius puts it in his pocket. Thank you, Tommy.
You're welcome. Now, come on. We're going to play some catch with football. He has the football, just like his picture. You, man, Ash. He looks back at Ash. Down where you store your mobile suit. Just the three of us.
If you'd like.
Yes, that's what I like, Ash.
Okay.
Come this way with Tommy. Krellin, would like to see. Yes, you can see, Frederick. We have some things to discuss. He walks this.
It's just gonna
Nice TV.
quietly follow Tommy.
Icy, we should do something. Hunk, no. We're staying out of it because there's nothing we can do. You can't fix somebody's marriage, Nicole. But she's so sad. Hunk, there's nothing we can do. Icy nods her head and looks at the floor.
Davine also looks down at the floor and starts rubbing her cheek.
Hunk's gonna pull Davine in close and then sit next to Icy and try to wrap an arm around her. Is she still the same? Oh, fuck. He just groaned. Krellin, everybody's sad. Goodbye. Long friend. Long goodbye.
Davine sighs. She was a very good friend to my children, yes.
Very nice. Krellin gets up, going into kitchen. Fine chip. He goes into the kitchen. Hunk, let's go shopping. Let's not
Yes.
sit around and dwell on it. Pick her up. And Banksy picks up.
Wonderful, wonderful idea, honey. She stands up, pats him on the shoulder.
Go get Pequod, honey.
She nods and walk over to the gym and knock on the door.
It opens. She's reading the letter.
Hello, dear.
She looks up at Davy with tears in her eyes. How do you restrain yourself from punching Ash? Or killing him? Because I need some advice right now. I don't understand. I don't have this form of self-control that you have.
She'll get down to Pequod's eye level, put her hands up to her cheeks and cup them. Because I know if I kill Ash or I harm him in any way, that I will be taken away from my wonderful family, that I would give nothing to trade for. Even if people are here that can protect me from that sort of thing, it would still happen. And she caresses Pequod's cheek. Things are very difficult sometimes. We must roll with the punches, so to speak.
She wipes some tears from her eyes.
And I understand, darling, what it is to lose a friend. A first friend. And she brings Pequod in for a hug. I'm not going to ask anything that is to do with the letter. That is for only you and Julius to know. But I understand that it must have been rough to read, given who it was that gave it to you.
I think it's gonna hurt Julius.
I'm sure it will. And then you will be there to comfort him. She leans back, and he will be there to comfort you. Because you love each other, and that is what people who love each other do.
She looks at Davy and smiles slightly. You're right. Can we leave? Can we get off the station and get away from Ash? I can't. I don't want to see him.
I know. I would rather not see him either. She holds Pequod's hand. Put the letter in a place where no one can see it in your pocket. Should be fine. We're going to go down shopping so we can stock your cabin, and then once Julius is back, we'll go down to the mall.
She runs her hand down her face. Okay, let's get out of here. Let's go.
Yes, let's go.
They'll get out of the gym. Rainfalls will collect themselves, and Suletta will stand up, clear her throat, and they will leave the apartment to go down to Gateway. As down here in the mall was so bad. Tommy has football. He walks up here, pitching football in both hands, catching it. Very nice robot suit you have here, Ash.
Yes, it is. Very nice.
You remember a long time ago in Watertown? He's watching your movements. And the more you split apart, the deeper his voice gets in Watertown. The slower his tones get. His tone gets. We all met, the three of us. And then I met Pequod. A long time ago.
Yes, it was almost 8 years now.
People are very strange these days, Ash. Shoot, Julius. Throws the football to Julius.
Julius looks down at the football and up at Tommy. Shoot.
What is on your mind, Julius?
A lot of things, Tommy. And he just throws the ball over to Ash.
Ash will catch it.
When we met back then, it was wonderful time. Early development for you, coming through time traveling, which I knew of before you even knew. Looking right at Ash. Young, in love, bright future. Many plans. Have dual wedding on airship. Happy relationships. Go ahead, Ash. Throw the ball. Throw it to me. We do triangle. Triangle formation. I love football, Ash.
Yes, you said that. Great American game, yes. He's gonna pick it up and throw it to Tommy. Yeah, it was good times. Very good times.
Unlike the past, where he struggles to catch it, he easily catches it. Yes, very good time. Seems so long ago, don't you think?
Yeah, it does. It really does.
Anyway, Ash, how is the frontier?
It's nice. Good people there. The squad's very nice. They're good men, trying to help me.
Do you think you will take Julius down to your new house? Why don't you tell him about your new house, Ash? And he's gonna pitch the football over to Julius.
Yes, Ash. Tell me about your new house.
Oh, it's wonderful. Plenty of rooms. Tommy said that the layout can be changed. Some robot downstairs. You said it was once owned by a man named Burt Reynolds, right, Tommy?
That is correct, yes, Mr. Bart Reynolds. He was actor long time ago, Julius. Not as good as actor as Tommy.
Wonderful. Julius tosses the ball up into the air and then catches it. You know, my wife would love to see it, but I just don't think he would be welcome there, given how awkward it all is. Yeah. You know, Ash, you know what's funny?
What's that?
The whole reason why this squad is allowed to be together is because we were like a family, and that means we knew what it is that we could lose, right? Isn't that the reason Lorelai gave us? Ash?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm. Well, if this squad is so much like a family, why the fuck are you here? Because I don't think you're part of the family anymore, Ash. Because you are the one who made 2 of our family members leave. And he tosses the ball up in the air again, higher this time, and catches it. You know what? You really want to know why I haven't put in a request to get you kicked off the squad? Because you're the one who's made it so awkward for everyone that I'm worried about how the squad will perform. Not just me, but Nicole, with all the goddamn living artillery remarks. Soletta's gonna be on our squad. How do you think that's gonna fucking work out? You know, all the comments made about Davine, both her and Hunk. You airing my dirty laundry. With how awkward you've made the squad, you are lucky that Nicole is way too damn nice for her own goddamn good, that I haven't put in a request to get you kicked off the squad. If you like the Frontier so much, Ash, maybe you should put in the request and just stay there. Those guys are so nice to you. They're good men. Maybe you can make a family with them and then ruin it. You made Integra leave. You made it so she will never see my kids grow up. And she loved those kids, Ash. She loved them.
Yes.
You should see her room. When I take her down to mansion, she go around, look at every room, Julius. She find a room with fan in it so she can smoke. Isn't that right, Ash? And what is in that room, Ash? You'll tell me.
Pictures
Of
all,
who?
of all of the kids, of you, of Pequod, of everyone.
Mhm.
She was lonely old woman before. Even when she have Sarah, she's lonely. Then she get what she want here. These children brought joy to her life. Now she will spend the majority of her life sitting in that room, watching TV, slowly waste away. Good woman. Deserve better.
Yes, she did. Better than me.
Julius stares daggers at Ash.
You all deserved better.
He stands up straight. Don't think me and Nicole are keeping you on the squad for you. It's for Saracen and Tegra. And if Suletta goes down into the aerial in the final battle, you're the only one who can pilot that junk of crap, that piece of junk. No offense to Zap. You're the only one who can give her backup, so we are doing it for her and your wife and your mum.
Understood. I will provide them the backup they need, sir.
You better. 'Cause maybe then, maybe, just maybe, I'm not even gonna say a 5% fucking chance at this point. 'Cause maybe then we'll allow you to stay on the squad until it's disbanded. Maybe. Or, once all is said and done with the cult, we're gonna put the request through right away, Ash, to get you off the squad and over to the Frontier. And Ash, let me tell you something, buddy. Shooters are a dime a dozen. You ain't special. I'm sure we can go down to any of those rangers down on Gateway and find one 10 times better than you. The only reason you were ever allowed on the squad was because of the whole family thing. And like I said, Ash, and I'm gonna repeat myself, you're not family to me.
Okay, you're right. I'm not anymore.
At one time you were, though. This is what happens when you act like a fool, Ash. Now you will learn one of the most important life lessons ever. And that is, you can't apologize for everything. Some things are unforgivable, Ash. You are very lucky Tommy is forgiving me. Maybe one day Tommy forgive you.
Maybe.
You are banned from Rainfall Production.
Understood, sir. Yeah. While I'm still here, I'll make sure to keep my distance from your family, Julius.
Julius breathes in deep, tosses the football up one more time, looks at it. Looks over at Ash. Did you know? And you know what? I already know the answer, Ash. Icy told me. But did you know that Integra used to be an Olympic level skier?
No, I did not.
Nods. Okay. And he will limit break and throw the football right at Ash.
He catches it and he goes boom back into the wall. Tommy, you'll say this is how it all started. I bring you down here. This thing called symbolism, Ash. Stand up, Ash.
He's gonna get up,
Pitch me football, please.
toss it to Tommy.
He catches it. This is how we started. It was me in Watertown. Just stop there for a visit. Place to find food. You and Julia. Just the three of us. Then Piqua come running down the street. And look where we are now, Ash.
I've ruined all of it. I know.
He comes here. Yes, you know. But now you have to live with it. What do you have to say for us?
What can be said?
You are lying! Julius never hit you, Ash! He pushes your shoulder slightly.
I didn't say he did, Tommy.
You are tearing me apart, Ash!
Okay.
Do you understand life, Ash? He pushes your shoulder slightly. Do you?
I don't believe I do. No.
Tommy takes the football and leaves.
Like I said, I'll keep my distance from your family until the time comes for me to leave, if that's what you'd like, Julius. Before you go, Integra wanted me to ask if I could deliver pictures of, or at least she could get pictures of you, Pequod, and the kids as time goes on, because she wants to be able to see them.
That wouldn't be a problem, Ash. For her. You know, it really does suck. She'll have to watch some kids that she loved so dearly grow up in picture frames and videos. And if there is anything that you should take away from this conversation, Ash, what is that? And he grips his fist tighter. And he starts walking towards him, but stops at the doorway. Is that you fucked up? Not just your relationship, but Integra, whom I owe everything in my life to. My kids, from ever knowing her, from ever knowing Saris, truly knowing them, I should say. You fucked that up for them, too. It's Captain Rainfall from now on, Ash.
Yes, sir.
Until you earn my respect, until I can see you, not as a brother, not as someone who I can even consider a friend, Ash. No, Lieutenant. You may only call me Captain Rainfall. Captain J. Rainfall, if I'm around with Icy. Understood?
Yes, sir, Captain Rainfall.
Good. Pick yourself up. And he'll walk out.
he's just gonna stand there for a bit, looking around, look up at the mobile suit, take a seat at one of the chairs in there, and he's just gonna break down.
All right, shifting back down to Gateway. The Rainfalls have made their way here. Suletta has accompanied you. She's on the board. Just gotta get her. She's come right here. And Icy holding Icy, Pequod is holding Icy's hand. Hug looks back at them, walks ahead a little bit with David. Suletta following. Hug. Oh, God.
They are taking it very poorly.
Yeah. I know how we can cheer them up.
David looks over at him. How's that?
And Nicole always gets a kick out of you and me getting hot and frisky. Suletta, well, Lanaya is in there.
Well, pick me up, baby.
He picks her up, takes her in front of the SIS window. Agent O, you fucking... Oh, goes down an elevator. Lanaya staring daggers at Davine.
Davine looks over at Lanaya, winks at her, and starts making out with Hunk.
Hunk kisses Davine, holding her in his arms, leaning down, putting pressure into the kiss. Lanaya, you bitch! Through the window, Davine can hear.
Davine releases one of her arms from around Hunk's neck and gives her a thumbs up.
Gutless coward!
That slowly shifts into a middle finger.
How dare you! You wouldn't be doing that if that glass wasn't there to protect you. Suletta, on her wrist computer, opens the door.
And then Davine lets the middle finger go and does the come at me hand gesture.
Lanaya looking shocked at Hug and Davine. Hug takes Davine into the office, plants the kiss, continuing. Ends the kiss, Lanaya. Bitch. It disappears down an elevator. You hear the nerve of some people. Hug. Oh, God.
Davine starts giggling. That was one of your best, if I might say.
Yeah, well, you gotta give the best for the best thing that ever happened to a guy like me. So.
Davine gives him a kiss on the cheek. Alright, let's go. Check on the kids.
It's gonna take Davide up this ways. Icy is... Well, she has a smile on her face. Pequod is laughing a little bit at Lanaya's reaction. Suletta, Mom and Dad know best, I suppose.
Davine shrugs, holds Icy's hand, and then holds Pequod's hand.
Icy, I just wanted to try and help. You can't do anything about it. We can't do nothing. There's nothing we can do. One, it's not our business. And two, most of all, nobody can fix what Ash did but Ash. And if you want to use your abilities to erase memories or stuff like that, that's something you're not supposed to do. And I know. Lorelai did it for JJ. I think there's special circumstances, but not somebody's marriage that was one-sided, screwed up by somebody. Honey, can't do that. I know. Just didn't like seeing Saris that way.
I know, darling. It was very difficult seeing her that way, but we truly can't do anything about it. Only Ash can do it. Only he can attempt to fix the relationship.
Pequod, when they were out on the frontier with Malcolm, you guys, Saris, Sasha, me, and Icy, we had a lot of good times when they weren't called away by Lorelai. We all got really close. Pequod comes over this way. Closer, some of us. Icy, yeah, I didn't know Saris, I knew Sasha better than Saris, up until the pregnant Pequod days. Corned beef, Pequod chuckled. We had fun. We used to watch animes.
Davy nods. I've never watched an anime. Julie sometimes invited me, but I never really accepted. I felt things were too awkward. And she looks down at her feet.
Pequod, well, they're not awkward anymore. My favorite's Attack on Titan. We used to watch that back in the Headhunter days, and how about we all watch it sometime? Lacey, I want Banksy to watch it. I wanted to watch it with Julia. Banksy, yeah, I'd like to see.
I think that's a wonderful idea. I'm sure he'd be completely up for it, especially if he used to watch it with you.
Suletta, perhaps we can find the DVD. Special edition, collector's edition at the mall. She puts her hand on Icy's shoulder and Pequod's shoulder. Auntie Street.
Damien smiles at both of them. You hear that? She leans in close. That means get all the snacks you can while we watch it, okay?
Icy smiles at David. Pequod nods. Hunk should be looking happily at Icy and Pequod, but Davy notices he's staring this direction.
Damien will look up at him and then look over to where he's staring.
Hunk, 2 times in my life, I realized there was a god. The first time I realized it is when I met you. He looks at Davy, and Davy can tell he's not trying to be humorous. And the second time was right now. Look who's over there.
Oh. Oh my god.
Little kobold kid goes running by. Hunk watching it. Kids! Pequod, Nicole, Banksy, go get the food from the tortoise lady. Take your mind off things. There's nothing you can do. Yeah. We need to talk to somebody. He looks over. Actually, I think Davine and Suletta need to talk to somebody. Come on, Nicole. And he puts his hand out, and she'll follow him.
Yes, here, darling. She puts her hand out to Suletta.
She looks right at Davine. What?
Follow me, there's someone we need to speak to.
Suletta watching the kobold child run around. She's got a smile on her face. Okay.
She'll take her over.
She comes over. What are we doing?
Bo!
Howdy, ma'am! He turns around.
Hi, how are you?
Very... Hunk's old lady.
Yes, Davine.
Pleasure to meet you. Sorry I'd forgotten the name. We were out on combat exercises for quite a while.
Oh, trust me, I understand, don't worry.
Joint ops with Rangers here. Go to the bar. First round's on me. They all walk away. What can I do for you, ma'am? Where's Hunk?
He's down with the kids buying some food for a little trip we're going on.
Oh, okay. Where you guys headed? Suletta comes over here.
We have a little cabin. Suletta, why don't you tell him about it?
She's looking down at her wrist computer, looking at Attack on Titan stuff. It's a cabin in the woods. Mountaintop, actually. Snowy, something or other. It's beautiful. We're going there this weekend.
Yes, we're going there this weekend. We just acquired it for our son.
Sorry, who are you? He looks up at him. Just the guy. Hunk's friend. He puts his hand out. She shakes it. Delighted. Goes back to looking at her wrist computer.
Davine steps down next to her, grabs her arm, or her bicep. It's rude to not pay attention to a stranger, Letty.
She looks over at Davine out of the corner of her eyes. Okay. Turns her wrist computer off. So, how does he know Hunk? Bo, think I'm gonna go to the bar. Yeah? And he starts walking this way.
Bo, no.
Huh?
We didn't really tell her about you. You should, this is Suletta. You should tell her your name.
Bo Agrius is the name, ma'am. He puts his hand out again. Suletta shakes it. Pleasure to meet you. Sorry, I was occupied with something. Difficult day, sir. No problem at all, ma'am. And tips his visor mask to her.
Davine nods. This is Bo. Hunk knows him from joint operations with Navy SEALs.
She looks at him. Oh, I never fought alongside too many SEALs. And he, yeah, based out of Europa. It's kind of far out there. Mama lands. Right. Ah, so that's where you two reconnected. She puts her fingers together. And he, that's right, ma'am.
Yes. You tried Mama Lands, correct, Soletta? You should tell him how much you liked it.
It was fabulous. She looks over at him. He, thanks. Okay, what do you want me to sign for you? You want an autograph? Just pull it out and I'll sign it. I think I have a marker here. And I don't want anything signed. Oh, okay. She just dismissively puts her hand up. Well, it was a pleasure to see you, Davey. And he puts his hand out. Tell Hunk I can see him down there, but I gotta go connect with the boys. And he walks off awkwardly. Soletta, nice man. Yeah. Friend of Hunk, probably a good man. Looks at Davey and shrugs.
Davine looks over at Soletta and face palms.
Does your head hurt? What's wrong with you?
I feel a migraine coming on.
Oh, I have some Tylenol. She pulls out a small bottle from her purse. Here you go.
Oh, it's okay. I can manage. You should learn more about him.
Who? She looks over and looks around.
Boagrius.
Oh, him. Yes, seemed nice.
You should learn more about him. He seems interested to know more about you.
Yeah, well, I offered to sign something for him.
But maybe he's not a fan of you in that way. Maybe he just wants to know Soletta Rainfall, the person, not Soletta Rainfall, the mobile suit pilot, as an example.
Oh, she crosses her arms, looks the direction he went. Oh, I see what you're trying to do here.
Davine sighs. I was never one for subtlety, Letty.
I was somewhat rude, wasn't I?
Yes, you were.
Well, I haven't dated a man in a long time.
I understand. She rubs Soletta's bicep where she gripped at it. I understand.
Maybe we could set up a meet and greet at Mama Land's next time, and I'll be more interested.
Receptive?
Receptive, that's the word. She snaps her fingers.
Yes, I think so. He, like you were saying, he seems like a very nice man. And if Hunk says he's a good man, then I 100% believe him.
She nods her head. Round 2. We'll set something up, and yeah. Honestly, I didn't pick up on it. There was no ships that passed in the night for me after my husband, so.
Davy nods. Very understandable, dear. But please, don't look at your wrist computer while looking at Attack on Titan things.
Yes,
Talks to you.
sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's been
I'll
a while.
apologize next time I see him.
Davy nods. Yes, and I'm sure I don't need to give you advice on how to talk to a man or anything like that. You have experience in it.
Soletta, not necessarily. I knew my husband was for me as soon as we laid eyes on one another, and he was quite receptive to me. She gestures with her hand. Those two, Banksy and Nicole.
Oh, okay. Well,
Except I was less awkward than her, so I didn't turn him down the first time like an idiot. She starts chuckling.
Davy chuckles. I'll make sure to give you some pointers when the time is right.
Yeah, Nicole said you gave her some good pointers. Perhaps I could benefit from one or two.
Oh, hopefully, dear. Hopefully.
Suletta's gonna chuckle as we go back to the apartment. Julius is. The rainfalls aren't quite back yet, but Ash is in here in the armory. You come up after breaking down Ash, and you see Blaze sitting here just cleaning out some handguns. He's just keeping himself busy. No real work yet.
Hello, Blaze.
He closes the Wolfsbane revolver, turns around. Asherion?
Anything you need help with?
No, just keeping busy. Sets the pistol down. Young sire, just like to keep busy.
Understood. If you need anything, tell me. I'll make sure it gets done.
How is the house?
It's beautiful. Beautiful, large, in a good area, quiet, a garden out back. It's going to be a good home for them.
Perhaps you should take a seat in here. I think it's best if you stay in here. For now.
I'd say so. He'll, take a seat right here.
Krellin comes in with the TV. Ash,
Yes.
look what have. Sets down the TV.
Oh, a TV. Wonderful.
He sits down in front of it. Starts inspecting it, taking the back off. Blaze. He likes to keep busy too, young sire.
Fair enough. I can't blame you two.
How is Integra down there?
As good as can be expected. Given what I fucked up for her.
He nods his head. Krellin, you look sad.
I am, Krellin.
Make you feel better. Good news. He pats Egg. Hatch soon.
That's, wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm sure Icy's going to love it.
He nods his head. Water turtle. Very rare. Grow big. Beat people up. What this? He picks it up and starts aiming it around.
It's a healing dart gun.
Blaze, same ones issued back in the Headhunters. Same exact ones.
Same ones. It fires. He'll pick up a dart and hand it to Krellin. Fires these.
Krellin picks it up. Shoot Tewaz with Hardlight?
I didn't get a chance to. No.
Next time, shoot with Hardlight. Ugly man. Very ugly. He sets the handgun down.
Yes. Don't know what he looks like under the mask now, but he's ugly inside and out.
Don't want to see. Trust me. He goes back to working on TV.
Okay. Thank you for the advice. I'll make sure to, the next time I get a chance, empty the gun into him.
Blaze points over his shoulder. Mr. Wiseau, sire, came storming through here. I've never seen him in such a huff.
He had every right to.
I assume the talk downstairs didn't go well.
About as well as it could. Captain Rainfall gave me his mind, made the boundaries clear, and I will respect them.
Blaze nods his head. I was sorry to see Integra and Ceres leave.
As am I.
Send my regards to them when you see them.
Of course I will, Blaze. Of course I will. I'm sorry that I made them leave. I know that's all I ever do, but I am.
Krellin puts up his clawed fingertip looking into the TV. Very nice woman. Glad things worked out. No longer vampire. Was worried for afterlife trip.
And I am glad she is not a vampire as well, Krellin. I, again, cannot thank you enough for that gift.
Krellin, do Miss drink blood, though? Sexual innuendo for you two?
Do I miss her drinking my blood?
He nods his head. Never seen. Normal person and vampire couple. Does not happen. Did not in my time. Blaze, inclusive EarthGov is. Krellin, in my time, most vampires serve evil.
Many still... Well, would you call the royal family evil, Blaze?
Blaze, from what I've heard, there's no such thing anymore, sire.
Oh, really?
SIS has captured Vamp. They interrogated him with due process, thoroughly. I believe your buddy Towns was involved in the interrogation. He's picked up a thing or two from Mr. V.
Good.
And he has a knife and he puts it where his mouth would be.
Good.
Master Chance was the one who put the hit out on Saris.
Ash had been fiddling with, gun parts or just cleaning things. He just drops them. Master Chance, you say?
Krellin looks over at you. Master Chance? Looking confused.
Are you
Malcolm Chance?
Malcolm Chance's grandfather. A very wicked and corrupt man.
Blaze, you were to be informed by Lorelei, but I figured. She told me if I saw you before you went to the frontier, I could tell.
Thank you. Means a lot.
Why put Vampire Hit out on Vampire? Blaze, the Chances don't like Asherion because he came back and said the truth about what happened on the Majestic.
And
Is my guess.
I would guess the same. And although it may have been hard to kill me, at the time at least, because of my relationships, what better way to hurt me than to kill the woman I love?
Krellin, but in jail. I'll put Hit. Blaze taps his temple. Master Chance is a powerful spellcaster, unlike his grandson.
Magic. Incredible. Is there any way to keep him from doing it again, then?
Blaze, he is being stripped of his connection to the plane by the Ranger General.
Good.
His
That's-
interrogation, just read his mind. And then, from my understanding, you'll decide what happens to him.
I will.
That's from what I hear, yes.
That is-
Krellin, execution? Looking at that!
You see him close his eyes, open and close his jaw, and then open his eyes again. I don't know. I'm gonna have to spend some time thinking about what punishment is deserving of his crimes, right, Blaze?
Blaze, not my place to say what to do, but, would you like my advice? Or what I would do?
Please, you always give good advice.
I'd fry the bastard.
Okay. Thank you. That actually does help. I'm torn.
I am committed to EarthGov, though I might have been an indentured servant. EarthGov is about being inclusive. No exclusivity. No bigotry. I think you've learned that the hard way, sire, yes?
Yes, I have.
And no corruption. The Chances were corrupt. No way around it.
They were.
It's one thing to be corrupt in a small police department, or in a strange way, like the ex-major. You could argue there's some corruption there. It's another thing to be in charge of the Arcane Council and hide what he hid for 2 years, right?
Yes, and I can't imagine what else he was hiding if he was hiding that.
Longer than that, because didn't he cover up somebody's mother's murder? Ellen murder?
He covered up Malcolm murdering Denaria's mother, so...
Krellin looks down at you. In my culture, would be executed.
Well, that helps.
They do this thing. Put in pod. Shoot out into sun. Alive the whole time.
That's horrifying.
Maybe do that. He's sure.
Well, I don't think I have the resources to do that, but...
Have ship. Can do it. Consider doing it to you, but you seem so sad. Feel sorry.
I appreciate that, Krellin.
Blaze starts chuckling. While he's warming up to you, Krellin, go see Julius. That goes this way.
Yes, go see Julius. You're right. Corruption like what he did should be burnt up, pulled up by the root and burnt. It can't be allowed to stay at all.
Blaze looks at you. It's just what I would do. You think about it. Don't make your decision until the time comes.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate your advice. You've never steered me wrong.
Tried not to, but he shrugged.
You never did. I just, was
You
too
can
much
lead
of
a horse to water, but you can't make them drink it.
Exactly. I was too much of a child to listen. And now I very much regret not listening.
Blaze, issues aside, you are. She had her spell of issues for my. It was a brief. I've been briefed. There was so much to go over. I know Nicole had a few bumps on the road, but you are lucky. She is very kind.
Yes, I am. Again, kinder than I deserve.
How much in the hole are you? Money-wise, this house. It's been described as a mansion. I know that because Mr. Mizo came storming through here yelling about 6-month free rent mansion. Hate Ash.
6 months free rent after that, 400,000 a month.
Blaze. Until you pay off the home.
Yes.
And then it's officially the Valorious' property.
Yes, it is. And if I miss a payment, I'm out on my ass. They aren't.
Blaze. And who said that?
Tommy.
Oh my. He goes back. He's cleaning Hunk's pistol for her.
All things considered, a damn fair deal.
Blaze, well, do your damnedest on the frontier, sire.
I will. I will.
How was your last trip out there?
It was good. Hard. They read my dossier, they know all of my problems, and they just were asking about them. I think they wanted to test me.
Well, you've been asked back, so you couldn't have done that poorly.
I suppose not. I think now what I need to do is just, learn from them. Because if they're half as good as I've been told, then there's a lot I can learn from them.
Learn from them and learn about yourself. Yes?
Yes, sir. Learn about
That is,
myself.
at this point, all you can do.
Yes, it is, and just strive to be the best. Because I'll need to be in order to make sure that they live the lives they deserve.
I'm not sure if you're aware, but Suletta has joined Alpha 9 in a combat role. She'll be fighting with you alongside the squad. I expect you to be professional.
Yes, I've been informed, and I will be. Nothing but but being professional to Suletta.
I might have lived with the Major, but I was close with Suletta. We always kept in contact. We fought together. I will take her side over yours any day. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Good. Don't worry about earning respect back. Worry about being getting through this, Ash. Winning is number one.
Yes, winning is number one because, to be quite frank, all the respect in the world is worthless if that thing gets out.
I agree with you on that. That being said, don't worry about the future. Worry about the here and now.
That's all I can do.
And do try not to make it any more awkward. Because as much as I care for everybody here, I can only overlook so much, and seeing Saris leave and Integra leave, I even considered striking you when you came through the door with Mr. Wiseau. Did you see the way Sasha was looking at you?
Yes, I did.
Your hour with her will come round.
I know.
Need I remind you, she's going to be your future general someday, Ranger.
Yes, I know. And, I have done a damn good job of breaking that bridge with her.
He nods his head, goes back to cleaning the pistol. The rainfalls have come back. Icy and Banksy and Pequod have come into the gym, because that's where Julius was. Hunk, Davine, and Suletta are out here. Pequod, Julius, do you care? And she hands Julius the letter and gestures to these two. Banksy, we can leave if you want.
No, go ahead and stay.
I see, okay. Looking at Julie. Pequod, do you want me to read it?
I'm good. I can, and he'll open up the letter. I can read it.
The letter starts, and you almost hear her saying it. It starts the A prototypical. I just wanted to tell you, Julius, how proud I am of you. I always knew you were a good boy. That's why I did what I did for you. At times you were selfish. At times you made poor decisions. But deep down inside I could see, Julius, that you had a good heart, a good soul, and a good mind. Your mother did an excellent job. From my understanding, as a rat, she raised you. She raised a good man. Not a late bloomer, but a man that just needed a push in life. And that is why I let you and Patricia stay together. You are perfect for one another. And I want to thank you for giving me what you gave me, a purpose in life. Your children, Mr. Tarak's children, Hunk's child with Lazuli, made me feel complete again. Gave me something to wake up and smile, look forward to, when I lay my head down in bed after I was kicked out of my room by Ash. Pequod, when she's reading it, when that line comes up, Pequod makes a fist. The letter continues. I'd wake up every day with a smile on my face, thanks to you and Patricia. Thank you for the good times and good memories. Farewell, Integra. Tracy starts crying because she's reading it over Julius's shoulder. Banksy's gonna walk her around. Oh.
Julius stares down at the letter. Tears start to well up in his eyes, and they start to fall, hitting the paper. He shakes his head, closes it up, puts it in his pocket, walks over to his seat, sits down, and puts his hand out to Pequod.
She's gonna sit down and hold your hand. Yeah.
He just shakes his head, puts his index finger and thumb flat across his eyes, pushing them and pulling them apart from each other, and he starts to cry.
Pequod's gonna hug Julius. Icy wants to hug Julius too. Banksy stands at the door and just scratches the side of his helmet.
Julius stops crying, leans back, pushes his hair back, rubs his eyes, looks over at Banksy. Takes a real man to cry, you know that?
Banksy nods his head. Trust me, I'm doing it under the mask. Like, I'm a sympathetic crier. I didn't really get to know her. I came along too late. He shrugged.
He nods. Oh, she was a cool one. One of the best people I've ever known.
I see. That's why I smoked, modeling myself after her. She had good taste. He wiped some tears out of her eyes. To apologize to her, I got her a carton of cigarettes for saying she was menstruating, or whatever I said. Pico.
Julius chuckles. I remember that.
PMS, that's what I said, right? And Pico, yeah. Menopause. She chokes. Pause.
Oh, I remember that. Whenever the kids have a birthday, we need to take a picture of them and then send them down to Integra. I don't know.
Nods, yeah.
Yeah. We need to do that for her so she can at least see them growing up, at least through fucking pictures.
Pequod and Hunk, it's like Hunk said, if they ever need anything, we'll be there. She gestures to Icy, and Icy, exactly. Ash, I hope Ceres reaches out if she has problems. I really do. Icy, I'm hard to say.
Well, I hope she reaches out too. And that's basically all we can do right now.
Banksy, you know what might make people feel better?
What's that?
I'm gonna go get the kids. Meet me out here. Pequod watches him leave. Yeah, would be nice to hold Carter.
Yeah, it'd be nice to hold my little girls.
Pequod's gonna walk out this way. As you guys walk out here, Pequod, if we have another girl, Integra sounds like a good name.
I think that sounds like the perfect name.
They're gonna Banksy and Krellin come out with all the kids. Krellin, meet Krellin. Sit on baby. And takes JJ and hands him to Davey.
Davine holds him and gives JJ a kiss on the head.
Banksy will hand over Laz and Stoll to Julius.
He holds them and he hugs them tightly. As tightly as you can, a baby.
Interestingly enough, Blaze is gonna get up and suppose you're just going to sit in here, because
I mean, it's probably for the best that I wait until they leave before venturing out, right?
he looks back at you. I wish I could say it isn't, but I'm going outside.
Have a good time, Blaze.
By the way, the modifications to the plasma laser weaponry done and dusted. Need anything else? Let me know.
The next thing to work on is, I suppose, making that full auto. For, trading purposes.
He looks at it. Your leave is Monday, Tuesday now? When you go to
Yes.
Frontier? It will be done by Monday morning for you. But I assume you'll be heading home.
Yes, sir, I will.
Well then, when you return Wednesday, it will be done for you.
Thank you, Blaze. I'm in your debt.
He nods his head and starts heading out in this direction. Hunk, looking down at JJ and then back at Davine, looks at Icy. You okay, Julius? Nicole? Pequod?
Julius gives Lasley and then Sol each a kiss on the head. You know, it's a wonder what holding your kids will do for you.
Suletta. Yes. Not easy. She rubs her nose with her finger.
Davine stands up and holds little JJ out to Icy.
She takes.
Hold him, it'll make you feel better, dear.
She nods and smiles at Davine. Hunk. Yeah. You're like your haircut, Jennifer. Jennifer, thanks. You guys already told me. I'm not good at this stuff.
Davine sits down, pats his hand. Neither am I. Julius looks around. Well, you know, we can't sit around moping all day. We have to. We should go out, do something, you know.
Suletta, looking at her wrist computer, Attack on Titan, mumbling to herself. Julius doesn't catch what she says as there's a knock at the door. And as there's a knock at the door, Blaze just sits down. Oh, he goes to get up. Sire, would you get the door, Julius? I just sat down. I'll
course.
take the children. He takes Soul from you.
Of course. He'll walk over to the door and open it up.
Boom! There's a guy in ranger armor you've never seen before. He immediately stands at attention. Oh, how you doing, sir?
Oh, at ease.
Thank you, sir. You must be Captain Rainfall, right?
Captain Julius Rainfall, it's nice to meet you. Can I ask your name?
A pleasure to meet you, sir. He puts his hand out. I'm Tal, Frontier Ranger. Is Lieutenant Wankamouth present? I mean, Valorius.
Nah, don't worry, I get who you mean. He shakes his hand. I haven't seen him come out of the armory yet, so he's probably down there. Do you want me to take you down?
Blaze, I'll get him. and hands the kids off to Banksy. And he starts making his way down this way. Tal, quite the family got here, sir. May I come in?
Of course, make yourself at home.
Hear good things about you from the Ranger General. I'm here to pick up Wanker Mouth.
Wanker Mouth. Good nickname for him.
He looks over at you. Right, yeah. He's an interesting fella.
You don't have to be nice about it right now.
Okay, well, he's a dumbass sometimes, for sure.
I have to agree. He looks around. But, yeah, this is the family/squad. And he'll start introducing everyone.
He goes around shaking everybody's hand. Scar, your armor is beat to hell. Yes, sir, it is. It's a mark of honor, so to speak, sir. Scar, I could see how. So they sent you all the way in to pick up Ash. Yeah, you could say that, sir. Gathering information. Seeing Lieutenant Wankermouth's effect on the denizens of the apartment. You understand, of course. Scar, oh. Everything's great here! Right, Julius?
Julius looks over at Scar. Looks over at Tal. Need accurate information? Make him better?
Yeah, if you want to tell me, sir. That'd be wonderful. We're trying to mold Lieutenant Wankermouth into a man. You know what I'm saying here? For his age, he's a man-child. We're trying to mold him into a man. He must think he's some type of fucking movie star. He puts his hand up, movie star. Starts moving his hand up and down, running his fucking mouth like he's some type of wanker action hero, thinking he's some type of hotshot. Trying to bring him down to earth, teach him. Otherwise, his ass is getting booted out of Earthcuff. Sorry to say. Pequod, I'm not sorry to hear it. And he just looks over at Pequod. Suleta's jaw is agape looking at this man. Davey, notice?
Davey looks over at her. Looks over at Tal. And Julius. Well, I mean, you basically nailed it on the head. Him running his mouth has fucked up a lot of things.
Yeah, that's what we gathered, though he was not very forthcoming about some things. We'll just put it that way. I don't think he's trying to hide anything. I think he's just embarrassed, as he should be. Fucking wanker. Suleta's jaw gets wider and wider. I see, even notice it.
Davey looks over at Suleta again, and then back over at Tal. Right.
Well, anyway, he's coming out to the frontier with us every other week. If he thinks there's not another ranger filling his position the weeks he's not out there, he's fucking crazy, mate. He's got to be fucking crazy. And, I ain't pulling for him over the other guy, but, yeah, he's got to clean up his act.
Right, that makes complete sense.
What did you call him? Suleta looking at him. Oh, wanker, ma'am. He's a muppet, really. That's what I think. Her jaw gets wide. Fucking muppet. Muppet wanker. Looking up at...
Davey leans forward. Might I ask, dear, where are you from?
I'm from the Queensland, Great Britain. Isle of Fog.
Right, of course. Sounds like a wonderful place.
Wales, to be exact. I haven't seen it in a long time, but Lorelei, with things the way they are, would like us a little closer to home sometimes. So.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. He looks over at Suleta. You okay?
Suleta, I would be very interested to hear about. I care for Ash deeply. He looks over at her. Oh, well, I feel sorry for you. No offense, ma'am. He looks at her. Maybe you could tell me about his performance over some type of food substance. He looks right at her. Yeah, maybe so. I'm actually recently divorced, ma'am. My wife, back down on Earth, she was my queen, so to speak. But I'm out busting my balls on the frontier and sending money home, and she's just spending it left and right. I'm coming home to overdraft fees. We had a couple talks. The problem didn't fix itself, and so I cut her loose, man. Cut her loose 2 weeks ago, actually. Shortly after we dropped Wanker Mouth back here on Gateway, actually. Suletta's eyes sparkling, looking at him. He doesn't even notice. He's looking around at everybody who's just staring at him.
Yes, next time you're on Gateway, you should plan to have a talk with Suletta. Just the two of you over, I don't know, dinner, tea, coffee, whatever it is you prefer.
You ever hear of Tommy's? Hunk looks up at him. Is he the guy? He's the mate with the fucked up eye.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I've seen him around. He's a bit of a legend among the Frontier Rangers. They say he's got magic powers. I believe it. Do you not like spellcasters? Tal, I owe my life to many spellcasters, ma'am. I don't think most people have anything against them, right? He looks around the room confused.
No, most people don't. Just, some things have been said in the past.
Yeah, I know. I've been informed. Yeah, we're gonna try to fix him up right. Right is right, but no promises.
Yeah, and all we have to say is thank you for that.
Hey, no problem. It's his tail that's on the line. If he fucks up, he's out of EarthGov. Lorelei is, from my understanding, sir, she's covered for him and some members here for some things, and I think she's about had enough. Strangely enough, I saw Sasha. She's part of your squad. You should be my boss someday, and yours. He lightly punches Julius in the shoulder. She just stormed past me. I couldn't even say hello.
Yeah, she is, she's not happy right now.
Blaze comes down. Ash, there's a ranger here for you.
Oh, are they here to pick me up or something?
Apparently, yes.
Thank you.
I suggest getting your gear on and picking up your weapons and being on your P's and Q's.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll grab some weapons and go with them. Thank you.
He nods and makes his way back up. As he comes in and sits down, he's just staring at Suletta, whose jaws agape, looking at him. And he's just looking around the room, talking. Icy staring right at Suletta. Even Davine, or even Pequod and Jennifer are staring at her.
Davine is also staring at her.
Hunk looks back at her and looks up at him. So when's your next time back in Earth space, Gateway space? Oh, hard to say, sir. I don't know. It's hard to say. Lorelei wants us a little closer to home, but today we're gonna take Private fucking Muppet, or whatever the hell you'd like to call him, Lieutenant Muppet, teach him a thing or two, put some things into perspective for him, see how he does, see how he takes it, and every week's a test for that wanker. So.
Davine looks over at Suletta and whispers to her, "You hear that, Letty? Every day's a test for that wanker."
Suletta just staring. Her eyes are sparkling. Nobody's ever seen her like this. Ash, you've got your gear in a duffel bag. You're good to come out. You don't have to put the armor on. You get it on the way out there. You're good to come out.
He's gonna make his way out.
Oh, there he is. Look what the cat dragged out of the armory.
Yes, sir. Ready to go, sir.
What you packing? What you bringing out there, Mike?
Armor. I'm bringing Shatter, sir. I'm bringing the Garant that I have in the armory, and I'm bringing a Mola, sir.
That sounds good. That sounds good. Come on over here.
Yes, sir. He'll walk over.
Which one's the one that crafted Shadow for you? Got it crafted, Mike? Which one of these people?
That would be Captain Rainfall, sir.
She waves at Tal. Tal, remarkable piece of weaponry, ma'am. He let me play with it out on the frontier a couple weeks ago. I let him play with my AK. I see. It's pretty cool. He's good with it. Tal, yeah, the wanker can shoot, but he's got to learn a thing or two. Isn't that right? And he looks over at you,
Yes, sir.
Colonel Curtis and Lake are out on the frontier. We're going to Habitat 7. That's where you're spending your weekend, partner.
Understood, sir. Sounds like a good time.
Now, we got a long dropship ride out to Habitat 7, so strap your boots on, kid. And he just shoulder checks by Ash, and it was a pleasure to meet you all. And he leaves.
He's gonna pick up his duffel bag, turn, kind of nod his head. I'll be on my way. I'll see you all later.
Pequod is making a fist, looking at Ash, even though she's holding Carter. The only person to even say anything, because everybody except Icy can pick up on how awkward it is, and she waves while looking down at her feet. And Ash leaves. Suletta, that man was incredible. Magnificent. Handsome, I could see through his mat. Plays.
Davine blinks a couple times. Yes, he was all of those things.
Icy, maybe you should go out on a date with him. Suletta, I would love to. He seemed so professional.
Yeah, he seemed very professional.
Maybe Ash can learn a thing or two from him. God, I fucking hope.
Well, that is why he's out there with them.
Hunk just staring at Suletta. Suletta, hand on her neck, squeezing it. I asked him out, didn't I?
Yes, you did. And I tried to assist with that.
Did it work? She looks around the room. Scar laughing.
Davine looks around the room. It worked out fine. I'm sure you heard everything about the divorce thing, right?
I wouldn't spend his money. Suletta speaks.
Good. Then
I'm richer than he'll ever be. He can have my money. He was like a Marlboro man. Rugged, handsome, endearing. He called Ash a wanker. And a muppet. Icy starts laughing.
Julius starts to laugh, and Davine nods. Yes,
he
did.
likes spellcasters. Well, most people do, but yeah.
Yes, he does, dear. Next time he's in Earthgov space, we'll have to ask General Lorelei. Next time he's in Earthgov space, so we can plan something for the two of you, or you can plan it if you so wish.
Zap's gonna lean into Suletta and start wiping her brow with one of his handkerchiefs because she's profusely sweating. Looking at Zap, it reminds me of that Lorelei general lady when she see Julius. Pequod, yeah. Looking at
Oh my god, it does. Davine shrugs and looks Suletta in the eyes. And they are still sparkling like stars.
Okay, mall trip time, I think. Auntie? Yes. Mall trip time. We'll see you all Monday. And she just stares at the door, walks to the ship. Doesn't even pick up memory. She walks backwards up the stairs. Icy, that was great. Awkward, but great.
Julius shrugs. I like that guy.
Hunk, he seemed like a good... Starts laughing.
Davine starts to laugh. Oh my god.
So where are we going? He looks at Davine. We're just going to the mall and then back to the cabin?
The mall. I think some of us want to go out to eat. I did some research, and there's a place where I would like to bring you.
Oh, just me and you?
Just me and you.
Oh, my dear. He picks her up. Icy, you can get dressed on the ship. It's a fancy place. And looks up at Davy.
Davy nods. It's a fancy, very fancy place, so put on your best suit and tie.
Duly noted. Pequod, Icy and I got the spider chance thing for you. She tries to say under her breath, the dress.
Davy nods at her. Thank you very much, darlings, and she pats them both on the head.
The Rainfalls will say goodbye to the armory folk. make their way to the ship, get dressed, get ready to go. Ash, after a long, quiet ride, you land here on Habitat 7. Tal's leading you this way. The Colonel and Lake are right ahead there, mate. Why don't you go first?
Thank you, sir. He'll walk up. Colonel? Lake? Gonna bow his head slightly and sit down.
Ash, he's sitting on some boxes, sharpening a knife.
Sir, how are you doing?
Okay, son. Okay, how was the flight out here?
Good. Quiet, but went by. Well, that's a good thing. No issues.
That's good. Very good. He's gonna sit down, point to the fire. A cup of coffee.
Thank you, sir.
Tal, you got smoke?
He'll hand him the pack of cigarettes.
He sits down next to you. I roll my own, mate. I forgot to buy Old Holborn is the brand. Tobacco. Yellow pouch, elephant on the front. Looks like circus creature. Forgot to buy it when I was on Gateway because Sasha came storming past me like a bat out of fucking hell.
Yeah, she's upset. It was old Holborn.
That's right, mate. If you're gonna smoke the good cheap stuff. Cheaper. Why pay extra money to kill yourself, mate? It's good. You roll your own. I'll teach you someday. Here. He reaches into his pocket. You give me one of yours, and I'll give you one of mine. This is the last one I got.
If you'd like, deal. And he'll hand him one. Thank you.
You got a lighter?
Yes, I do. He'll pull it out and hand it to him.
He lights it and hands it back to you. These ain't bad, but these are, like, high class. Mine are low class.
Yeah, they are high class. Their mom gave them to me.
This is what your mother smoked?
Yes, it is mother-in-law, but yes, what she smokes.
She's Integra, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, she can smoke whatever the hell she wants.
Yes, she can, and yes, she should. She's more than earned that right.
Curtis looking at you. So how's things back on the home front, Ash?
Not the best, sir. Because
Why
of
don't
my...
you talk about it? Go ahead. Get it off your chest. Out here, puts his arms out. There's no walls. Walls don't have ears. Trees don't have ears.
Yes, sir. Well, you've read my dossier. You know how awkward I've made it there. My wife, Saris, and my mom, Integra, did not feel comfortable staying there because of how awkward I have made it, and they left to a house that I'm going to be buying from Tommy Wiseau.
What's the house like? Are you like it at least? You gotta live there till you're dead.
I like it. They like it.
Good.
That's more important. It's in a very nice area. Large house, quiet, expensive, but that's fine. I'll just have to work even harder to make sure I can afford to pay it off.
Tal looks over at you. Trust me, mate. When you got as many deployments out here as we do, you'll be fine on that front. Like, you think you make good money on that Arcane Council Strike Squad? Ha!
Good. That actually takes a bit of a load off my mind, sir. Thank you.
Here, keep the change, mate. He throws you 1,000 credits. Just buy as many bags as you can. Old Holborn. They only come in 5-meter pouches. It's ridiculous.
Will do. I'll make sure to give those to you, sir.
I'll be expecting them 2 weeks from now. Unless you want to come out here on another week.
Either way works for me, sir.
Colonel Curtis, so, Ash, last time you were here, we asked you some questions.
Yes, you did?
And you didn't really have any good answers for me. This is your final week out here if you don't have good answers. He cocks the shotgun, sets it down next to him, sips from his coffee. Are you up to answering, or would you like to spend your last week out here on the frontier?
Ask away, sir. I'll answer to the best of my ability this time.
It's nothing personal. He looks at you. The intimidation factor here, son. But I have to get to know you. And to be frank, I think you have to get to know yourself. Otherwise, you're going to keep repeating the same mistakes. And a guy like you, Max Tech's gone. What are you gonna do with yourself if EarthGov doesn't want you anymore? Were you gonna be a range master at some civilian shooting range gun store? That gonna pay for your house?
No, sir.
You gonna do bodyguard work? Who's gonna hire you? Most reputable bodyguards are ex-EarthGov, and background checks are done through EarthGov. So you know what shows up on your background checks.
My behavior, sir.
You're up shit creek without a paddle, son. Lucky for you, this is a lifeline. This is a lifestyle and a job that pays very well. I'm gonna ask, and you're gonna give me answers.
Yes, sir.
Lake looking over at Ash. Okay, Ash. So, Davy. Mom? No? Huh? He looks over at you and threatening her. I mean, just like he said, there's nobody out here to hear. And check the emotionality, boy. There's no crying out on the frontier.
He's going to look away for a moment, breathe. I did a lot of thinking on that, and I think it may have been, the mom thing may have been down to jealousy, sir.
Elaborate, go ahead.
Well, you've read my file. I lost my mother when I was young, and I saw what Julius and her had, and I wanted something similar, and I did something stupid because of it, so I was jealous of him.
But at the time, you had Integra and Lasley, Mr. Change Your Last Name, at the flip of a coin. So you're just jealous of Julius.
Yes, sir.
Nods his head. Maybe you were always a little jealous of him? Who was the favorite of the two of you with the ex-major?
Julius, sir.
Then another woman comes along that favors him?
Yes, sir. I think you're correct. As hard as it is to admit.
Alright. He takes a sip of his coffee. Let me tell you something. Integra should have been enough. That's your wife's mother.
She should have, sir. And I will have to live with that foolishness for the rest of my life.
These type of relationships, kid, they're not earned. They're built. So when you build a house on a poor foundation, it can't be built. You build a house on a good foundation, it can be built. Some people, it's a poor foundation. It's not going to happen. Not every woman with childbearing hips is to be your mother, whether you like it or not. And just because you lost your mother at a young age doesn't give you the right to think they should be, or even give you the right to act that way. If you think you're the only poor sob whose mother got murked when they were young in this galaxy, this universe, you are sorely mistaken, crybaby.
You're correct, sir.
The next tiers on the frontier end with this. He points down to his shotgun.
Yes,
Rangers
sir.
push forward, they move forward. They adapt and overcome. I don't got room for crybabies out here. You understand?
Yes.
And you dishonor every ranger that came before you doing what you did and acting this way. I'm shocked you are a ranger, honestly.
I understand, sir. Won't happen
You want to
again.
you want to care about earning anybody's respect? It's these three out here because you fucked it with Lorelei. And then what's this news about Sasha? Speak up if you want to be heard.
She was very close with Ceres, sir. So I believe me causing Ceres to leave is what has caused her to be so upset, sir.
I don't think you can fix these type of problems, but would you have any problem with Sasha coming down to your place and getting to see her friend?
Not at all, sir.
Then maybe in a respectful manner, try to make that clear to her.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the advice, sir.
People act stupid when they're angry. You did, Sasha did, we did, everybody does. Lorelei, nobody's above it. It's called being mortal. Okay?
Understood. I will, make sure to remember that, sir.
Blake clears his throat. So Ash, well, uh, he groaned. Tell Ash, you know, when somebody of higher rank tells you that you can't give somebody orders that is the same rank as you, you don't give them orders, right, mate?
Yes, sir.
Then why would you be ordering around the person you need to stay in the good graces of? Because if she wants, she can kick your ass out the military and with your record throw your ass in the brig special housing unit, they call it SHU program. That's 24 hours lockdown, mate. You will never see the light of fucking day. Why the fuck would you try to order her around? And don't tell me you didn't mean to, mate.
No, She had told me before that when she is in a sniping position, she cannot give orders, and she needs me to help her with that. And so I tried to take charge and do that, and in the process, I gave an order when it should have just been a suggestion, sir.
Did she tell you that, or did she tell Julius that?
She told us that, sir, both of us.
But did she address you by name, mate?
No, sir.
Look, kid, you don't gotta be worrying about impressing people. Worry about yourself in a fight, mate. You're a boots on the ground guy like us, like Sasha. But worry about pulling the trigger and winning the battle, winning the fight, killing the enemies, the freaks, mate. That's your job. You're there to support these people. Who cares what they can do, mate? Who cares if that little girl can disintegrate a planet? Who cares if your brother, ex-brother at this point, can fly around and punch people in the fucking face? You pull the trigger, you shoot, you support, you protect the important people. You are not important, mate. That's your job. To put your life down on the line for the important people. If you don't like it, leave. Get out. Get the fuck out of the military. That is your job, mate. That's what we're there for.
Yes, sir. You're correct.
Do you have a fucking problem with that?
No, sir.
It's not about being born special, partner. Let me tell you. You fucking muppet. All we can do is the best we can do with the tools and training we have. And we protect the spellcasters. We protect people like Julius. We facilitate their job.
Yes,
Colonel
sir.
Curtis, similar words to probably Malcolm, from my understanding, told you. You facilitate him. He wasn't wrong.
Yes.
That's your job.
Yes, sir. I understand, sir.
It's even more so your job as a ranger.
Understood, sir. I will not fail in doing my job again.
When your little sister did join ops with ranger squads, she stood behind the rangers, pumped them up, and casted her damaging spells when she could. And those rangers protected her. It's a plutonic relationship.
Yes, sir. I will make sure to be the protector for them.
And if you get shot in the fucking face and that's lights out for you, then that's probably the easy way out after the road you've chosen to take, partner. Let me tell you.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Like, your
Um,
wife.
I told you the truth last week about how I did not realize what was going on and was just trying to make things better. What I left out was not long after that, the event at the convention, I did realize what was going on, and gods, in my, I pretended things were fine, and just acted like nothing was going on, because we had always been the perfect couple, sir, and I wanted to keep up those appearances, and I was a selfish bastard for doing it. So I just pretended nothing was wrong.
Colonel Curtis staring daggers at you. Okay. Maybe a little jealousy of Julius and Pequod's, I don't know the particulars about their relationship, but from what I hear, it's pretty good. from Lorelei.
It's very good, sir. They are what I...
Passionate, and Saris was more. I worked with Saris and Sasha. These are tough women. They are tougher than most men. If I think you probably agree.
I would, sir. They're tougher than me, that's for damn sure.
Tal, maybe you was more cut out to have a girl like Pequot. One that's more emotionally attached to you. Yeah.
Maybe, sir. I am not proud of what I did, but like you said, I have to be honest with you, or you can't do anything for me. And I can't improve if I'm not either.
Colonel Curtis, appearances don't matter. Keeping up appearances, these things, they don't matter. That's irrelevant. I mean, look at us. He looks down at his armor. When we get back to Gateway Space, look at us and then put us next to your armor. Do you think we care how we look? And it's not even a sign of pride. It's appearances don't matter. Upkeeping, that kind of stuff doesn't matter. What matters is being a good husband, doing the right thing, providing, living comfortably, and being happy.
You're correct, sir. That's what really matters.
You can't be happy if you ruin things. So, yeah.
No, you cannot, sir. And, I need to stop doing that. I'm going to stop ruining everything.
You know, the best analogy for this, mate, is Saris was like a thoroughbred horse. She'd roam free, run around, do whatever she wanted. She was her own thing, her own woman. And then you come along, you fucking muppet, and you do this to her and you make her feel like she's a piece of meat, mate. And that's why she acts this way towards you. You don't clip somebody's wings, mate. You ever see, Christ, I can't think of the fucking name. Like, Aristotle.
Yes, sir, I've seen Aristotle.
If you clip their wings, can you imagine? No?
I can, sir. I've seen it.
Well, then you should know, and that's what you did to your wife, son.
Yes, I did. What the hell? I'm here to learn from you and to fix things. Is there any advice you can give me on what to do to fix this? Because I'm not sure just following my heart or following any of that is the right choice at this point, sir.
Tal looks at Colonel Curtis. Tal's still smoking a cigarette. Curtis, like I said, I worked with Saris, son. I worked with Sasha. Time, number one. Space, number one. I think she'll need time. She'll need space. You'll have to show that you can provide for her, but at the same time, treat her with respect.
Yes, sir.
Treating somebody with respect isn't constantly touching them or coddling them or groping them in public. Fucking muppet. He says under his breath. It's listening. If you show you listen to somebody and you value their opinion, most creatures of sound mind and body in this universe are going to respect you. The level of respect you're looking for is deeper. That's love. That means it's going to take a lot longer. And it might never be 110% the same.
That's fine.
As it was.
That is fine by me, sir. And as long as it takes, that's what I'm willing to do, because, as much as a, like you said, fucking muppet that I've been, I love her dearly, and I need to make up for this.
You start making up for it by earning the bread, mate. Saris was in the military for some time, but not long enough to afford some type of fucking mansion. What's the payments on this place?
Tommy gave us a good deal. 6 months rent-free, 400,000 a month after that.
Jesus fucking Christ. You see him? Good God. Why don't you just fucking cut your dick off, mate?
Whatever they want, they get. I'm gonna start squirreling everything I can away, and I'm gonna be good enough that you're willing to keep me on, sir.
Colonel Curtis nods. Yeah. We'll see about that. That's up to you to prove. As I said, You gotta check the emotionality out here.
Yes, sir.
Remember what I said last week? Oh, he slipped and fell down a waterfall, General. You remember that?
Yes, I do, sir. I understand.
He points behind him. You see that mountain?
He's gonna look up at it.
We're scaling that. We're gonna go over that mountain. We're gonna take you to the town of Dudley.
Understand, sir? I don't believe I've ever been there.
No, you haven't. Trust me. That mountain's pretty high. Fall from that height would kill you. No crying.
Understood. Understood, sir.
Every time you fuck up, I'm gonna repeat it to you. Every time you fuck up, every time you start crying, every time you feel sorry for yourself, you disgrace every person that wore that armor and the shock trooper armor. Every man, woman, Eric Cottle, Cathar, whatever. You understand?
Yes, I do, sir.
Don't get me started on looting the bodies of the dead and showing up on Gateway in a piece of armor. You have to be fucking stupid.
Yes, I do, sir. I could try to put that on the former Captain Chance, sir, but let's be honest, I'm the one who listened to him, so who is it really on?
He looks at you, and that's the attitude to have. We come across dead bodies of EarthGov members, a basic trooper, a Navy SEAL, a Marine. We're not looting them, son. We're tagging them and getting their bodies back home. You ain't. I see you taking any personal effects off them. You're gonna get a 10 gauge right through that helmet.
Understood, sir. Thank you.
He looks at you. Finish your coffee, and then we're going up the mountainside. You're going to Dudley. You're gonna learn a thing or two.
Should be a good time, sir. Thank you. He's gonna skull the rest of it.
This is Habitat 7. Gonna be your home for the weekend. As we shift, bam, to the mall! Pequod's holding Memory Ann right here. The Escalade's parked here. Davine and Hunk have went off to their restaurant, a couple blocks down. And Pequod's holding Memory Ann right here. Is where we met Say Guillotine, sweetheart. Memory Ann starts laughing.
Julius chuckles, shakes his head, walks over. This is also the spot where we found the holy kitchen pipe.
Banksy holding the two boys, Icy and Suletta, walk up. Really? This is where you met that man?
Yeah, he was in a battle to the death with the domestic menace.
Pequod looks over at Suletta. This is where Julius bought me my ring. We had a lot of fun times here. And thankfully I can look back at this place and it's not clouded by, you know who. Suletta, yes, my sister.
Julius nods. Yeah, it's a lot of memories just for the two of us. This is also where Hunk and Icy taught me and Ash how to drive.
I see good times. Ash driving the Ecto one. Suletta, whatever happened to that? I see. Oh, it's up on Gateway, parked. I'll park it down on Rainfall Lane someday. He starts laughing. And then he stops laughing. Gate, Julius. Big gate. Pequod. After today, the biggest gate.
Not a problem.
After today, when I'm in charge, she kisses Memory on the head. Shoot on sight, Spartan. Banksy. Suletta, well, you heard her. She's the leader of EarthGov, soon to be eventually, so can't say no, Spartan. Walks. I see. Oh!
Julius inhales sharply through his teeth, looks over at Banksy, shrugs. Sorry, kid, nothing I can do for you.
Really? He looks at you.
He shrugs again.
You're gonna do me like that? I see. It is what it is.
It truly is. It is what it is.
I see. Well, it's not like we're gonna tell people where Rainfall Lane is. Pequod, I'm just saying, come on, as everybody's following her, I'm just saying, just in case, we need a contingency plan. I probably won't feel this way in a few days. I'm just super pissed right now. She goes in.
Yeah. You usually say things you don't mean. All of us do when we're angry. So he looks over at Binksy. Give us a couple of days to calm down.
He nods. Pequod, my opinion on Ash, I don't think will ever change now, but just remove with force. How about that? Hmm? And she gives Banksy a thumbs up, sets Memory End down so she can catch up to her mother. Banksy, can't wait. Why don't we
Yeah,
just get automated turrets that shoot on DNA signature? Great thinking. Banksy, I am done talking. Come on, I'm taking you to buy nail polish. It thinks I see this.
Julius starts to laugh. Walks over, holding the kids over to Pequod. Well, it's been a while since we've been here. Anywhere specific you want to visit?
Pequod, I want to get you. Do you remember when you wore the suit?
Yeah, I remember that.
I want to get you a couple suits. You look good,
Oh.
Julius. You look really good. You're even in better shape now. Your cut is somehow more tremendous than it was back then. You will look very good in suits. And not to wear to fancy places, just to wear. I want to go to that place Lorelai gave us tickets to, and from what I hear, we have to be properly dressed. So.
Oh, yeah, that is a real fancy place. So I will need to get a couple suits.
Come on, she's gonna guide you over this way. See? She starts pointing around. You don't have to wear the overcoat. I think you looked good without it.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of the overcoats. Maybe I should get some suspenders really, bring out some of my better features.
Pequod looks over at you, and red. I think if I remember, the suit was red, right?
He nods. It was red, a vest, no coat, little black bow tie. Pretty much exactly like that one.
Pequod, well, sometimes, I think with your hair, white would contrast really well off of you.
Yeah? He walks over to the white suit right here. Like this?
She nods. Like that, or even the blue one. Not baby blue, but like the dark blue. That's Earthgov blue, which you'd look incredible in.
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe I'll have to try out Earthgov Blue just for you.
You're gonna have to try them all on. There's even more than this, as this robot's just going around, doing his thing. Clearly, he's the guy who takes the money these days. Pequod, looking at the red suit, we're probably gonna just get all of them.
Ah, yeah, probably. He nods a couple times.
How do I do that? I can't do that. You fucking Muppet.
Dude. His head goes back a bit, looks
Did you
around.
see the way she looked at it?
Oh, yeah. I've only ever seen someone look at another person like that. Well, there's my mom looking at Hunk. There's Icy looking at Banksy. There's me looking at you. You get what I'm saying here?
She nods her head. Yeah, I think it didn't go. You know that Bo guy, Bo Agrius, Hunk's buddy.
Yeah.
He was down on Gateway, and apparently Suletta ignored him.
He inhales sharply through his teeth. Looks over at the suit. Damn.
I think Suletta needs the Rainfall wing, men and women. Me and you, maybe not Davine.
Yeah, maybe not Davine.
Or Krellin. Speaking up, Pequod looks over. There's like 60 bottles of nail polish levitating in the air. Icy snaps her fingers and they appear at the counter. Pequod, no, Krellin. He'll just start talking about the rest, whatever.
Yeah, he'll just start talking to Tal about how he can use his AK to shoot Ash and then imprison him forever.
Well, that Tal guy might actually shoot Ash. I think we keep those two apart. Arrest! Arrest! Arrest evil man!
Julius chuckles. Great idea.
Arrest evil
If-
man!
I-
Just keeps imitating.
I don't think he was there to steal your ship, Krillin. That way you think.
I see. All right, sir. I'll just shoot him right now in the back of the head for you, if that does you well. Thanks.
Julius starts laughing. Oh, God.
Give me my cup of tea when I'm finished.
Oh, so is that what he prefers, Nicole? Did you read his mind and find out he prefers tea, or is that just a stereotype you're using?
Tea. He likes tea and some type of cheap cigarette tobacco. It's all he was thinking about, and how angry Sasha was. Which, by the way, she's probably gonna. Never mind. Banksy. No.
Yeah. Yeah, she probably is gonna do something. And we're gonna let her.
Banksy. What? Are you sure?
Yeah, I am sure.
I see. It's his call. Gestures over to Julius.
Julia shrugs. Well, I mean, think about it. If she never gets what she wants to say or do to him off of her chest, is she ever going to truly 100% have his back on the battlefield?
Pequod. Are you sure you're not a mind reader? Looks up at Julius, puts her hand on his chest.
Julia shrugs. No. It'd be pretty cool to be able to read minds, but no. I just is what makes sense.
I see that, and yeah. For Ash's sake, future employment.
Yes. It's pretty much always better to get things off your chest. Especially when you are in the situations that we are in when we go to work.
Pequod's gonna lead over here as the conversation continues, so you guys can just talk more closer to one another. How many of those did you buy? 75, 80? I don't know. What the
Julius tilts his head, looks over at the prices on them.
Oh, they're pretty expensive. $7 per bottle. Credits.
Julius rubs the back of his neck, looks up at Banksy, and is like, "You need some help?"
Banksy looks over at you, and then Pequod, you taught her this. Pequod, damn right I did.
He chuckles.
No, I'm good. I get good pay, and I don't mind. I see. He likes silver. I got like 13 bottles of the silver. Make it 14. Then she snaps another one over.
Julius winces a small bit. Yeah. Good man.
Violetta comes over this direction, and I found it.
Found what?
She hands it to Icy, and Icy, yes! It's the complete special edition Blu-ray. She's holding Attack on Titan Peacock. Nice. Yeah, I lost my copy. I think I left it back at Raven Rock, Icy, and now we can watch it. We always wanted to watch it with you, Julius, and Banksy. We could watch it with Davine too, but I figured it's something me, you, Banksy, and Pequod can do.
Julius is staring down at the DVD. Yeah, sure, if you guys promise not to call it Chronicles of Young Davine.
Hearing Davine's name, Suletta's head snaps up and looks at you confused. Pequod. Chronicles of who? I see. What? Looking at Julie.
Chronicles of Young Davine.
I see. Is that something Malcolm produced that you never told? Young Davine? Pequod. Young Dave. Mikasa?
Mikasa.
I see. They don't look that similar. The hair, maybe, and Davine's way more sexier than her. Suletta starts.
Julius rubs the top of his head. Yeah, but Does Malcolm Chance realize that?
Banksy, Malcolm watched this with you?
Well, Julius looks over at Pequod. You were wondering where your copy went? Well, you actually gifted it to me before I left for the frontier.
That's right!
And, I was feeling real depressed one day, so I decided to watch it, and Malcolm came in just as Mikasa was on screen. And he immediately said, "Oh my, a show about young Davine, the Chronicles of young Davine."
Icy looks shocked for a second. Pequod starts laughing. The Chronicles of Young Davine! He thought your mom had a TV show?
Julius nods. He was constantly disappointed when the show was focusing on Aaron, or as he put it, Cyrus.
Pequod, she's gonna come over and put her arm around you and kiss your neck.
Levi was Cyrus Sr.
I see, wait a minute, is that what this dumb stuff was about?
Dumb stuff?
She pulls it
Okay.
up on her wrist computer. Is that what this was about? People thought this was like a joke. The Rangers trying to joke Lorelai. Long time ago when you guys were on the front. Oh my god, it all makes sense. It says right there, information that Ash has betrayed us.
Yeah. He believed everyone, as you can see, from Armin to Ymir, was Ash. The most popular one in his mind that was Ash was Zeke Yeager.
I see. Oh god. Also Ash. So let her reading it aloud.
He repeatedly accused Ash of killing Monkey Boy and consuming his spinal fluid to turn into the Beast Titan.
Pequod. So he just thought villains and heroes were.
Yeah, Jean, I can get a bit. I can understand seeing him in some kind of villain role, but Armin? Or no, wait, no. You know what? I think Armin. Malcolm changed his mind. Armin turned into Ash's little brother.
I see. Is that why there's this clip of Malcolm ranting about Good Ash being burned alive?
Yeah.
Oh! I see. That explains so much. Remember? She looks at Suletta, and Suletta, yes. Malcolm overload. What's the difference? Almost every clip is the same, but the students at the academy one day, I found them giggling. Pour a sherry on. He opens the door, and Malcolm has one arm for. Here, I'll just play the clip. And she plays.
You hear a "Open up!" Ash opens the door. So what happened to your... Oh! As he gets punched in the face by Malcolm, who has one arm folded inside of his sleeve with the sleeve tied up and has a Scout's emblem from Attack on Titan sewn onto his jacket. "That's what you get, you bastard! You caused the deaths of so many with your experiments. You motherfucker. What are you fucking talking about, Malcolm? I know what you've done, Zeke. Or should I say Ymir? Or Raina? You experimented on people and doomed that colony to the death by the Titans. You consumed Monkey Boy and ate his spinal fluid to become the Monkey Boy Titan. Go to your room."
Icy starts laughing. Oh my god, he thought Ash ate monkey.
The Globnock even told Malcolm when he was going on like these tirades of Ash eating Monkey Boy. Globnock told him, "Man, I airlocked Monkey Boy," and Malcolm just would not believe him.
So Malcolm thought he was Ervin, whatever his name is. She's pointing down at this picture Suletta has up. My students also would laugh at this, and I had never heard of Attack on Titan up at that point, so makes sense.
Yeah, he wholeheartedly believed that Irvin was a descendant, or an ancestor of the Chance family, I should say. He thought the entire show took place on Gallia, by the way.
The Beast Titan, because also it looks like a 5-year-old did it. I see. Well, it is Malcolm. Think about it. Look at all the arrows.
Yeah. As soon as that Titan showed up, Malcolm's gaze was scouring the screen, and all he could say was, "Shh."
Suletta's eyes widen for a second, and she sets Memrian down. Memrian has a stack of books, all on the same pterosaur. Julius notices the books because she's standing over here now. Oh. She's looking right. He's called the Beast Titan, right? That's what you said?
Yeah, correct.
Did Malcolm ever ask you if a nuclear device would kill these Titans? Oh my god.
Julius puts one hand up to his temple. Yeah. Yeah, he did.
I see. I've always wondered why he nuked that. Oh my god, she's looking at the pitch! So there's a clip of Malcolm talking to Lucas. There's a clip of him walking out of what is presumed, and she plays it, and it's Malcolm ranting about needing to get in contact. He has an interview with Lucas and asking Julius if a nuke would kill the Beast Titan. Go!
Julius, I have an important question for you, my boy. Come, son.
Yeah, what is it, Malcolm?
These creatures, this Beast Titan, do you think a small nuclear device would be capable of killing them?
Well, yeah, it would kill the Titan shifter inside the nape of the neck, and it would destroy all the other Titans, because, it destroys the nape of the neck.
Oh, good. Thank you for that. Pulia, a hypothetical, my boy. Get yourself something to eat. I have an important phone call to make. Globnock, get me on the phone with Lucas. I need to set up an interview. There's work to be done. There is work to be done indeed. You're sure that a nuclear device would kill this, yes?
Yeah. Pretty damn.
Good. Reward yourself with some actual food. Go, my boy. As Malcolm walks away, his hand shaking, and what must be done, must be done. Forgive me, Lucas.
I see. Oh my god, looking at he blew up a colony because he thought Ash was a cartoon character. Suletta, that closes the mystery. Yes. Puts the picture away.
Julius just has both hands now resting on either side of his temples. Oh my god.
Suletta, you're not responsible. Don't feel responsible for a second.
Okay. He lowers his hands.
Pequod's gonna hug you. She's right.
Yeah, but he really wanted to just... He thought Ash was the Beast Titan. He really... Oh, why am I even asking that? Malcolm was delusional as is. It was the curse. He looks at the picture that was just pulled up. Oh.
Head beat maker Cyrus Sr. So he thought this was your biological father's father.
Yeah, he thought Levi was Cyrus Sr., who made Aaron Cyrus.
That puts the picture away. Well, I'm actually interested in seeing this show now, so perhaps I can be included, and we'll ship Mom and oh god, I can't even say it. Mom, oh, you see her shiver. Mom and Dad off to a private date another weekend, and we'll watch it.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Auntie's treat. She'll hold the DVD box.
Thank you very much, Auntie.
What
And
is this? She pulls this. You
Oh.
see Pequod grimace immediately.
that was just something Malcolm made in his free time. He put a picture of me next to Aaron, and you can tell the rest.
Pequod's gonna grab you. She's got 2 free hands now by both cheeks and look you right in the eye. And you are nothing like Cyrus. And kiss you lightly on the lip. You
I
never
know.
have been.
I know I'm not. He kisses her on the forehead. But you know, at least in the beginning, if there's one character who was nothing like Cyrus, it was goddamn Aaron.
Suletta, it's not to dredge up bad memories, but did Aaron at least consume copious amounts of alcohol in the show? You see, no.
Not once. At least for the stretch of time that me and Malcolm watched together. Not once did he consume it. There was one point where Aaron consumes some liquid, and Malcolm says he has to use alcohol to turn into a titan. It all makes sense now.
Pequod, I can't believe he thought it was actually Gallia.
Yeah, he would usually talk about how he now understands why Gallia was so terrible for us, because there were all these titans roaming about.
And I see, I know he's not that popular, but and somehow Ash created them.
I guess so. Maybe Malcolm thought he told his backstory to a bunch of people, and then they turned into titans or something like that.
Pequod, he probably thought he did the experiments in Aaron's dad's basement or something. I see. Oh.
Oh, right. That's what he said. He said that Ash experimented on me in the cellar that Aaron's father had. And those experiments thereby created the Titans.
Suletta, is that why there's an awkward clip of you two on the couch together? And you ask why the popcorn tastes like avocado here? She plays.
Eat up, Julius. We're having a good night together, right, son?
It could be better. He takes a bite of the popcorn. Hey, Malcolm.
Yes, my boy.
Why does this taste like avocado, man?
Because it has avocado butter in it instead of regular oil.
And why is that, Malcolm?
Because Ash is going to be joining us for the next episodes.
I see immediately starts cackling. Pequod, oh my freaking god!
Tastes good, doesn't it, son? Tastes like revenge for all those killed by Ash and his titans.
Julius looks down at the popcorn and just starts eating it some more.
I see. So clearly he never saw the end of the show because Aaron, what would he think Cyrus started the rumbling?
Oh, God.
Suletta, judging by this clip's date, Malcolm died soon after, so...
Yeah, it was like directly after we filmed Chancinator 2 that he died, and I didn't really feel like watching anything after Chancinator 2, so I didn't. Thereby he didn't.
He really thought Ash was a giant fucking monkey, Suletta?
Yeah, he did. He also thought Ash was Reiner, and that Berthold was Ash's cousin, and there's a lot of things.
Suletta mocking in her Malcolm voice. You can't escape your crimes, large monkey man. I see. I
You
will
will,
end you with my
You-
missing arm.
you will pay for killing Monkey Boy and taking my arm away from me.
Suletta, you see, we can have fun without Davine and Huck.
Yeah, it is. It's not that. Yeah, it is fun.
Less chance for you to pass out, she gestures at Icy, and ruin your boyfriend's weekend. Icy, I don't always pass out. Suletta,
Uh, I don't know about that. I see here. Sort of for like 2 for them getting like really nice with each other.
excuse me for having a dream and getting to see it come true. I get a mom and my dad. Oh, and then they're together. I'm buying more nail polish, and she poofs more.
Oh God.
Pequod. Yeah, she did learn from the best. I mean, come on.
She did learn from the best. He looks up at Banksy with a sort of I'm sorry look on his face.
He nods his head. Suletta gestures over this way. Pequod. Oh, right. Auntie Street. Go try on your clothing. You probably look good in that blue one.
Yes, ma'am, I'll have to try that one on first.
Pick the one you think Lorelai would like the most. She chuckles under her breath.
I think it would be wearing no suit or no clothes at all.
Your birthday suit, Pequod speaks.
Yeah, I think that'd be her favorite.
I see that we're gonna come over. You're looking at the suits, but you notice out of the corner of your eye, she's got a stack of books all on pterosaurs, the Anovian pterosaur.
Julius looks down at the stack of books. When I come out, I'll carry those for you, okay, sweetie?
She nods her head. You hear just a distant voice in your head. Answer could be anything, Julius. Cave with troll under bridge, or magic cat. Who knows?
Oh God, maybe I've been spending too much time around Tommy.
I see. Why exactly did you go to play catch in the mobile suit bay? Pequod, is that what you were doing? That you're playing catch with Ash at a time like this? Suletta, I thought that was strange myself.
Julius takes one of the suits off the rack, looks at it up and down. Well, Tommy wanted to show Ash how much our relationship really has degraded, and I made sure to show Ash that exactly.
Pequod, oh. Oh, okay. I guess Tommy has his ways. Magic football.
You know what? That is probably magic football. I've thrown that thing twice while limit broken, and it still hasn't popped.
Suletta starts laughing. Hit the Ranger General's both bust.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't die then.
Pequod, good thing I was pregnant.
Yeah, you know, sort of saved by the bell on that one, I guess.
Oh, Banksy and Icy start chuckling as Julius is gonna go in, try that blue suit on first. He's got a lot to try on ahead of him now. Ash makes his way here. You guys have started scaling the mountainside. Long hike up, Ash. You've been hiking up for about 4.5 hours.
He's just kind of quiet, taking in the atmosphere and following them.
Tal's on point, so he moves ahead a little bit, gets behind this bush, and he gestures with his hand, halt position. Curtis, you see something?
Understood, sir.
You see Tal point with his fingers up here. And you see what looks like an old tortoise man who's got a spear, but he's using it as a walking stick. And what looks like a very, very, very homebrew exoframe, inspecting something in the ground. Curtis, you're up. And he gestures with his head up to Tal.
Sir, you want me to go up to him?
You're up.
Understood, sir. He'll quietly make his way up to Tal.
These two start taking positions. You're far enough away where you can talk in an almost normal tone of voice. Tal's gonna go behind the bush and gesture with his hand for it.
He'll come behind the bush as well.
Alright, mate. You see what's up there?
Yes, sir. Elderly tortoise and what looks to be an exoframe. Yes, sir.
Right. So, I'm the point man for the squad. Which means I'm first contact with anybody we meet out here. I'm gonna try to train you to be a point man. That's gonna be your role. You need to learn every role, with the exception of Lake's role, because he's a spellcaster. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
So listen to me, mate. You've said it a million times. He hits Ash's chest with his hand, but I'm gonna reiterate for you. You muppet. We've seen your files. Even the parts you wish you weren't there. You do not give information away to people we don't fucking know.
Understood, sir.
I don't care if he looks like fucking Santa Claus. We don't know anything about that bloke up there. That does not mean you do not approach him with the utmost respect. It's time to learn how to be a professional fucking soldier. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
Because clearly you've been sleeping the last 8.5 fucking years. You will approach him with all due respect possible, with weapon drawn, not aimed at him. Hold it in a casual position like this. And he's gonna fix your shatter over your shoulder. The barrel's aimed up. However, you aim it up, rested on your shoulder. It's a casual yet powerful stance. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, sir. Makes perfect sense.
And it's good draw distance. All you gotta do is lower it down and blow Grandpa away if it comes to it. That being said, you don't blow people away unless you got a good reason.
Understood, sir. Won't shoot unless he gives me a good reason, sir.
Your fucking mouth, you fucking muppet, is a tool to gather information. It's not something you just go running about. Because when you go running about like a fucking muppet, this is what happens. It's a tool. Just like that weapon, just like your hands. And it's an extension of your fucking brain, mate. Start using it. It's a tool to gather information. You will approach him, once again, with all due respect possible. Gather information. Ask him, does he have a ship? What's he doing here? Why is he here? Does he live here on this planet? Or is he from another colony that's close by? Why is he here? Does he need something to drink? Does he want something to eat? Does he need his ass wiped for him, mate? Okay? You gather information. That's your job. That's what the mouth is for. That's what a professional fucking soldier would do.
Yes, sir.
You don't go up to him and threaten him and try to be the fucking movie star. We're approaching in a duo. I will be 25 steps behind you with no weapon drawn. We don't want to come up and surround him with weapons drawn. You approach. You talk to him. Offer him help. I doubt he's anything special. He's probably some old guy out for a fucking jaunt. That's what he looks like. There's colonized planets, a couple planets over in this system. I don't know why he's here. It's your job to fucking find out. Now go, for the first time in your fucking life, be a professional soldier, wanker. Go.
Yes, sir. He's going to slowly make his way up, gun on his shoulder like he was told. Pardon me, sir. Little far out here right now, aren't you?
Ah! You see him turn around, the exoframe inspecting something in the ground, not armed. Ah, Ranger!
Yes, sir. My name is Lieutenant Valorius, sir. I'm out and about and just wondering what you're doing up here. Do you need any help?
Oh, he sticks his spear into the ground. Just checking out the... well, here, come on up here, son.
He'll take a few steps forward.
You can see, just getting right here. Old Warforged here. This mountainside is littered with them. You see this old Warforged? It's in the mountainside. There's plants growing out of its mouth, its body, all that, even its eyes, stuff like that. You'd probably miss it if you weren't really looking for something. Nature has taken it back.
Interesting, sir. So, you're here looking at archaeological finds, I assume?
I'm just a scaver or scrapper, son. I built most of my exoframe there with parts of these I've found around here.
Understood, sir. Impressive. So I'm assuming you have a ship on the planet, sir?
Oh, that's right. It's at the base of the mountain. We hiked all the way up here, northern side.
Understood. Hard walk,
Yes, it is, but keeps me young.
That is a good way to think about it, sir. You need any assistance?
I could use some assistance propping this guy out of the wall.
He's going to glance over to Tal, and I can help if you'd like, sir.
Tal comes up, MRE, sir. Ends him at MRE. Not the finest dining, but fills the hole. Thank you! Would you like a drink, sir? Yes! Your canteen. Valorious.
Get to that. He's gonna take it out and hand it over to him.
He will take a swig out of it, but make sure not to put his mouth on it for you. Tal, I think I can pry that out for you, mate, with your exoframe's help. And he starts helping the exoframe pry it out. Thank you very much! My exoframe could probably carry it down to the ship, but it looks in horrible condition. What colony are you from around here? Exactly, sir. He looks at Tal. Oh! Habitat 4? Tal, I've been there, yeah. Nice place.
Not far off, I'd assume.
Tal, no, it's 2 planets over, mate. It's a decent place. Rangers got it. It's EarthGov, right? And he, yes, sir. Recently joined up with EarthGov. There's Rangers guarding it. Tal, yeah, I thought so. There wasn't Rangers there, Ash, when we was there last, but good place to get a drink.
Well, thank you for the recommendation. If I'm ever through, I'll make sure to take that up.
Well, if we're ever through, mate, maybe we can exchange wrist computer numbers. Buy you a drink, sir. Come into town. That would be wonderful. Take his number, Valorian.
Yes, sir. May I have your number, sir?
Sure. He's gonna open his wrist computer. Here you go. He gives you his number. Transfers his contact information to you.
He's gonna look down at the man's name.
He has no name because he's not on EarthGov records yet. But you got the number.
If I could trouble you, sir, what was your name again?
Sidewinder. He puts his hand out.
Lieutenant Asharion Valorius, sir.
They used to call me Sidewinder because when I was a kid, we'd play this sport called knockball. And I could, and he pulls his arms into his shell and his legs, and he starts spinning, but very slowly, like a spinneroonie, but just very slowly because he's super old now. Tal, ain't that a sight to behold? He chuckles to himself.
Sounds like a grand time. Side, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
He comes out. I was born out on the frontier, so.
In a way, so was I. Pleasure to meet someone else who, grew up in an area like this.
They're able to pry it falls to pieces when they get it out of the wall. The exoframe picks it up. The old turtle looks up at you guys. Well, thank you very much, Rangers. Where are you headed? Tal, we're just doing patrols, right, Ranger?
Yes, sir. Simple patrols.
This planet isn't habitat. I don't think there's any colonies here. Tal, you could say that, mate, yeah. Well, be safe up here. And if you see any more exoframes, mark them with, or what are these things called? Warforged, excuse me. Mark them with strobe. Yeah, we could do that for you, mate, sure.
Glad to help. Beautiful old thing. Wonder what happened to him.
Drinks are on me next time you guys are in my hometown.
Sounds like a wonderful time, Side. Thank you, sir.
Would you like us to escort you to the ship, sir? No, we'll be fine. Thank you very much. And they walk off. Tal comes up to you. Is he registered?
No, sir.
Run that number.
He will run the number right now.
Comes back clean. He's just some old turtle from the frontier, but there's not a lot of information on him because Rangers just took over that colony. You know, not took over, but started protecting it, trying to take down everybody's information.
Came back clean, sir?
That is how we handle ourselves out here, mate.
Thank you, sir.
That is how a professional fucking soldier does business.
We'll continue to do so in the future, sir.
For your sake, I hope you do. As Colonel Curtis comes up. What were they carrying off? What was that?
old Warforged, sir. Decrepit, it looks like it's been here for a very, very long time.
He looks back at Lake, who nods his head. Makes sense. Yeah.
Man's name was Side, sir. He's from Habitat 4, a scaver, sir.
Colonel Curtis, a lot of people out here don't even know. He turns back and looks at you. What EarthGov space is. If you're born on Earth or in EarthGov space, then you get an education. you learn. A lot of people out here don't. There are some colonies, some places we found that depends on the generation, how many generations they've been there. But they never even heard of EarthGov. Think about that.
No, I can understand that, sir. We actually, on the cursed voyage of the Majestic, met a couple colonies like that.
So that's why we it's a risk, son, approaching the way you did, but that's how we have to approach them. Even if they don't want to join up on EarthGov, you treat them with respect.
Make a good impression so that if they think about that, they may want to in the future. Kill them with kindness, right?
He nods his head, but beyond that, it's you're worried about you and your wife's image? That armor is your image. We stand for something. So do the shock troopers, every EarthGov trooper. We stand for something. We protect these people. Doesn't matter.
Yes, sir. Understood.
If you want to
sir.
worry about the image, worry about protecting that image. Not your perfect couple image. Because look what it did for you.
Agreed, sir. Better to focus on something with a lot of honor behind it than something selfish, sir.
That's right. He's gonna walk over here and just start inspecting the drop.
He did ask us, sir, if we could mark any other exoframes we see with strobes, sir.
Yeah, he did. Colonel Curtis, yeah, sure, we can spare a few. If we see him. Oh, this one was... Mother Nature took this one back. Look at that, mate. He's pointing into the wall.
He's gonna look and feel it. How long do you think he'd been there?
Take a carbon dating with your wrist computer. It's part of being a Frontier Ranger. Come.
He will, I'd assume he'd been shown how to at this point.
Yep.
He will take the carbon dating sample.
422 million years ago. Tal whistles when he sees it return on your computer.
Jeez. Dear gods. It's, even older than I am. Poor thing.
Dwarf, I'd imagine. Stand the test of time like that.
I'd assume so. Looked like it was built differently than the Warforged I'd encountered back at home.
I was gonna walk up this way. Colonel Curtis, definitely dwarf. Looking down at the drop.
He's gonna walk over and look over. It looked similar to what I'd seen of Dwarven build, sir. Wonder what happened to him. Interesting thought.
Wonder why he's stuck in the side of a fucking mountain. That's the question. Yeah. Like he got dropped from the sky. He looks up or something.
Kinda does. And though he looked somewhat busted up as well. Maybe that's just time, but I don't know. Not as familiar with how Warforged age in the elements, right?
Look at the rock formation over here.
He's gonna come over and take a deep look at them.
Looks like this whole side of the mountain was broken, and he's pointing all over off, and then the landmass fell down that a ways.
You think it's natural, like tectonic, sir, or...
I have no idea. The mountain's stable, he's looking around, and goes to show you, Mother Nature's wrath.
Mother Nature's wrath, or something very big?
Gigantic fucking turtle. Living under the mountain, gonna come up, unleash an army of Warforged. Like,
I hope not, sir, but given the things that I'd assume the four of us have all seen, I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility.
Lycans, mate. They're the worst, trust me. He comes over here and starts smoking.
Now that I am fortunate enough not to have encountered, but I've heard. Not easy to have something, at least the ones I heard of back home on Gallia, not easy to fight because not many things can hurt them.
Can we show him, sir? Colonel Curtis shows you a picture. I don't have one, but they look like the Lycans from the movie Dog Soldiers, exactly almost.
Oh my.
Not like back on Gallia, kid.
No, the ones I saw there were just basically like wolves on 2 feet. These are something else.
Notice the purple claws.
Yes, sir.
Purple. Think about it.
Void, sir?
I'd say so. A lot of things out here on the frontier didn't make a lot of sense. That's why we're out here, trying to make sense of the mess. And then one day, this guy named Julius, Ash, and a civilian, Davine Rainfall, make their way back to EarthGov space. And they start talking about the end of the universe, end of the world, void this, void that. Let me tell you something, kid. After that, he cocks his shotgun. Things ain't what they used to be.
No, I can imagine not. If I may ask, sir, are the legends about them true that they can only be harmed by silver and fire?
He looks at you. These ones, no, can be harmed, but they can be harmed by anything. We fought them before, but they take a hell of a lot more damage than. These are the only type we've ever seen. So ancient texts that describe probably what you're describing from Gallia, I would say these things are cracked out versions, or I believe the term, as goofy as it sounds, childlike, is voided up.
I would agree, sir. It makes sense. If this thing did sweep across the galaxy, however many millions of years ago, it makes sense that there'd be things left behind, right?
Tal, anytime any reports out there are made about these things, it's extermination, mate. Hope you're not afraid.
Not afraid at all, sir. For better or for worse, never been afraid in a fight.
Colonel Curtis, there was a. Oh my god. It was before you. He looks over at Tal. Like, before me. Curtis, I think I was probably in my 30s, mid 30s, late 30s, 38. There was a town, small colony named Bermans. It was in the Ripper system. You familiar with the Ripper system?
Yes, sir, I've spent a decent amount of time in it.
They named the planet. The planets get name designations from EarthGov, like Habitat 7, Habitat 4, or a number designation. This Berman's town named the planet Berman, so that's what we put it in our records as.
Makes sense.
Got a distress call from him one night. He's looking out. We were, I think, like 10 clicks. I was a rook back then too. We were 10 clicks away from the town. So we picked up the distress call. They knew we were in the area, so they were broadcasting over open CBs. We hoofed it there. Town of 60? 70 militiamen? Not trained like you or I, but, they had guns.
These
Slaughtered, ripped apart every single person, man, woman, and child. A pack of those things. He shows you the picture, moved in through town, and first time I fought him, anyway.
blended them, sir. Right. I'm somewhat fortunate that I've never come across those, then.
You will, mate. Trust me.
Then when the time comes, we'll just have to put them down. I, again, never had the displeasure of seeing Lycans back on Gallia, but when I was there, I did have the displeasure of seeing an ogre warband take out a small caravan. Like I said, I'm never afraid to fight, but I know when I'm beaten, the moment I saw that thing pick up a wagon and throw it 50 feet, I left. I ran.
Not a lot your pistols are gonna do against that.
No, sir.
Well, lucky for us, we've got nice toys nowadays.
Yes, we do. I mean, he's gonna pat Shatter. I don't even know what would have been possible if I had something half as wonderful as this when I was there.
Do you know why I asked you who made that for you, mate? Who got it made? Back at the apartment?
Why, sir?
Because that person's the only reason you're still around, buddy. You know that, right?
Yes, I do, sir.
So when push comes to shove, mate, if you're fighting intelligent enemies, which, again, we're clued into your business, because we have to be to get to know you, you put your ass in front of her, mate, and you die. That's your job. I'll keep telling you it until I'm sure you understand, you fucking muppet.
Yes, sir.
It's the least you can do, mate. And if you're lucky, maybe they'll bury you with that.
I agree, sir. I will make sure they make it. She, all of them, but especially she, makes it back alive, sir.
And lucky for you, mate, you're lucky. You're gonna get fucked up and she's gonna heal you. You'll be right as right.
Yes, sir. But if somebody has to die, better it be the one who, in the long run, is not important.
Tal, it's our duty.
And to die...
What was wrong with that one woman in the apartment? Did you see her? White hair. It was mobile suit pilot. Colonel Curtis Suleta. Leslie. Or it's Rainfall now, apparently. Changing your last name is popular on Gateway Station. He starts laughing.
I suppose it is. She hates me now, sir. My own
We know.
doing.
We know. He nods his head.
That's
Yeah, but what was wrong with her, mate? She was staring bullets through me. Does she not like us, Rangers?
He's gonna...
Because of you?
He's gonna chuckle. I don't think those were bullets, sir.
I can't read spellcasters. I know my place on the fucking totem pole, and I ain't that intelligent of a guy. Let's put it that way. You're probably a lot smarter than me, mate. That's why you act this way. It's a disappointment, and I don't even know you that well.
I'm not apparently the best at reading people, but I don't think she dislikes you, sir. And I know for a fact she doesn't dislike Rangers, but I think she might like you, sir.
Colonel Curtis stands up because he was sitting at the edge with his shotgun. She's got the hots for you, probably the accent. He starts walking.
The accent, the confidence, the insulting me.
You beat me to the punch, Ash. Blake looks at you. I assumed she probably insulted or he probably called you wanker, muppet.
Yes, sir. She likes you. I think so. You should ask her out, sir. I think she'd say yes.
We'll see about that. We got 8 clicks down the mountainside to Dudley. You can get a beer when we get there.
Understood, sir.
You guys make your way this way. Hunk and Davine, who wasn't experimenting on them, make their way to the fancy restaurant. Davine is in her Spider Chance gown, and Hunk has not taken his eyes off of her.
Davine has her arm through, resting her arm on his, and she pats his bicep. Are you ready, dear?
Hunk's in his suit and tie. Yeah, you look very good in that, honey.
She pulls her arm through his and starts fixing his tie. And you look. She pulls him in by his tie. Absolutely dashing. And puts the tie back in his coat, fixes it up.
Hunk notices Davine doesn't have any earrings in. Would you, if I bought you some earrings, would you, when we go out to more formal things like this, would you like me to buy you some?
Of course, I like anything you buy me, dear.
Good. He's gonna guide her in. The maitre d' sitting here. He doesn't even notice them because he's too busy doing work. Hunk comes this way. He looks up, looks at Davine, and he looks shocked. Oh my! Hello, madam and sir.
Hello, sir. There should be a reservation for Davine Rainfall.
You made a reservation, huh? You've been planning this a while.
Ever since that last trip a couple weeks ago to your beach house.
Hunk smiles at her, kisses her on the forehead. Yes, your table's all set. It was the largest down payment on our reservation board, so you get your pick of wherever you'd like to sit. And if you'd like an occupied table, let me know, and we will have the occupants moved. Hunk, Jesus, looking at Davy.
Davine chuckles. Thank you very much.
He'll guide you guys, these two, out here, and put his hand out anywhere you'd like, ma'am. And I'll be your waiter. I'll be right to the table. You're just in
Sure.
time for slow dance. It'll be starting in about an hour and a half, so take your time and enjoy your dining. Hunk, slow dance, aren't
She smiles at Hunk. Well, for one, I want to have a dance with you, and two, we have to have practice for the wedding.
Hunk nods. Good thinking. I am a terrible dancer. Where do you want to sit?
Right there. And she'll lead him up there.
Okay. On the way up, he's gonna pull out the seat for Davine over here.
What a gentleman.
She sits down. He's gonna sit down. I'm a horrible dancer, so don't expect a lot out of me. I'm actually getting nervous now.
Darling, she holds his hand. It's okay. And besides, if I could teach Julius how to dance, yes, he asked me to teach him how to dance at one point. During his training, I can teach you.
He takes her hand, kisses her fingers. A lot of dancing in Gallia.
Well, I had to learn for reasons.
Come.
I was a certain... how should I put it? I was basically an assassin. I had to get my way into social situations.
That explains a lot. Good with blades, beautiful in a fight, deadly blossom.
Davy nods and winks at him.
Makes a lot of sense. What's your favorite dance? Just slow dance, just like this, or are you one of the what do they call the super fast dancing? I can't even think of it.
Oh, I believe here it's called, I'm not sure, salsa dancing, maybe?
Salsa, that's it. Yeah, my mother used to teach it.
Oh,
She didn't make money. It was just like a community thing. It was never rough and tough. You know.
no, I know, dear. The rough and tough streets of Puerto Rico.
Well, you gotta give the kids a good role model.
She pats his hand. I enjoy waltzing or just normal slow dancing.
Well, you could take lead on the slow dancing tonight. Back when I would take Nicole to meet my parents, we went quite a few times. She would always ask if we could go into town, and I would always tell her no because it was too dangerous.
Wow. And then one night she snuck out and discovered that the rough and tough streets of Puerto Rico weren't so rough and tough.
Oh, my mother took her out and bought her things. It was...
Davine starts to laugh. Leave it to Grandma, I suppose.
Yep, spoiled her rotten, bought her a bunch of crap, bunch of food, bunch of toys. And then she never let me live it down for the most part.
I mean, I can see why. It is pretty funny. You do know that if anyone from the armory went to Puerto Rico, they would never let you live it down.
Well, they're gonna be going there, I think, most likely. So, at least I think the kids want Rainfall Lane there, and I wouldn't mind it. I'd like to be close to the parents.
Do you mean Hans? I think it's a good idea to have them close to their grandparents and, more importantly, you close to your parents just in case something comes up.
Yeah, unfortunately. Eventually, yeah. And whatever's better for the kids. It's a paradise. So the academy being in a paradise is amazing. There's beautiful mountain ranges, forest ranges. I mean, we can have the pick of the litter or whatever land we want for your academy. So
Something nearby a forest would be good, not just because I enjoy the woods, but training with ODM gear. Somewhere with a lot of high structures, woods, that sort of thing. It would be quite useful. It would save quite a bit of money in having to build a training area such as that.
I've been thinking of taking a picture of me I have when we first met, when I was dad bod mode. I'm gonna take that and then a picture of me as I am now, as a before and after, and we can show the kids the results of your conditioning training. Motivate them a little bit. They should come out of basic in good shape, but not this type of shape.
Davine giggles. Yes, that is actually quite a good idea.
Yeah, I didn't believe in things like love at first sight until you strolled into the bunker from hell and called me Cyrus.
Davine winces a bit. I'm sorry, you had a mask on. Julius called you Dad.
I almost for a second was just going to say, yes, it's me, Cyrus. I was taken aback by what I saw in front of me.
Well, I'm very glad you didn't say that.
Understandable.
Davine chuckles and holds his hand tighter. Besides, I quite enjoy Ricardo Mark Rainfall more.
You are the only person that can call me Mark, so.
Oh, and I plan to lord that over a few people, if you catch my drift.
He nods his head. You can lord me over whoever you want, and anything about me over whoever you want. As this guy comes up, what would you like to drink?
You know what? Do you have any... just water.
Oh, we have beautiful selection. Treat yourself.
She looks down.
You're just like Julius. Loosen up and relax.
She looks down. Do you have any kiwi tea? Iced tea?
Of course!
Then that, please.
A pitcher, and I'll have that too. Perfect! I'll be right back for your order. Consult the menus on the table, please. He walks away. You gotta relax. Loosen up.
He gets it from somewhere.
I know, and it's not a bad thing. But at the same time, look at him now. He needs to enjoy himself. And look at you now. Successful mother, doesn't matter what happened in the past. Please.
Davy nods. No, I understand.
Successful mother, you're going to be in charge of your own academy. You got a sister who loves you. You've done a lot of more things right than wrong, because these things don't line up for you. If you... I don't want to say his name, but if you act like you know who.
Davy nods.
And who cares if it, you used to hide in the gym. I always stuck up for you. Gives you a thumbs up.
Davy chuckles. I knew there was always a reason that I liked you.
The armbar. Beautiful armbar.
Yeah? I bet you quite enjoyed having my thighs wrapped around your arm.
Yes! Just like I enjoyed watching you standing on the roof of the beach house in that gear. It was a goddamn scar. He came up behind me. I felt the pod, nail go into my shoulder. What are you looking at? Why aren't you looking at your wife? And I just... Yeah.
Oh, Scar.
What the hell is this bullshit? You say I can't ogle Suletta, but there you are ogling David. Just ask her out, pussy.
Davy starts to laugh.
You won't, bitch! He gives good advice.
Oh God. Yes, he does. You should have listened to him sooner. I would have gladly accepted.
Yep, and then I was worried about things like it negatively impacting Nicole, and oh god. He starts shaking his head.
Everyone overthinks to a certain extent.
That is true. Very true.
I overthought the two of us quite a bit, actually. That.
Oh, you did?
Yes. Yes, I did. I would think that you would it would be too awkward for me to be. That's why I ran away from you that one time on our first date.
You thought I would be too awkward?
That I would be too
Oh,
awkward.
you? No. If anything, it's the other way around. Me. But at that point, I knew what I wanted, so that's why I was in full romantic mode, and I've been that way ever since.
Yes, you are. She bites her bottom lip. Quite romantic.
But I got you to stop at the door when I said no mask rainfall weekends.
Yes, you did. I quite liked the sound of seeing your face all weekend.
Well, believe me, I wanted to come on the rainfall weekends. So,
Davy nods, and I'm glad I finally convinced you.
yeah, not awkward at all. Just very upfront and forceful, said what you wanted, boom.
Yes, it is. It honestly feels good to be forceful at times.
Oh, you know what you wanted, and you got what you wanted.
That I did, and she pushes her arm up so she's holding like his forearm.
He's gonna look right into her eyes when we slow dance. I have something I want to talk to you about. Not just the relaxed thing, but I think if you would ease into it, Julius would ease into it too. You guys have nothing to be ashamed of anymore. You never did.
Yes, but I suppose it's a question of how with us.
How comes in time, comes naturally. Just enjoy yourselves. I think you've earned it. That's why you have us, Suletta, Nicole, Pequod. Have fun and enjoy yourself. For your sake and mine.
Davy nods.
Try to separate Davine, the warrior goddess, from Daywin.
Her eyes widen. She leans back. I never thought that. Okay.
All you
Okay.
gotta be is Daywin to me. I don't care. Doesn't matter, you know. If you want me to call you that, I will. It's up to you. Just be Daywin, not Davine. Davine is great too, but if you feel like you have an image to uphold with Davine, you don't. People love you and respect you for Daywin, not Davine.
It's truly up to you if you want to call me that or not, but thank you. Yes, I'll start thinking of it that way.
Daywin Sulligan. I like the ring. You can call me Ricardo Mark Sulligan if you want.
She giggles. Ricardo Mark Sulligan.
I would say Julius can take the Sulligan name, but I think Pequod likes Rainfall.
Davy nods. It honestly is a good last name, but
Oh, it's badass. I mean, come on. Even Banksy said it was better than Winters.
she chuckles. But for our reasons, I think Sulligan is better.
Works for me. What type of wedding do you want? Big, small? It's up to us, not up to the kids.
Oh, thank God. I actually just want something small. I'm not big on the idea of a large wedding.
I was thinking Lake Erie myself.
Davy nods. That would work quite well.
He's gonna pull up pictures on his wrist computer. This is it's a town called Conneaut on Lake Erie. Beautiful forest, beautiful place. We could have the ceremony right there. You could get a flower tassel on. Daywin, the queen of the forest.
David, the queen of the forest, and Ricardo, the king to the queen.
He's gonna lean in and kiss her lightly on the lip.
She smiles at him, scratches his chin, leans back. That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Just the academy staff. The kids, of course. That works for me. My parents, yeah.
Davy nods. I would like to invite Sasha and Towns if that's okay with you.
Oh, absolutely. You see him blink twice. Yeah. I don't want to talk about it, but the way she was looking at Ash today, completely blanked on her. Oh my god. That's death walking. Dead man walking. He starts laughing. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Davy chuckles. It scared me too. And, in my mind that's sort of impressive.
Gotta imagine he's gonna pull her hand and kiss the top of her hand if he had turned and said mum to her.
I think Ash would have been splattered.
The waiter comes up. What can I get you to eat? Or do you need more time?
I'm ready if you are.
Hunk. Yep, go ahead. You first. Get whatever you want. If it's the most expensive thing, it's the most expensive thing.
Oh no. She holds up the menu. Could I get the Dolmas and pita bread, please?
Yes, of course. 6 or 8? Or
8,
appetizer
please.
of 3. 8. Oh, okay. 8. Hunk. Good taste. He looks right at TV.
Davy looks over at him and smiles.
He's looking at the menu. A lot of good choices. We don't gotta worry about bringing food for the kids, right?
No, they can fend for themselves.
Okay. I'll have the falafel plate and the meat shawarma platter. Very good. I'll be back with it. I'll bring out the falafel plate. It can be your appetizers. Thank you. Yeah, that would be perfect. The guy walks away. Hunk, falafel is... Have you ever had it?
No, I have not.
I think you're gonna like it. If you like a good beer every now and then, falafel's good with beer.
Oh, then I definitely think I'll enjoy it.
He looks around for a second. How did you find this place?
Oh, it was a recommendation from Letty. I knew that I wanted to dance with you, but also have a dinner date, and she came up with this place.
While we wait for the food, he looks over at the guy walking into the back. You saw her looking at that ranger guy who hates her.
Oh, I saw her.
You know, that's not going to be easy to line up. Those rangers are out there on the frontier all the time, but if we can line up if the stars align, we got to do something. Because, and Davian has told Hunk about how it went with Bo. I think she needs help, honey. Like, a lot more help than Nicole even needed. What did she say? Like, we could go out and eat some type of food paste? She sounded like Krellin.
I believe she said food sustenance or something of the sort.
Yeah, I thought Nicole was bad. I think Soletta's worse, honestly.
Davine tilts her head and nods. Yeah, I think so. Somehow, someway.
Well, we'll have to line it up. Make sure Krellin isn't involved.
Yes. Make sure Krellin isn't involved, although I think Tal and him would get along quite well.
Yeah, they both have a mutual hatred. She called him a Marlboro man. Do you know what a Marlboro man is?
No, enlighten me.
He Googles on his wrist computer. So there was cigarettes, a brand called Marlboros, and they would advertise them with like these rough and tough, rugged cowboy men. And he starts showing her some pictures. He is kind of like, at least from the armor, like a British Marlboro man. Yeah.
She's looking at the pictures and starts nodding.
Tight jeans, cowboy boots, rough and tough frontiers. Yeah. Makes sense, actually. He looks at the pic.
Yes, I can definitely see it.
Well, I have no stake in it, even though Bo's my buddy. But if that's who she likes, then She looked like a little kid.
Navy nods. The stars were sparkling in our eyes while we were on the ship and I came back from getting changed.
I asked him out, didn't I? Is that what she said? Did it work? Jesus Christ. He takes a drink.
Maybe we can. What would you do if I came up to you one day in the gym and I said, maybe we could go out sometime, just the two of us, for food sustenance?
I would say yes after a period of like great confusion. So there would probably be a lot of awkward silence before I said yes.
Phoebe laughs.
Yeah, I don't think it got through to him. I think he was too busy talking about Lieutenant Loudmouth or whatever he called you know who.
Wankerface, Muppet, quite a few.
Hey, I mean,
Muppet.
I like the guy. I think he's good for her.
So I think he is a wonderful man. I am quite impressed by his vernacular. I should pick some of it up, in fact.
He's from Great Britain. Isle of Fog, they call it a lot of things. Wales. It's a pretty nice place. We can go there one day. Excellent food. Toad in a hole. Really good food. Plowman's platter. I've been there a couple times for work. I never really got to enjoy fish and chips. Too greasy for me, but I think the kids would like it.
Davy nods. It sounds wonderful. We should go visit.
I'm not bringing her up to be awkward, but I think Integra's family was from there originally. I can't remember exactly. She told me, but downtown London, boom. There's a whole series of movies. I like them a lot called James Bond. It's about a secret, Secret Service, some type of secret agent, like SIS long before EarthGov was a thing. And there's like so many of them. And I actually think we should make some of our own Bond movies. Julius playing Bond.
Davy was already writing it down on like a little napkin. Looks up at him. You read my mind. Does Bond have like a sidekick usually?
He usually he Pequod's gonna be playing what's called a Bond girl, unless Lorelai beats her to it.
So I take it a lot of rock paper scissors will be played. In this
Yeah.
casting.
Yeah, I think we'll have to write in a sidekick. Maybe it can be Bonds plural, and it'll be like a continuity. The original Bond films aren't usually connected. They're disconnected from one another. They change the actor every 10, 20 years, something like that.
Right. So it would be a unique continuity.
Bonds plural. You could have me in a tight suit and then get shirtless and do whatever you want to me. Whatever Lorelai and Pequod see fit to do to Julia.
I quite like this idea. I'll have to pitch it to the kids this weekend.
Plus, we've got a native Brit that Suletta's gunning for, so maybe he could be, I don't know, there's this guy named Q who makes all the spy devices for Bond, and I could just hear that guy now, and make sure you shoot this explosive pen at the wanker. I can't really do it, but yeah.
Alright, you Muppets. Make sure you shoot this explosive pen at the face of these wankers. You get me?
Hug starts laughing as the guy comes back with the falafel plate, sets it down. Your entrees will be out in about 15 minutes. Please enjoy. Hunk's gonna pick up a falafel and put it up to Davine's mouth.
She'll take a bite.
What do you think?
She leans back, swallows the food and smiles. That is delicious.
So they give you this chili sauce and tahini sauce. He's gonna dip it in the tahini sauce and put it up to her mouth.
She'll take another bite.
And wait. He'll dip it in the chili and finish it off.
And she'll take another bite.
Which one's the best?
I enjoy the tahini sauce more.
I do too. The chili sauce is a bit too spicy for my taste. He's gonna look at her eating it and pick up another one and start eating These are good. These are good. We should come here more. Just
Maybe-
us, honey.
Yeah, maybe this could be our date spot.
He's looking around. I am fond of this type of food, Meditaria.
Yes, I came here on Letty's recommendation. I did some research on the food beforehand, and that's why I knew I would probably like the Domas, but I think I quite enjoy it here, actually.
Put a big down payment on it to make sure we had a table, huh?
Well, I only wanted the best for you.
I'm paying for dinner tonight, though.
Fine, fine.
He's gonna take her hand, stare her in the eyes as we swap out here. Ash, you find yourself outside of town. Tal's ahead of the group as the point man. Curtis leans up against this building here, inspecting his shotgun. Lake's gonna do the same. You're back here, Ash.
He's gonna come up to them. Sir, orders?
Tal walks up. He's looking down the street here. Way down the street. Ash, you hear the sound of horses snorting, making the normal, their hooves on the sand. You've successfully scaled the mountain. You're down on the other side. The horses come up here. This lady's tying them to posts. Tal comes up. Curtis, on time? Tal, right on time, sir. The woman with the horses is here.
Horses? I haven't seen horses in a long, long time.
Colonel Curtis, the bar's over here, kid. Rook points. Go get yourself a beer.
Understood, sir. Would any of you like anything?
No, go ahead. Hey, toss me a smoke before you go, please.
You'll toss him one of the cigarettes. Cigarette
Thank you
or
very much.
cigar?
Cigarette, cheap stuff, buddy. I don't want that fancy stuff. That ain't for me.
Understood. All right.
My keel over dead. It's so expensive. He laughs and comes this.
Fair enough. He's gonna make his way up, taking a careful look around the town as he does.
It looks like a not scenic, but it reminds you a lot of Gallia, actually. Like small towns in Gallia, only, no empire oversight, no the contriteness of Gallia, the constant slavery, bigotry that was pushed on Gallia, I suppose. People are living out their normal, albeit somewhat ignominious, life, and it's a bit old school. You see a Warforged here, dressed like a human. Looks like the one that was pulled out of the wall, kind of, but a lot bigger, bulkier, and he looks like he's guarding this building here, and people are just going about their day.
Gonna get a bit of a smile on his face seeing it and make his way up to the bar. Enter. Take a look around.
You come into the bar. You've noticed that this woman is actually a dwarf. She looks like the picture, but it's hard to find the right picture. So, you've noticed on your way through, you've only seen hobbits and dwarves.
Okay.
She's sitting here with the child minding her own business. This guy behind the bar. Howdy, partner!
Hello, sir. How are you doing today?
Fine, just dandy. What can I do for you?
Just a beer, sir, if that's alright.
Sure, of course. House brew? That's all we got.
Whatever you got, sir, I'm sure it'll be fine.
All right. He's looking at you really confused. This guy comes out here. What the fuck are you? Trinky's clearly a little drunk.
Ranger, sir. Frontier Ranger.
Frontier Ranger, what's that? Is that like what's a Frontier Ranger?
Oh, have you heard of EarthGov before, sir?
No, I can't say I have. What's EarthGov?
Well, I'm from EarthGov, you call it the government of other planets, sir.
You look like a Warforged.
He's gonna knock on his helmet. Armor, sir. My name is Lieutenant Asharion Valorius. A pleasure to meet you.
Likewise, what's under the helmet? You human? You dwarf? A really tall one? Too tall to be a dwarf.
He's gonna tap. He's gonna. Can the visor move?
Yeah.
He'll let the visor move so they can see his face. Half elf, sir.
Oh. Don't get many of you around here. Huh. Half elf. Never
Yes.
seen one. Never.
Well.
What exactly is an elf?
Oh, well, it's hard to explain. I suppose you could say they're just another race, no different from dwarves, humans, halflings. They just are different in their own way. Long lives, but good people.
Ugh.
Very good people.
Sits down at the bar, or sits down at the table. Oh. Well, long as your money's good, whatever, partner.
You take credits?
Credits. He looks at you. Silver. Gold. What's a credit?
Right. He's gonna check and see. I'm assuming he has nothing that would count for that.
You're new in town, for sure, right? Because nobody ever seen anything like you around these parts.
You could say that, sir. We're new in town.
What do you do? He's gonna put the beer in front of you. First one on the house. What is a credit? Can I see it? What does it do?
Do they have cred coins?
Nope.
Oh boy. It's a type of money, so mostly, I guess you could call it digital. Hard to
Digital?
explain. Technology. It's a type of tech, sir.
Tech? Looking at you.
Technology, right? Everything's technology in its own way. The difference between a wagon.
Is that another word for magic?
Not quite. They're similar. They can feel similar at times, but think of it just as what people can build with their own two hands when they know what to do. Yeah, he'll take the helmet off and set it on the counter.
No, that would stop a great sword. He's looking, inspecting the helmet with all due respect.
You can look at it if you'd like. I'd say it would.
So you're a ranger, like the Hobbit band rangers we have around here, the halflings. Or you go out and you gather food and for the town. That's what ours do. We call them rangers.
For us, to put it simply, what we do is we go out, we're explorers, to an extent. We survey. We find new places, we survey them, and if we find people, we help them if we can.
Sounds like a just cause to me.
I'd say so. One of the best things that one can do is help others, right?
You hear this baby laugh, this lady smiling down at the baby. That's my wife.
Pleasure, ma'am. What was your name again?
She smiles up at you. Just call me Old Redbeard. He puts his hand out, because, you know. This is Old Redbeard's tavern.
Well, a wonderful place. As I said, my name is Asharion.
How'd you guys, get here? The majority of the planet isn't beyond a couple... What's the term? Clicks, I guess. I don't know. Miles. Not sure. Leagues, that's the word. Leagues. Yeah. Beyond, 5 leagues outside the town, it's all unexplored.
Well, you could say we took our mode of transport a few clicks out, and we hoofed it.
Wow. He looks at you.
It's not
How's
bad.
the beer? Taste it. Come on. That's the home brew my wife makes.
He'll take a drink.
If you ever had a drink of beer in Gallia, it tastes very similar. Old school brewing style.
He's gonna chuckle. Tastes like what they used to make where I come from. Thank you.
You set the glass down, and as you're setting it down, you realize there's no liquid in it.
He's gonna shake his head again.
You look down, there's no liquid.
He's gonna look around the tavern.
Hiccups.
What's
What's wrong? He looks at you.
Nothing. Nothing. It was good.
You drank it all in one gulp? He's looking at the glass.
I guess so. Must have been very good then.
Very good, I'd say. As he goes, he doesn't finish the word say, because the whole building around you starts to shake. And panic ensues. You hear screams coming from outside. You see him, what the hell? He goes over here. You see him grab an axe, but nothing's shaking for you.
Seeing the panic, he's gonna quickly put his helmet on and stand up and look around.
You stand up and look around, and you see purple light coming through, the holes in the wall, the windows, the makeshift building. You see this man, boils start to appear on his skin, and you see him almost, he doesn't erupt, but he's getting burned alive, his flesh seared off, melting down to his core. You see this child screaming in pain, this lady tried to shield the child and her eyes. At the same time, she melts right in front of you into a pile of... And this guy, you see him run out the door, and he takes the brunt of some type of purple light hit that melts him to nothing and disappears in front of you. And you hear screams. You can assume it's happening outside. Then they stop.
He is going to grab his rifle, get into a defensive, posture, hit the wall here, and carefully look out the door.
All the inhabitants of the town are gone. You don't see any movement outside. Then you hear something very strange. You hear the sound of footsteps. And you hear somebody yawn. And the bartender, old Redbeard, comes out, doesn't notice you. Walks behind the bar and starts getting ready for his day, as if nothing ever happened.
He's gonna try to quietly slip out of the bar.
As you make your way out, you see nobody outside now.
Fuck. He's going to sneakily make his way back to the other Rangers.
They are now standing here.
How
was the beer? Curtis looking at you.
What was that?
Come closer.
He'll take a step closer.
Welcome to the town of Dudley. He hands you a sign. It looks so brittle and old that if you put much pressure on it with your hands, it's going to collapse and crumble.
Fuck.
This lady with the horses that you saw walking out, good day, sirs. They don't say anything to her.
He'll look at them.
Don't talk to her.
Understood. What's going on here?
She goes up. Going up this way, you hear horses neighing. And then you hear the sounds, people starting their day. People coming outside, leaving their homes, doing their thing. This fat guy coming out on his porch, lighting a pipe, starting his day. Colonel Curtis Dudley. Tal. Well, I don't know. I call them paradox sites, but it's an anomaly site, mate.
An anomaly site.
Like, whatever hit this place all those years ago, take a carbon dating of the site. The Warforged in the hillside. You date it, same exact number as the Warforged. Whatever hit this place hit it so hard it created the egghead word. Sun is a temporal paradox, but what I would call it is hell.
I would say so.
Tal, they're being forced to live out the last few hours of their life, mate, over and over and over. Something hit this place so hard that what's it called? Like, the essence of their being, spirit, trapped here. He gestures with his hand behind you, and you see old Redbeard's wife and child coming out. Good day. And they walk by you, and she's heading to the bar.
And there's nothing we can do to stop it.
No, there ain't nothing we can do. They're dead. They've been dead for 400 million years. They don't know it. Why would they? I thought I knew something about what hell was until I saw my first sight like this.
Yeah, you said hell. I'd say this is something even worse. This is... Apologies, sir. It just really rattles me.
He's looking around the town, seeing people go about their business. Yeah, purple light. Like I said, ever since you guys came back from the Majestic, a lot of things make sense. You saw the purple light?
I did. It looked familiar in a sickening way.
Should make sense. We didn't know anything. These places like this are littered across the universe. You find them. You'll find them. You'll see more just like it. Some a lot more tragic than this.
Understood, sir.
Should be a good way to put things into perspective for you. He's gonna come up here, looking around the town. Maybe if you're lucky, you and the family back home that despises you can end up like this.
No, sir.
I'd rather be fucking dead, buried in the ground, than relive the last few moments of my fucking life.
I would agree.
They didn't know anything about you, mate?
No, nothing. They
Think
never-
back to the tortoise. He said the place wasn't inhabited.
Yes, he did.
He was right. It still is by their ghosts. Look, mate. He points up there at the horse lady. You see her going in with food buckets to feed the horses. We knew the time was coming because when she comes up here with the horses, and that's when it happened.
When the attack happened.
Bombardment, attack. I don't even know what to call it. You see Curtis looking around.
Massacre.
They're doomed.
Understood, sir. Point taken.
Hell of a way to go. He's looking around the town. Remind you of home?
Very much so, sir. Reminds me of Gallia. Even I got a sip of that beer, and yes, it was a lot like home.
We need to step back a bit, mate. You spend too much time in these, you. And he points over here, and you see a pile of bones. Yeah.
You get pulled through with it. Understood. He'll take a couple steps back.
Look at that chump over there before you step back.
He'll take a look.
Looks like a frontiersman. Probably somebody came to the planet. And that was probably him. He's not a dwarf, he's not a hobbit. Halfling. Looks like human. Tracker type.
He got caught up in it.
Yeah. They're pretty dangerous, mate. Saw my first one a long, long time ago. Before we knew what it was all about.
Gods. Poor souls.
Mine was an orphanage, mate. But it wasn't no purple light. It was some gigantic insectoid bug coming in. Making breakfast out of the kids. Nearly shit me pants.
He's gonna shiver. Yeah, I'm familiar with that one. With the creature.
Yeah. The Ridness system. Habitat 24.
It's a shame. It really is. But that's what that squad is fighting for. My squad, Alpha 9, is fighting for, to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Whether they like you, Curtis turns around with his shotgun and cocks it, or not.
Doesn't matter. Making sure this never happens to anyone else is what matters.
Tal, yeah, like I said, I think I'd rather be disemboweled alive, to be honest. Or mummified alive, because at least it's fucking over at some point. These poor sobs. 20-minute cycles our time, every day. Look down the street, mate.
He looks down it.
You see the lady coming down with the horses slowly?
And the worst part is, you're not even conscious of being imprisoned. In a way, isn't that its own hell?
And they live in their own ignorance is bliss world, mate, where they think everything's right as rain. Just another day at the office. And then they get to relive being immolated alive by whatever that purple light is.
And then and forget it again and do it all over, again and again for eternity.
Colonel Curtis, I thought it would do you good to see something like this.
I think it did, sir. Thank you. This is like nothing I've ever seen.
You'll see more. What's it average out to? Kelly, 1 in every 3 planets. Uncharted planets.
Gods. And I'm
Depends on the system, number of habitable worlds, but imagine how many planets there are that you can't set foot on without, space gear, protective gear. We could for a limited amount of time in our gear, but planets like that, why are you going down there? You send the robots to go down there, do the mining, do the scanning. So imagine how many there really are. Probably never know.
And what's the protocol on finding one?
You mark it, mate. Coordinate, mark it, put it on your map, send it back to the Ranger General. A long time ago, we were trying to study them to figure out what the fuck they was all about, but then you came back running that Muppet mouth of yours, and now it all makes sense.
I'm guessing we don't colonize these worlds.
No, you can, mate. You can. This is a good world. Just has to be cordoned off, protected, and if people don't want to listen, they die. Trust me, mate, if you explain it to most people, you ever want to go back in there again, buddy?
Gods no.
Exactly. As the lady with the horses draws neat closer, Tal looks, Colonel, I don't want to see this again. Curtis, let's go, Ash. Come on, move out.
Yes, sir.
Can't do anything for them.
Understood, sir.
Back up the mountain, back to base camp.
Yes, sir.
Lake's gonna follow him. Fly, now you know what you're fighting for.
Thank you. Fly. I appreciate it.
He waves his hand up as he catches up with these guys. And we shift, boom, to here. The Rainfalls have done a ton of shopping. Julius got basically every colored suit. It's all in the Escalade. Suletta paid for everything. And she walks in and starts talking to this guy and waves you in with her hand.
Julius will hold Pequod's hand and start to walk up.
Suletta, as you guys walk in, any table you like.
Julius nods. I'll go sit over there again.
Pequod works for me. This is where I showed Master Yen your penis.
Yes, that is where you showed Master Yin my penis.
This guy's gonna come over with high chairs and stuff like that for all the children, except Memrian, who does not need one, given her age. Suletta sits down. Yes, the infamous you-know-what picture.
Yes, I'm sure it's made the rounds before.
I see it was good. Suletta.
Oh, thanks, I guess?
Just not during a... Yeah, just no. Shocking, really. Poor... Yeah. Suletta, I don't want to see. I know somebody who... Well, I know somebody who probably already has.
Oh, yeah, Lorelai?
Mm-hmm.
She probably has, but you know what? That probably won't stop her from trying to see another picture like that.
Suletta puts her hand on her chest. Can you believe the first thing out of her mouth when I asked if I could join Alpha 9 in a combat role was, am I going to kill Ash? Can you believe that, woman? I see.
Well, yeah, I can.
I would never. Maybe.
Well, there we go. The maybe. That's what we're talking about here.
Pequod, imagine in the heat of the moment, getting shot at by a bunch of people. You look to your right, you see Icy about to cast something. You look to your left, you see Ash just staring at you, and he calls you Mom. You see Suletta visually shiver.
Julius starts to laugh. That would be a nightmare of all nightmares.
Suletta, yes. I mean, it caused nightmares in your mother. So think about it.
Julius nods and looks over at Icy. Just imagine Ash being right next to you in battle
No, no, she's looking at
and going, "What shall I do, Mum?"
I see. I don't have the heart to hurt him. I think I would just run away screaming. Suletta, you need to toughen up, then. I see. Yeah, I probably do. I kind of
Julius.
had a nightmare. I never told anybody except Banksy. Banksy, oh no.
You had a nightmare? Well, I need to hear it.
All the talk about Arnaki and writing the movie scripts, it was weird. I was walking into the main portion of the armory where Blaze keeps the work in progress guns, and Ash was sitting there on like a throne, and he was patting his lap, and he said, "I'm going to show you who's the best big brother. I'm better than Julius. Come sit." And then I ran screaming out of the apartment for Mom, and I woke up screaming. Banksy, right in my ear.
Julius covers his mouth with both of his hands and tries to stifle a laugh but fails and starts laughing.
Pequod is grabbing your wrist, cackling. She almost banged her head off the table. Suletta. Oh god, that's horrifying. That's what you get for writing about Arnaki and polymorphing into him. I see. Well, you notice I really don't do it anymore since that dream. Banksy right into my ear at 5:30 in the morning.
I bet that was a wake-up call.
Yep. I see Davine would probably remember if I didn't tell her, but she did come into the room because I was screaming so loud. She thought it was a dream about xenomorphs.
So, well, yeah, it's probably where my mind would go first. The dream about xenomorphs. Hell, just some of the other things we've seen. Power armor dudes I could get. The first thought being Ash on a throne patting his lap.
This guy's just going around setting down, oh my god, I can't think of the word. The things that hold soda. Pitchers of soda! And he sets them down with glasses. Pequod, nice. And pours one and starts drinking, passing it around.
Julius starts to pour one for himself, and he sets down the pitcher, goes to take a sip, sets the glass down, and starts laughing again. I'm gonna show you who the best big brother is.
Right into my ear. I couldn't hear for a week out of that ear.
Oh, so that's why whenever I would say something on your right side.
Pequod, I remember you were deaf! Banksy, yes. See, I screamed really loud.
Well, yeah, you would have to if you deafened this guy.
I had the helmet off. Wish I had it on. I see.
Probably still would have been deaf if you had it on.
Probably would have cracked my visor. God, David came in the room and then the door busted open again. What's wrong, Scar? Standing there with no shirt on. Zap hobbling in the room. Oh, chillin' need some hell. Don't worry, Zap's here for you, baby doll. And she screamed again. I thought it was Ash.
Well, I mean, at least you know that you have Zap, Scar, and my mother, and our mother, protecting you at all times.
Then the damn Drake came bounding through the room and knocked poor Scar and Zap into the wall. I see, that part was funny. What the hell? And Scar went into the wall.
Julius starts laughing again and covering his face as he starts to tear up a bit.
Pequod, I wish there was more room down in the armory. More bedrooms. We could move down there. It seems like it's where all the action is.
He lowers his hands and wipes a tear from his eyes. All the fun stuff always happens in the armory, it seems.
I see. I remember I was angry when I had to share my room with people, and then I stopped being stupid and got Davina's. Davine's the best. But anyway, I like being down there now. I get to be close to her. It's nice down there. I get to write my fanfic with Scar.
You're still doing that?
It's never gonna end, Julius.
So, no, fair enough. I guess I have a constant stream of commissions I can always work on.
Suletta, maybe one day you could write fanfic of me and the Marlboro Man. I see. What's a Marlboro Man? Looking at Suletta.
Julius leans forward. Yeah, what's a marble, man?
Google Marlboro Man, Banksy, please. But he does, and you see kind of the same pictures Hunk was showing Davey. That's what that Ranger reminded me of. Marlboro cigarettes were still popular back when I was your age. This was hundreds of years ago. And even younger than you, actually. And, yes. My husband was somewhat Marlboro Man-esque, let's put it that way. I've never met another man that was quite Marlboro-like.
Julius goes from looking at the wrist computer to up at Pequod and around to the other two. Well, alright then.
Just admit it, you only liked him because he insulted Ash. I says to let him know he is an attractive man. I can, she taps her temple. I see, yeah. You can see under the mask. And the way he speaks, it's quite charming, I think, actually. And insulting Ash even more so. That's just a plus in my book.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, you must have really liked him when he called him a muppet, winker face, winker, all those.
I have met, at this point, fighting boots on the ground alongside various different types of troops, multiple conflicts, multiple units I've trained alongside, been trained by. I have met hundreds of thousands of people over my 300 plus years. I have never met a man quite like him. With the exception of my husband, who will always be my beloved, but he's close. I'd say a 9 out of 10 compared to my husband.
Julius raises his eyebrows, looks over at Pequod.
Pequod, well, maybe you gotta try talking to him normally. So that I did talk to him normally.
No.
I would say I did, yes. I think he was impressed by me. I see, you're worse than me. Looking at Suletta.
And let me tell you something, Auntie. That's saying something.
I was not as bad as Nicole.
Nicole, did you say to Banksy at one point, maybe we should go out to consume food items?
I see, no, I just didn't talk. That was my problem. And when I did, it was kind of awkward at first, but Davine helped me. Suletta, well, maybe Davine will help me. She fixes her hair.
Hopefully.
Pequod, maybe a more younger, hip crowd can help you to gestures to these four.
Julius chuckles. Yeah, we can help you out if you ever need us.
So that perhaps we set up one of these things. What are they called? I see. Date. Look at Date! That's what it's called.
Julius blinks a couple times.
We could tell me all the stories from the frontier about he berated Ash and called him names and made him carry extra equipment. It would bring joy to my heart at this point. I see. Starts laughing.
Okay, yeah, we can definitely.
Ash is a frontier ranger now. Maybe we could replace Tal in Ash's spot. I see. Don't say that. She looks right at Julius.
Julius chuckles. Maybe. We'll have to think about it, but maybe before we put him on our squad, we can pull a couple strings with Lorelei, give Tal some
Oh,
leave.
that's not fair. Everybody else gets to live with their significant other. I see my significant other got beat up by a Drake for the first couple months we were together. So, yes, I know.
Well, okay, yeah, that's fair, but don't you want to at least try and court him for a bit?
You see her fix her hair? Yes, I'm quite good at it, actually. Pequod, sure you are. Looking at
He chuckles, so we'll need to pull a couple strings with Lorelei. Send you guys on a couple dates by giving him leave. Required leave, maybe. To my limited understanding, some frontier rangers enjoy being on the frontier, but you know, we could help you out. Pull some strings with Lorelei, give him some required leave. Something like that. Set you two on a date.
Icy nods her head. I've got another tomahawk. Pequod.
And I can write another letter, no problem. Maybe even put a... Maybe we should actually do the fireman's calendar that we've always talked about.
Pequod, we've got the camera equipment now. I see. Yeah, that was weird.
What was?
Pequod, you were busy with the Spartans the other day. Me and Icy and Tommy went down to rent camera equipment for the room. But Tommy insisted on buying the equipment. Icy, which is prohibitively expensive to own. And in like less than 5 years, it's all going to be out of date. So that an industry standard is to rent. Even I know this. I see. Tommy wanted to buy it.
Tommy... He leans forward on the table. Tommy is an odd man with many odd proclivities for many things, but I'm sure he had a reason for it.
Listen, we're not going to rent equipment. We buy, Banksy speaks up. No Mickey Mouse stuff. This real Hollywood movie. I see, that is exactly what he said when the poor guy was like, but it's so much money.
No Mickey Mouse stuff.
What does that even mean, Penguin?
Julius shrugs. No cartoonish acts, maybe?
I have no idea, but I cannot wait to film the room.
Oh, he chuckles, it's gonna be a blast.
This waiter is just getting stuff from the open buffet, filling all the plates with meze, a little bit of everything, passing them around to you. So let us seafood buffet.
Julius nods. Yeah, it still smells as good as it did back in the Headhunters.
Icy nods. That was fun. I remember that, minus not just because of the picture that was spread around, but it was a fun night. I got to dress up in this silver dress. Then Hunk made a big deal out of it. Dad. He said something like, "What are you trying to do? Get her knocked up? Open-toed sandals, strapless dress?" Banksy, what?
Let me tell you, Banksy. I think Hunk was worse than even before. Like before you came into the picture, he was worse somehow, I think.
You should have been there one time Julius launched this weird guy named Logan Paul into the stratosphere. Banksy, wasn't he like a wrestler in the EarthGov Federation? Looking at Julius.
Well,
I
yeah,
see, not anymore.
Yeah, he was a wrestler, and then he was a creep. He was creeping on Icy. And she was about to shoot him, so I didn't let her shoot him. Instead, I sent him into the stratosphere.
I see, Julius was being a big brother. I couldn't see it, because I was stupid. Banksy, yeah.
Julia shrugs. Yeah, well, see it now, and that's all that matters. And I see you as a little sister, so.
She rests her head on your shoulder. You see Suletta smiling.
You know, never mind, I don't see you. You're quite literally my little sister now.
I'm happy to be.
He chuckles, pats her on the head.
Pequod, you know, one thing I always knew I lacked was self-control. I almost killed Ash today. She looks right at Julius. I mean, your mom really had to talk me down, Julius.
Julius nods. I understand. I was quite tempted to mutilate Ash myself.
I see. I think in time, maybe, with the way things are going for Ash, he'll be out on the frontier, and if he's good at the job, good frontier rangers are good at the job because they like the job and they end up staying out there. I think in time there should be periods of time where you guys can. I would like to see Commander Integra and Sarah, but they probably need time to, you know, not get over it, but let the water pass under the bridge. Magic cat cave troll, something Tommy said when we were buying the camera equipment. Banks the answer could be cave troll on the bridge or magic cat. Don't know.
You do an awesome Tommy impression.
Thank you, Julius. Looking at you.
It's uncanny.
Look into my visor.
Julius starts laughing.
Pequod, I mean, I went from 0 to like 700. It's a good thing I don't carry my Makarov on me, Julius.
Yeah. He pats her hand. Well, I'm glad Mom was there to talk you down.
Suletta, what does your father think of the Asherion issues? Out of pure curiosity. Pequod, there's a good thing there's this place called Frontier, and the Rangers go there and do good work. Otherwise, yes.
Right. Right.
Threatened to kill Miss Davine? What the fuck?
Julius stifles a laugh. He actually said that?
She nods her head. Yeah, I don't know who told him. I didn't. I'm not going around trying to get Ash in trouble. She puts her hand up. I didn't. But, who do you think? Lorelei, of course.
Right. So Lorelei told Rico, and then your dad called you?
It was, no, I went down to his office, see my mom and dad. You were training. She hits Banksy's shoulder with her hand lightly. You were with the Spartan kids, and I kind of wish I never went down. What the hell do you mean he called her mom? He calls me that, I'm gonna shoot him. Why didn't anybody tell me about this? How am I the last person to find these things?
Julius starts to laugh. Yeah, well, your dad's a good man. And, we probably should tell him more about stuff that happens around the apartment.
Pequod, I didn't know he threatened to kill Davy until recently, thank you.
Fair enough.
I think we all found out when Hunk found out. Except you knew. She points at you. I could tell you knew the way you looked down.
Well, yeah. She told me about it, and then she told me not to tell anyone.
I can kill you, Mum. I see, please don't do that. I'll never do it again.
Yeah, Julius looks over at him, squints his eyes, and then takes a bite of his food.
Maybe too good of an impression?
A bit too good.
Pequod, she just shrugs. Yeah, maybe we should have told him, but after everything he's done, I'm still worried for Saris and Integra's sake, so. I hate to see them homeless. I see, well, they won't be. Really? Pequod looks over at her. She just starts eating.
Julia shrugs. Yeah, that's one of the only reasons why I haven't recommended Ash be kicked off the squad.
Pequod, oh. I didn't even know you were considering her.
Julia shrugs. You know, it's been cropping up in my head a lot that it is a theoretical possibility. And, given some of the things that have happened in the past, it quickly ramped up into very well might happen.
I see. Just continues eating. It's your call.
Julia shrugs. I'm at least gonna keep him on the squad until everything is said and done with the cult. He's the only one of us who can pilot a mobile suit, other than you, but you have the aerial, Auntie. I want him to be able to provide for Ceres and Integra. And the whole frontier thing, I don't think that's a sure shot thing yet.
Suletta, no, he is training to take a spot on Colonel Curtis's squad. If he does not impress, he will not get it. So, and after that, I don't know what would happen to him. To be frank, I don't care. But, yes, it's now or never for Asherion.
Exactly. So I don't want to leave him high and dry.
Suletta, at this point, once things are over with, I don't think you will have to make any recommendations, Julius. He will be gone, I do believe. From what Lorelei has said, he can pilot a mobile suit. That's why he's being kept around. But if more problems arise, I will be on my game with the aerial. I don't need his assistance.
Julius nods. Understood.
Especially when somebody goes blabbing to my dad about it. The hell do you mean? How could this happen? He even pissed off Tommy?
Oh, I could just see his face when he said that. Just like he makes a little impression of General Rico by covering one of his eyes, and his hand pops up, like the eye patch popping up. He made Tommy mad.
This is impossible. Tommy's very important to the business bureau here on Gateway, daughter. You understand this? Everybody respects that man. Don't tell me he banned Ash from the restaurant. General Rico was really upset.
Julius laughs. And it is understandable that he was.
I better not be banned from the restaurant. I'm not included in this Ash party thing. I like spellcasters. What do you mean he hates spellcasters? Wait a minute, that's not true. He was so confused, Julian.
Oh, poor General Rico.
The hell did Malcolm do to him? Who's Dale?
Who's Dale?
I tried to explain on Ash's behalf. I failed miserably.
Oh, well, I don't think anyone should explain on Ash's behalf except for Ash.
I see. It's good that you tried to stick up for him. Pequod glares at her for a second. I am not ever doing it again. I said, just starts feeding JJ.
Julius lets out a little whistle, gives Leslie a bit of food suitable for her age.
So this Attack on Titan show, what is the true premise, not the Malcolm premise, please?
Oh, well, One day, Titans appeared, and there are 3 walls that keep these Titans out. One day, the wall furthest from the center gets broken into, and Titans invade that wall, and people have to retreat. And it is the story of 3 kids from that outer wall trying to take revenge on the Titans, and one of them somehow is able to turn into a self-aware Titan.
Okay, it sounds like a somewhat off the wall premise, but interesting. Is it suitable for Emrian or?
I would recommend no for that. It's up to you as the parent, of course, but I would say keep it to teenager plus, at least in my opinion.
I'll take your recommendation then. It should be something the 4 of you do first. See, yeah, we wanted to watch it, so that I'll watch it the next time we watch it. I'm not big into cartoons. Besides, I have preparations to make. Prepare for my Marlboro Man.
Oh. So, do you have any idea of what kind of date you would want to go on with him? A movie?
Not to Tommy's. He looks right at you. I see, but that's the best place. He can help you. So let it grow. You're right.
Julius shrugs. I mean, if you really don't want to go to Tommy's, we can figure something else out, but, we already have a room set up. We could do a lot of stuff to help you there.
Pequod, Tommy's is like the best place to go. Just the vibe. It kills the awkwardness. I mean, it's the best place to go. Seeing him parade around behind the bar, saying things like, "Us like Beauty and Beast. I will be Beauty, of course."
I have to watch my crotch pop crotch pants, Julius.
Oh, Banksy, that football is something else. Always
It-
carrying it, just randomly appears.
I honestly think it is magical. Like, he looks over at Icy. Is there some kind of enchantment on it?
I gotta get my hands on it.
Maybe I can convince him to play a game of catch with me and you.
That would be fun. I've heard he can barely throw, let alone catch it. But he says things like, "Love football, great American game."
I mean, this morning he was throwing and catching pretty good. In fact, pretty perfectly.
I see. Is there an exact reason he played catch with you guys? Pequod, that's how we all met. I see. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. I get it now.
Yeah. He wanted to show us how much our relationship has changed, like I said.
Makes sense. Just using the football to send the point home.
Yep, and that football certainly sent the point home.
Did he freak out? Looks at Julius Pequod.
Well, he did scream out, "You're tearing me apart, Ash."
She starts laughing. I see there are cameras down there, and she starts typing on her wrist computer. Banksy, yes. I have to scroll through the footage. Give me a second. Pequod, what else did he do?
He kept on pushing Ash into the wall. Just saying things. I'm pretty sure they were all lines from the room. Like, I'm 80% sure.
Pequod Banksy, and Banksy pulls out the hard copy of the script and starts paging through. Icy gets back to the footage. Okay, you guys have the football. And now he's walking over. "You're tearing me apart, Asharion!" That's it.
Yeah, that was what he yelled out.
Do you understand live? She's playing it live. Do you? She's playing the recording. Look, and then he just stares at Ash and holds his hand up to Ash's chin.
Looking back on it, it was pretty funny.
You are tearing me apart, Denaria. You are lying. I never hit you. Banksy's reading the lines from the script. Do you understand life? Do you, Julie?
Yeah. Well, he has to get his practice in somehow, so this was
Look.
probably...
Then he left. Icy's watching another camera, and he's walking down the hallway to the elevator, mumbling into some type of machine. Suletta, that looks like an old tape recorder or something. What's he saying? Icy turns up the audio. I think Tommy did very good back there. I think so. I'll deliver the lines very well. I will impress Julius. I am star of the movie now, so I have to be a better actor than Julius. Icy. Goddamn fucking Ash. Make me star of a movie. Whole weight of universe coming down on Tommy's shoulder because of him. I never wanted to be an actor. I knew I couldn't act during Walker, Texas Ranger. Or Tommy, Texas Ranger. Don't tell anybody that, PR. He gets on the elevator. I see, no, there's no cameras on that elevator.
Who the hell is Pierre?
Suletta, I think the man is from Eastern Europe or somewhere. That is probably his true name. Listen to the way he says it. Don't tell anybody that, Pierre.
Oh, maybe. Or he named the tape recorder Pierre.
I see. Oh, that's awesome if he named the tape recorder. Icy scrolls up to the armory footage. You see Blaze sitting down. He sighs. Shakes his head. Ash, you. Then the elevator door opens. Tommy, acting teacher, not treat me with respect. I'll show them. Los Angeles, everybody wants to be a star. I will be the best. I never give up. Hello, Blaze. How are you doing? And then he walks by Blaze. Blaze just looking really confused. Then as Tommy goes down the hall, poor Blaze. Look at him. Blaze is just turning in the chair watching Tommy go down the hall.
He looks so confused.
And then Tommy just does another scream.
The classic Tommy scream.
Pequod, I can't wait to start filming that movie.
Oh, I think it's gonna be probably the most fun I've ever had on a movie set.
Where are we filming the majority of it? Banksy looks around. I see gateway with green screens. So that green screens. What is this? 2010? I see. Yes. Tommy wants it done that way, dear. I see.
Right. I think this is gonna turn out great. And he leans back in his chair.
Pequod, the man who owns how many stupid corporations drinks the most popular soft drinks in the world, said San Francisco too expensive to shoot them. I told him we can get anywhere. You know what he said? Don't be Brando today, Pequod. You might hurt yourself. Besides, too much pressure on Davine to shoot in public. First movie, we shoot on Gateway. I see. I don't get it. Looking down at her food, she starts eating. Don't be Brando today.
He shakes his head, looks over at Banksy. Don't be Brando today, Banksy. You might hurt yourself.
Banksy, I'll try not to hurt myself with the boom mic.
Very good, Banksy, very good. Can't have that happen. You are boom, man.
Tommy's gonna be interesting to film with, I think. Letta looking off into the distance. Clearly the man is nervous about his capabilities. He was truly riding on a chariot to carry his role in the film. She starts laughing. Which, much as I don't care for a Sharion anymore, a Sharion would have done a much better job than Mr. Weiss.
Oh, I definitely agree with that. He would have been pretty good.
Weight of universe coming down on my shoulder. Makes sense.
Must be better actor than Julia since I'm in character.
So that he claimed Konstantin Stanislavski was now his acting teacher, but he's been dead for 700 years. I see, he was just lying, I think.
He was probably lying to make himself feel better.
You know Konstantin Stanislavski, Julius? He'll taught me acting teacher now. Thanks. Watching Gilmore Girls with Pequod. Pequod, what? It makes me on with him.
Well, watching Golden Chronicles with Vigwad.
Pequod Golden Kernels. That was a good show. One episode, but we enjoyed it. I see it was funny. Davine had a good time too.
Though I'm sure she did. She had a good time when we were actually filming it.
I see that. Yeah, Mom said that's the one thing she actually found interesting Malcolm produced.
I think she only found it interesting because she saw how just absolutely miserable me, Scar, and Ash were, and how much we absolutely hated filming it.
Scar looked so angry the entirety of the episode. You know, Scar is... I see, he shakes her head a bit. I was so mean to that guy when I first met him because I was too caught up in myself, but he's a very nice guy. Like, pure heart, good person. He doesn't get angry like that. I think only Off the Meds Zap and Malcolm on the Golden Kernel set got him that angry.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was right after the filming of Golden Kernels that we did Full Kernel and we all planned to assassinate Malcolm.
I see. During one of the scenes in the Golden Kernels, Pequod cuts her off. There's a knife block, like the sharpener, on the table. And during the kitchen table scene, when you guys are talking about some old lady romance trouble, Scar is just sharpening his index claw. The whole scene looking at Malcolm.
Yeah,
I think he was seriously considering slitting Malcolm's throat.
yeah, I remember looking over at him and just seeing the eyes of a killer. It's something I have never seen in Scar before.
Banksy, I saw it. The Spartans, we watched it together, Crimson Squad. It was interesting. Very interesting. Everybody just death glaring at Malcolm, and Malcolm looked as if nothing was wrong. 3 men that could easily have dispatched Malcolm. I don't think Malcolm knew how close he came to death. Zuletta starts laughing.
I don't think he ever realized how truly close he came to death.
Pequod, I know it was terrible having to be dressed up like that, but it was the most interesting thing Malcolm ever did. I honestly think he must have ran out of ideas or something.
That's exactly what happened.
No, nothing was working to impress Dave.
Yep, nothing was working to impress Davine, no movie, video game, anything like that. So he resorted to his last-ditch effort. A random YouTube video that he found of the Golden Girls. And he decided to make the Golden Kernels.
Pequod, the intro is just killer. Thank you for being a colonel. Travel down the road and beat Ash's head in again. She stops imitating it. It's so stupid.
I remember hearing him record that in his room.
My heart is true. Ash is a scoundrel and should be shot. And if you threw a party, we would invite everyone we knew. We would spike all the food with avocados and kill Ash once and for all. But Ash doesn't appear in the show because he's playing Dorothy Zbornak. I see Sphinx.
Yep.
Ash is even credited as John Alvarado. Banksy, I hope they make more. Not with you involved, Julius.
No, it would be an interesting show to watch.
Pequod resting her hand on her cheek, and she gives Julius the puppy dog eyes. You know who owns the rights to the Golden Kernel?
He leans back, staring into her eyes.
Rainfall Production.
I see.
Would you dress in drag for me?
He looks at her. I would do anything for you, darling.
She smiles at you and good, I'm not gonna make you do it. Honestly, I don't think reproducing the show will ever work because the majesty of the show is just how angry the three of you are.
Julius puts a hand on his chest and leans forward. Oh, thank God.
She's gonna take your hand and kiss it twice as everybody's eating, having a good time. We shift back here for the final time before we go back to Davy and Hunk and some other things maybe. You guys have made your way back to base camp.
That was interesting, sir. Thank you for showing me.
You're welcome. He sits back down on his box over here.
It's, put things in perspective, sir.
Oh, that was the goal. Trust me, you're gonna see more. You thought that one was bad. You'll see him. You'll see, son.
I'm sure I will, sir.
Probably a couple hundred of them around the planet of Gallia, but we cracked it. So, but no big deal, I think.
It's for the best, sir. Really, nothing. There was nothing worth anything on that planet.
Yeah, nothing lost, nothing gained. Some interesting subspecies from what I saw, but
It's true. I've never heard of asinine centaurs anywhere else.
inbreeding probably. At least that's what we figured. What little we got off the bones. So,
Yeah. If I were to put their culture into a word, it would be deep. It would be Hicks. So, you know.
I saw the scans. Something collapsed the underdog system on that planet.
Yes, something did.
Had to be something pretty fucking big, mate.
I would assume so. I don't know if it was Bayagona, I don't know if it was Dagon, I don't know what it was, but it had to be one of them.
Well, I hope we don't find out.
I hope so too, but... Well, knowing what we're fighting, I have a sinking feeling we're going to.
Colonel Curtis, this planet's, with the exception of Dudley, pretty nice. We're gonna mark it for habitation. Any Earth-Gov citizens come out here, build a colony, you'll probably be seeing this place again.
I wouldn't mind that, sir. It's nice. Calming.
Some other planets, on the other hand, just you wait.
I assume so, sir. Well, like you said, you watched a city get ripped through by... a town, excuse me, get ripped through by lichens, right?
That's right.
Can only imagine what else you've seen.
Most of the legends of the frontier, the truth tends to be stranger than fiction. So, you'll see.
Makes sense.
The ghost ship of the frontier ain't the only legend out here. That one turned out just to be a fucking moron. He's looking right at you and he says it.
Ash chuckles. I'm sorry about that, sir. Trust me, I would rather have not taken part in creating an urban myth.
Why didn't you just, use your wrist computer, mate, and try to call for help? Were you always that far out of relay range? Like he had a jammer? Al speaks up. He had some type of military grade jammer.
Yes, he did. I believe. I don't know who he got it from. It was either one made by the UIR or one that Globnok, Gorok, whatever you want to call him, the Orc, got from MaxTech.
Probably Namaste. We'll never know for sure. The crash site's been orbital struck, so rest in peace.
No, that's for the best, trust me. Who... Better that than somebody going and trying to dig him up.
Well, given enough time, erosion, the ship would probably end up like the sign for the town of Dudley. Somebody'd come across it, but not anymore. Now it's atomized.
That's good. That's very good. There was nothing. There was some fun, powerful magical items on the ship, but really nothing of real value.
Curtis nods. Tal, well, he had a litany of things.
Oh, he did.
What do
From...
you have?
Oh, gods, let's see. If you're looking at just magical items,
Yeah, just the magical items. I don't care about Escalades, mate.
he had a fan of gusts, I believe is what it was called. You'd swing it and wind would fly out. Ring of Shooting Stars, that's a fun one. What else? From me, we'd found them along the journeys, but from me he took and confiscated a Cloak of the Manta Ray and Slippers of Spider Climbing. The big one that he used a lot was a Atlas of Endless Horizons. Denaria, our ranger, she had Starchild armor. That's gone too. There was some kind of mace that our cleric, before he was killed by Malcolm, had.
He was the one they found his remains in the irradiated city.
I don't exactly remember what it was called, but it was very powerful. There were some other magical items, but those are the notable ones. And, I still have it on me, but this, and he's gonna pull out the unnatural selection orb that he wears around his neck.
Tal looks at it. Oh, I see. Looks over at Colonel Curtis. Curtis gestures with his hand. So, mate, when you was up on that tower with Malcolm, and you was looking down the sight of your rifle waiting to shoot somebody in the head, what did it feel like being silenced, being treated like a... What would you say Malcolm treated you like, mate? Like a dog?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't ever turn your weapon on him, eh?
No, I didn't, sir.
So you were a professional fucking soldier, at least once or twice in your life.
I suppose so, yes.
Pat yourself on the back, wanker.
Just gotta get back to that, sir. That's what matters.
They go about their business, mixing some coffee drinks and stuff like that as you say that, yeah.
You know, there's a lot of things that happened on that ship. And there are times where I don't know, I almost regret not being a professional. I regret being a professional, I should say. Almost. Because it just always comes back to me when I think about it, of how much suffering could have been stopped if I'd just shot him. It's frustrating at times, but that's like I'm always told, and like I need to remind myself. You look to the future, right? Not the past.
Colonel Curtis looking at you. Tal, it ain't your business, mate. You're a boots on the ground fucking soldier. You couldn't have stopped that guy. He was fucking nuts. Well, you feel bad about things he did. Too bad. Get over it. It's not your problem, not your fault. Yes, you could have stopped this or that. Then you would have been jailed. It's not your fucking problem. Worry about your real problems that you've created by being unprofessional. You are boots on the ground. You want to be more? Kill yourself and hope to get reincarnated as a wizard, like Little Sister.
Yes, sir. I understand.
If you believe in that kind of shit, mate.
Not me. I don't know what I really believe about that. I believe the gods are real, but I don't put any faith in them.
Colonel Curtis. Well, there's clearly some evil gods, I'd say. Just, Dudley should show you that.
I'd say so. Whatever that thing behind the black hole is, I don't know what to call it. But whatever it is, I'd say that's a damn evil god.
Tao, do you know when soldiers like us get handpicked to fight alongside spellcasters? It's an honor, mate. That means you're the best of the best. It's something to be proud of. Yes, our job isn't easy. Yes, we might die. But they're right behind us, or next to us, or in front of us. How many times has little sister cleaned you up?
Dozens, sir.
It's an honor, mate. You could be on the front lines against the UIR. You get shot, the medic's a mile away, you bleed out dead. If somebody don't get to you quick enough with a med kit.
I'd say that you're right. It is an honor.
You should learn to be grateful for what you had. He looks right at you and starts taking a drink of his coffee. Curtis, you still have it. You still have it. You're still part of the squad, but I don't think you'll ever be working with spellcasters again, son. You're gonna be a frontier ranger, or you're... I don't know.
That's my assumption. Go on. But I understand.
Curtis shrugs. Yeah, maybe.
I understand. And I'm not gonna complain about working with people like you. It's not a bad job, and it's kind of nice being on the frontier. It's strange.
Like, well, you don't have a choice, my friend, so good thing you don't mind it.
I suppose that's right. It's strange. Well, I've already admitted so much to you. I feared the frontier for a long time. But now that I'm here, it just feels natural. I don't know.
I would be afraid of the frontier if I was locked in a fucking room on a ship too by a crazy old fat bastard. He starts laughing. But again, like we tried to tell you, nobody's gonna make you call your wife to prove a point, but you can call home. And if they need to reach you, she'll have the number. So the door swings both ways, mate. Don't be a fucking wanker about it.
Understood. Thank you, and I do appreciate that. I don't know, it's just different. We do good. You, I should say. I'm technically not fully a frontier ranger yet, but you do good. You do.
We try. Curtis cleaning his shotgun, the ejection port. We try.
Well, I'd say even something as simple as cataloging that. He's going to point back towards the town. Cataloging that and making sure nobody accidentally stumbles upon it. I'd say that's more good than most people do in their lives.
Blake looks at you. Looked damn real from the outside, didn't it?
It looked real. Sounded real, felt real. Gods, it smelled real.
Smell the horses. Even the droppings. He chuckles at even the horse shit. Yeah. First one I saw, and this was quite disturbing. First one I saw was just somebody's home. It was like this small cottage. And I had gotten separated from my squad. And I had radioed in. They told me they were going to meet me. And I saw it was snow. It was in... Yeah, you said you're familiar with Ripper, right?
Yes, sir?
Yeah, so it was in the Ripper system. Habitat 14. Constantly snowing. Forest escape planet, constantly snow. And it was like... Seeing... Oh... It was like seeing Nirvana or something. You're lost in the woods. The squad's got you. They know where to meet up. The panic has ended. You're back to being a professional soldier. It was after a fight with the UIR. People got separated. I got blown down a cliffside. Long story short. Anyway, I saw a small cottage. Lights were on. Fire lights. Oil lamps. Went inside. It was an elf and a human, and they had a dog and some type of animal I can't describe, or can describe, but it was some species that clearly is extinct. Has been extinct for a long time. It looked friendly, though. Hooves, horns, uh, muscular build. It was like guarding the outside of their house.
That sounds familiar.
I don't know what it was. But anyway, I walked up and introduced myself with weapon drawn at this. It was like a. He's going to show you a picture, and it looks like a minotaur, but a little more cow-like features. More friendly, less ripped.
Gods, that's a minotaur.
Tal, what is it called?
It's a minotaur. They had them on Gallia.
Tal, Fly, it looks kind of scary, but it was one of the friendliest creatures I'd ever met on the frontier that wasn't your quintessential, elf, human. I'd never seen anything like this before. I honestly thought it was EBE in nature. Guided me inside. They offered me dinner. Nice, warm, but strange tasting coffee. Like, tasted almost too good to be true. Set the coffee cup down. Lo and behold, nothing's in it. I could smell the fire. I could smell the wood burning. Then come crashing through the house comes the Minotaur man, whatever you call it. That Minotaur crashing through the house, face ripped off. They start screaming. These strange creatures, I can only describe them as, I suppose, impish in nature, but large, long arms reached out. Yeah, shredded them to pieces. Fired my gun. Did nothing. Got a Psych of Valor too after that.
I can
It stuck with me. Still does to this day.
You can move past something and keep going, but some things leave a mark on you forever.
Last time I go to a cabin in the woods.
I can imagine. I mean, the whiplash of it couldn't have helped. Going from thinking you've been saved to watching that.
Got to see friendly neighborhood cowman get ripped apart, turned into hamburger meat. Like, yeah, that's an understatement.
Gods. Well, like you said, the ones I'm going to see are just gonna get, in some ways, worse, right?
Curtis, it all depends. All different types out there. I mean, like we told you, whatever hit these places hit them so hard that it created these sites. So, first couple ones I saw were like just towns that were like in the middle of the night. People never knew what hit them, and you'd be walking through the street of the town, and boom! All of a sudden there'd be some type of creature, some type of. I saw a spider. It was a large spider, and I saw it moved for as big as it was. It moved somehow silently, creeping over the buildings, and flowing under it across the streets. Or if you were arachnophobic, you would have died. Small spiders that go into the buildings, and then the screams would start. Yeah. Lakeside town. Or, I'm sorry, Seaport town.
See a shiver run down his spine. Sounds horrific.
Yeah, you can say that again. I've seen that one too.
I've never heard of anything like that. We fought early on in Squad Sigma. We fought a giant spider that had taken over a ship, but
That's the Spider Alang, mate. They come from the Aquila Rift.
good to know. Whatever it was was terrifying.
Colonel Curtis. The Aquila Rift is a rift in space-time. Nobody knows too much about it. You don't want to know a lot about it. The creatures inside, from what we can tell, aren't necessarily malevolent in nature. They're animals. Some have conscious, like us. Some don't. But if you look at spiders of Lang now, and other creatures that come from there, they're the colloquialism voided out. So answers a question or two.
Another question.
Spiders of Lang only started appearing in the last 15 years throughout space. So, makes sense, actually, if you think about it.
does. To my knowledge, that lines up pretty well with the more aggressive activities of the cult.
Curtis nods his head. Yeah.
Well, then, hopefully once we beat the thing, those will, dry up.
I hope so, because I fucking hate spiders.
Not a fan myself. There was a bounty I had back in Gallia, where I was tasked with. It was a seemingly simple job. Some mine where they said they were hearing little scratching noises and they wanted somebody to go down and just check, clear it out, whatever's in there. They were thinking, raccoons or, at worst, a large animal like that. It was giant spiders. Luckily for me, the pistols I had actually could hurt those things, or, well, I wouldn't be here now.
Yeah, I can see that, mate. Pistols. You have any other weapons or just the shooters?
Pistols. I carried a survival knife that I could use, but, longer.
He had a blunderbuss. Colonel Curtis speaks up. He found it. Didn't
Yeah.
you?
Well, that one was,
Looked like he'd seen a ghost when they pulled that one up.
that one was given to me by the people in that town with the centaurs. It was nice to have, a lot beefier than the pistols.
Tal, you know, it's probably been said before, mate, but everybody else on that planet got either eaten or eviscerated. You're pretty fucking lucky to be here. You probably should have realized that. I think that's why Lorelei took y'all there, mate, to figure that out.
I
I'm
think
sure she
so.
reiterated that to you in one form or another.
She did, and I took it for granted.
Yeah, and now you got Sasha who's about to strangle you next time she sees you, mate. And if you strike her, I'm gonna fucking gut you, mate.
Whatever she decides I deserve, I deserve. It's as simple
You
as
see
that.
Lake shake visibly. She has a temper.
Yes, I'm aware. But whatever it is, whatever her choice is, I have earned it. And I will live with the consequences of my actions.
Remember, mate, she's gonna be our boss someday. So, like we've been telling you, try to earn back her favor.
That's all I can do, right?
I'll shrug at you, Colonel Curtis.
Try to at least be worthy of her respect. That's all that can be done.
Just make yourself an asset, mate. A good frontier ranger, professional soldier. That's what you are, whether you like it or not.
Yes,
You're
sir.
no hero. You never are going to be. I'm sorry to tell you.
That's fine.
Besides, you want to be a hero, you're not cut out for it.
Given everything that's happened, I would agree with you on that, sir. I'm a soldier, nothing else. A professional soldier, nothing else.
That's right. Professional fucking grade A soldier. People become heroes, mate, through actions. They don't want to be them and then become them. Take your comic books and throw them into the river.
Yes, sir.
Or whatever high you think you're living off of. How the fuck could you spout off classified information to one of the most dangerous men in the fucking galaxy? I mean, why? Colonel Curtis, we wanted to ask you about that too. So, I understand you have a history with him.
I do. The simple answer is I let him make it personal. That's...
I can understand that, mate. We've been briefed. He almost killed Pequod in front of you. Or did he? He basically did, right? He blew her out the sky.
Yes, sir.
I get it, mate, I do, but it's about knowing your fucking place. Let him run his mouth, get the information from him. You use your mouth as a tool to get information from him. He's a fucking egomaniac. He'll tell you if you use your fucking mouth instead of feeding him.
Yes, sir. if I ever come across him again, I'll make sure not to give him anything and only take.
Curtis nods. A blunt way to put it, Ash, but mouth is a tool. And you can get a lot out of people with it.
Yes, you can. And I will. If it comes to that. Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully the idiot comes across us again, attacks, and the actual heroes on the squad can be the ones to finish him for good.
That's right. Let them do it. That's their job. That's what they're going to do. God willing. I have faith. But you support them, you help them, you be there when they need you, and likewise they'll be there for you because they're professional.
They will. And I will. Ah. I just
What
hope...
the fuck do you even do on your days off? You're such a fucking muppet. What are you going to do now that you have a house? Go home and stare at the wall? Colonel Curtis and Lake start laughing. You need a fucking hobby, mate.
I honestly don't know. I'll have to figure that out, won't I?
Find one.
I'll have to. I never
Maybe
really...
you could be woodworking like this one fella I saw videos of. His name was Junkyard. He made cutting boards and overpriced shit. Seemed quite annoying if you ask me. But either way, woodworking, do something with yourself. Don't lord over your fucking wife, because that ain't gonna cut it right now.
No, it won't. Maybe I can do that, try to learn that. Maybe go back to smithing in my free time. It's been a long time.
Colonel Curtis, well, I mean, you probably won't have the money to buy the equipment yet, but someday, so.
Someday.
A fucking mansion.
Yes,
That is fucking insane, mate. $400, what was it again?
400 grand a month, sir.
That better be one fucking beautiful house, mate. I hope it is for your sake. He starts laughing.
It's beautiful. It's the kind of house I would have dreamed of growing up where I did. And I'm going to make sure it's perfect for them. I owe them that.
The shotgun cocks. He's just still cleaning the ejection port. As long as it looks like a good place to raise a kid, that's what matters. You wanted a baby, right?
I do, sir. I really do. And it looks wonderful. Quiet. It's a little far away from other people, but that's no real issue. Beautiful area, quiet, good yard, garden in the back. It's everything one could hope for.
Yeah, and you're very fortunate, mate, because your wife don't look like the type to spend all your money while you're out here breaking your back.
She never has been.
Like, boy or girl?
I honestly would love a son. Someone I can try to teach and mold into a better man than I was.
Colonel Curtis, well, then you can work for that too. Because by the time you have a kid, wouldn't you rather the kid grow up and hear things about his dad being a good frontier ranger? Not the guy who threatened to kill Davine and yada yada yada. I'm not reiterating it anymore, because honestly it disgusts me. He's staring right at you.
Disgusts me too, sir. And yes, I would prefer he get to hear good things about me.
If you ever call me mum, mate, I'm going to fucking kill you. He just starts laughing.
If I ever call you Mum, I'd like all three of you to shoot me, because I've obviously lost it. No offense.
Yeah. Me mum. Sometimes we see things other people have and we want, mate, and you just have to tell yourself it's not your place.
I've learned that now. Just wish
Especially when you already have it.
I had. I don't think she'll ever really see me like that again, after what I've caused.
I shouldn't worry too much about that, mate. Let time and distance can do things. I don't know if your relationship will ever be the same. It's not my place. and it's up to them, honestly. But time, space, distance, money, show you can provide. And when you're home, show that you're respectful. People want space, give it to them. People want you around, be there for them.
Thank you for the advice. I really appreciate it.
How the fuck are you this old and you don't know this fucking stuff? Starts laughing.
I think it's equal parts I didn't want to grow up, I suppose, and equal parts that, I didn't really have any relationships to speak of until I was, oh god, 28, 29?
Headhunters. Like, looks over at you.
Yeah, that's where it started. Before that, I was either, well, you've read my dossier, either a slave or alone by choice, just trying to survive.
Lucky for you, mate, there ain't no such thing as slavery anymore, and if there is, we're gonna find them, rout them out, and kill them.
Damn straight. That is something I would drink to any day.
Colonel Curtis, yeah, some colonies, way far out in the sticks, you may find it, and if we do, you know what to do.
Take 'em out.
Like what? Say it.
Take 'em out like the dogs they are, or like a professional soldier.
Fucking. Professional
fuck-
fucking soldier.
Professional
mate.
fucking soldier.
Get it through your thick skull. That's what you are. If you want to be out here, that's what you are. If you want to bring home the bread, that's what you're gonna have to be.
Understood, sir.
Tell me something, does that woman with the white hair always stare at men like that? Am I the first one? Like, no, no.
Like that? Yes, you are the first man I have ever seen her look at that like. I think she likes you, sir.
It's something with spellcasters, they see people into their minds or something like that. Curtis, light noise discipline, the sun is going down. Asher on first watch, and just goes into his tent.
Yes, sir. And he's gonna start picking up his guns before getting up, and he's gonna quietly say, yes, they do. And to let you know from what I've heard, when they find someone that they think is the one, they just know. And I think she might have seen that with you.
Well, I keep that in mind, mate. Maybe I would say you could introduce me again, but she might kill us both.
Go to Julius.
I will. I
Rainfall.
think I will. I think I will go to the captain, the good captain.
Yeah, Captain Rainfall, I should say. He'll help you.
All right. Wake me in 6. That's hours, mate.
Yes, sir. He's gonna set up wherever he's supposed to and settle in for the night.
Back here, Davey and Hunk have enjoyed their meal. They've finished it up. The lights have dimmed in this place. And some people have gotten up and started dancing.
Davine looks around, puts a hand out. May I have the stunts?
Yes, you may. He's gonna take her hand. You're in charge of this op, honey.
Yes, sir. She'll take him over to the dance floor and begin to ease him into a little slow dance.
Where do I put my hands?
One on my hip, and then
Okay.
one out like this. And she'll put her hand out, and I put my hand on top of yours like this.
We just lock eyes like this?
So you could put your eyes wherever you wish.
No, I like looking right into yours.
And she winks at him, and then we'll start leading him on a little slow dance.
You're pretty good at this.
Davine shrugs. I was trained well.
You know, now that I've got you here in the middle of the dance floor, I do want to tell you something.
What's that?
Every time we talk about, Julius and Nicole and raising them and stuff like that, Honey, you raised a man as a rat. And you raised a man that was smart enough, intelligent enough to know what he wanted, know what he needed, get it, and protect it. Think about that. As a rat. Every time we talk about him, you say, I did the work. I taught him to drive. I wasn't there as much as I wanted to be because Arcane Council Squad. You raised a very good man.
She looks down at her feet and then back up at him and smiles. Sometimes I do forget that I was a rat.
You were a rat, darling. He's gonna try to lead her in the dance a little bit down this way.
Oh, she lets him.
You were a rat and you raised Captain Julius Rainfall of the Rangers.
She nods. Yeah, I did.
You did. He's looking right into her eyes. You did.
You know, of all the hearts I've ever loved, yours is the only one that makes mine smile.
He smiles in and smiles at her. Can you kiss during these things? Dance?
There is no rule against that, sir.
He's gonna kiss her lightly on the lips. Daywin Sulligan raised Julius Sulligan.
She nods. David Sulligan definitely did.
Credit where it's due. You deserve it. I don't like seeing you not take credit for it. I don't like seeing it affect you in a negative way.
She nods. Thank you, really. It does feel weird to think of myself as a rat. It's been quite a long time since then. But it does help to think of it in that way, that I had to raise him as a rat.
Sweetheart, there are parents who aren't rats and have every reason in the world to raise a good kid and can't do it. And you did it in Gallia.
Well, yeah, I really should take all the credit. Only if I raised him in Gallia.
You raised him in Gallia, and he grew up to be a very good man. Sure, Pequod was there. He needed Pequod, but he knew what he needed, and he protected it. And all she ever had to do, he's looking right in Davine's eyes, is tell Julius to shape up, and you know he would have. And he did over time. So, I mean, come on.
She nods. I do believe I raised a very good boy.
He did.
A good man, I should say.
He's looking around. Nobody's looking at them dancing. There are some other people dancing. I love Nicole and Julius. I love the rainfall. I love everybody. But these nights without the kids are nice.
Yes, this must be truly what parents feel when they go out on a date, because that is exactly what's happening right now.
Date night, rainfall weekend. We'll carry over the date night tradition to the academy days.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
He's gonna lead her. Oh, this direction. I think I'm getting the hang of it.
I think you are. You're quite skilled. Do you wish to try for a twirl?
Sure.
Okay. You're going to let go of me for a second, put your arm above your head, and then twirl me under it, and then bring me back. It's that simple.
He's going to try. David has to do most of the work, but he's able to get it and pull her back into him.
You know what? I think you're an absolute natural.
I think I think we should come here more in practice.
I think so too, darling. I think you need some practice with it.
2 left feet.
Yes, 2 left feet.
You know, Pequod brought the Escalade and the Nova, so we can go back to the the beach house when we're done here, and they can go to the cabin and we can hook up with them. I can drive that Escalade.
Yeah, let's do that.
And we'll hook up with them Saturday morning. Auntie can babysit. He's looking right at Davy.
She shakes her head. Oh, poor auntie.
But we don't have to leave anytime soon. I'm actually quite enjoying this.
All it really takes to enjoy a dance is the right partner. And I think this is the best dance I've ever had.
Metaphor for life, really.
She winks at him. Sometimes I'm pretty damn smart, aren't I?
Most of the time, Mamacita.
And most of the time you're even smarter, Daddy-O.
He's gonna give David a big kiss.
You'll kiss him back.
And we will cut there.